5. All right. Welcome everyone to the second day of the Merciless Battles. My name is Highland Wolf, and I'm joined today by PS Enough. Hello.
Hello, how you guys doing? Heard you guys need an extra caster, so I'm here to fill in whatever is needed.
We have got the two people on their roles today, though, and I'm definitely excited. PS, I don't know about you. We got definitely some really good games coming up for you guys.
I missed the games yesterday, so I don't know if they were interesting. Were they cool?
They were very tense. If you've missed them, make sure you can check them on our Twitch stream. You can just go back at some point and watch the previous streams if you missed them, and check out all the action there. We will be seeing though the winner of yesterday's stream go up against the winner of today's stream in the finals later tonight. So after our 7 games are done, don't forget that we're still the finals best of 3 at the end.
All right, so what game do we have first today? I heard it's Power versus the Elite Order. Is this correct?
Yes, it is. So on the side of Power, it looks like we've got Husiesk, N-Pro 2000, Jungle Lane Rome, Sec Death, and Truce. And on the side of the Elite Order or Gods, is the guild tag is Wicked Snow White, Grimm's Wrath, Killing Joke. How do you pronounce this one, PSN?
I don't know. I gave up on that one.
Seizure
206, I think.
And then sub to PewDiePie, maybe don't really.
One small detail: the brackets on the live stream are from yesterday's thing, so sorry about that. We'll try to. I don't know if you have the updated version for today, but if we don't, that's fine. We can just improvise. You were saying the rest of the names, or did you already finish them all?
We have already finished the names. And is there anyone that you know, PS, that you're perhaps excited about to see?
I saw some guys from Power before I played with them before. Twoz, Usiek, I seen him around as well. I think Killing Joke, I also saw them. He's from the Elite Order. But Sub to PewDiePie sounds familiar, but it might just be the nickname, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
Definitely looks interesting. I've heard of myself, Husiesk, and I played with Empro before. Definitely some nice names and definitely some good skill going to be portrayed in this first match. PS, definitely looking forward to who can take the first game of the day. Obviously, it will be the person the team, that gets right through to the end. It will be going through to the finals to join Imperative, who won yesterday's matches. And that will be looking about later, I believe about 9:45 p.m. GMT. We'll be looking at the finals.
We have a long day today of games, so I hope you guys packed your dinner because you won't have time to eat dinner. You're gonna be glued to the screen watching Twitch, watching people play Vainglory all night. I don't think we're quite ready for the game yet. We're missing one player, sadly enough, but he should join soon. He was around earlier today, so let's give him a couple more minutes. But yeah, the game should be on the way quite soon. Power versus the Elite Order. Let's go over the names real quick again, as I guess. We have Twoz, N-Pro 2000, Rakit, Usiak, Jungle Lane, Rome, and Nelly for the Guild of Power. And we have Wicked Snow White, Killing Joke, Grimm's Wrath, CJ, your CX 206. Whoa, I actually said that properly, I think.
Congrats, dude.
Whoa, awesome. Sub to PewDiePie, Helix, Gliding Vampire. Gliding, aren't all vampires gliding when you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, are they?
The last vampire that I checked, he was definitely gliding, but I don't know. Maybe it was his supernatural powers.
I think this one glides. I hope he glides. It's in his name.
It's in his name. Otherwise, it's false advertisement, fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. You've heard
And
it.
the other sub we have is player 8, Tushy Shark. So that's going to be interesting. I guess the party is going to be remade real quick.
Yeah.
Just thrown out of it. Let's wait and
It
see.
will be back very shortly. Coming into the first game, we're just setting up. Usually will always happen for the first game. We'll be going into our first match very shortly. As we've discussed, it will be Power versus Gods for the first matchup, and as the names we've already told you. And also make sure to stick around for the whole stream because, guys, we will be giving away 5 lots of 250 ice throughout the stream tonight, which means you guys watching the stream can grab some ice of your own to take onto your account and spend on all these lovely skins that will be coming out in the update this Wednesday. PS. And if you had a look at, yes, definitely. I mean, if you had a look at these skins, PS, have you got a favorite skin that you're looking at?
The new ones from the 4.1
yes.
update. There were quite a few interesting ones. I saw the Sky one. It's starting to look like a mech robot kind of thing, which was definitely for the Asian market, I guess. I like that one. That one seemed all right. And I remember I saw a Golden Alpha as well.
Golden Alpha looks very cool. I know that Alpha, I saw Alpha a couple of times recently. Maybe Alpha might be coming back into, not a meta, but certainly a hero to be picked perhaps in such situations. But
I was checking X-Scoundrel's videos the other day, and he was saying that Alpha is a very good pick to have on the top lane. I'm a top laner, and I never bloody pick Alpha in the top lane ever. But it got me thinking, maybe we will have Alpha in the top lane, and it will be viable. Anyways, we seem to have the draft underway. Hopefully, we'll have it on the stream as well for you soon. So the game is underway. We already have a ban for Yates on side of the blue team. The blue team is Power, and the red team is the Elite Order, the Gods.
Definitely.
So Yates, ban for Churnwalker, pretty standard ban so far.
And is there any, would you say that maybe, what else would he ban? Because obviously the Magnus and the Baron are so strong. We see Magnus getting highlighted. If the Baron doesn't get picked, surely surely it will get picked out here.
Yeah,
it will get
it
banned.
does get banned, yeah. What other power picks are left? We have Grumpjaw, we have Lance, also very versatile. I'm a very big fan of Lance recently. Reza is also pretty good. They're highlighting him as well, so that's also
Reza definitely a very powerful pick. PS right now in the 4.0 meta can definitely stick onto those targets. Would expect maybe a Lorelei to be picked up or a Baptiste, something that can hold this Reza engage. Or you do not want to give a Lorelei over to the Reza. Definitely a combination, pretty nasty, that you don't want to see. Lance also very good at stopping Reza engaging onto your backline. Going to need something to stop that Reza attacking this kinetic.
Yeah, I would have gone for the Lance here, but they went for the kinetic first. They want that OP pick. Kinetic is very good against the Grumpjaw as well, but they pick Grumpjaw themselves. So, okay.
Definitely denying that out. And we see the Lance get picked up on the side of Power, and definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. Also, Sanfeng is still open. PS, do you think any teams are going to pick that up?
Well, definitely. If you know how to play Sanfeng well, he's a very strong powerhouse, but you need to know how to play him. He needs a very specific kind of skill, be able to engage and disengage. So it needs to be an experienced user to have him. That's usually why you don't see him performing so well on solo queue. But I think with it can work very well into a team synergy if you know how to play him. So definitely. The Arden got picked out from the side of Gods. Let's see what they counter. They're picking something for the mid, either Celeste or Samuel. Both of them quite strong. I think Celeste is still more OP usually, but we'll have to see.
Definitely Celeste is a very strong hero, PS. Sanfeng still not picked up, could be going late into this draft. We do see the Samuel highlighted. Samuel, again, very strong. And I tell you what I've been noticing is that we might see throughout the day is Fortress Jungle. And I've been seeing this a lot in the WSG this morning. And Fortress very good at stopping a Samuel. If you use the attack of the pack and you summon all those wolves, it blocks all of those malice and verdict shots from Samuel and makes it very hard to deal with for the enemy team. Koshka will get picked up here.
To decide for the Koshka instead. Koshka is very strong on current updates. If you can play her well early on, if you get the first gank with Koshka, you just snowball like hell throughout the first 15 minutes. It's just ridiculous. Oh, we got a crash on
Unfortunately,
the draft. Someone tried to change the skin, clicked the wrong button.
Unfortunately, I believe
on the wrong place.
To change the button, SAMC, please. Update 4.1, change the position at the exit match button. We will be back in very shortly. Will be the same heroes, I do imagine. So we will be seeing back Koshka get picked up and played in the jungle. I would for sure imagine it would be. I can't see that Koshka going anywhere else. What do you think of the draft so far, though?
I like the draft. I like the draft more from the side of Power on the blue side. I think they have a stronger composition there. But I do like... there are also some power picks on the side of God. So it really will depend a lot on how you play it out. Definitely Celeste and Koshka will do a lot of punishing on that mid side of the map. So we'll have to see how it turns out. Meanwhile, one player has crashed, so we have to wait for him to return. So we restart the draft.
And definitely interesting. It also, San Feng didn't get picked up through that entire draft, and neither did he get banned. So San Feng, the newest hero to the 4.0 update, is not being picked in our first match. Is that maybe something that he maybe just doesn't work in the two teams, or is it perhaps they just missed out on a trick there?
I don't know. I guess they just didn't feel it was a good counter to any specific hero there. So in my mind, I still haven't quite figured out what are the best heroes into San Feng or that he can counter against. I guess anything that relies on being melee. That's probably what he's good against. He's so tanky and do so much punishment when he's caught close to the battle that I think it's very good against melee heroes. So anything range, I guess it's really the best thing you can do to counter San Feng.
Definitely. San Feng, very strong hero right now. When comboed up with something, say like a Jewel, is you say comboing heroes with that big red button, or you say even the Magnus ultimate, the Seraphic Flare. If you can chain that big ability ultimate with the Master's Lesson, it pulls them all together, you're surely going to be getting a lot of kills, especially we talk about, again, a reason why Magnus is banned. Magnus and San Feng, such a strong duo together.
Yeah, they were already starting the blind pick, and someone actually picked Magnus, and I was like, what? Wait, Magnus is banned. How is he here? But no, apparently, no. Focus, people, focus.
Definitely Magnus. Not part of any roster, I would hope. I don't think it will be seeing much Magnus get through the draft.
Probably gonna get banned. I would be surprised if I saw any Magnus or any Baron get through all of the bans in the entire day. But we'll see. I know, weirder things have happened.
Yes, and we did see a couple Barons get through yesterday, and actually didn't prove too impactful on the side that we're using the Baron often more than not. Often we had something like a Lance being countered against the Baron, which could shut it down early game every single time.
Yeah.
And with the Lance as well, you get buff damage that he's got now to his Impale and his Giftian Wall in the early game, which makes him such a pesky menace for something like Baron to deal with.
Hey Goofy. Can you hear me? I dragged you to a different channel. Voice channel. Hello?
So,
Definitely.
even with Lance, it's hard matchup to go up against.
Again, yeah, Lance is a very good hero, but again, as we say, very skilled Baron players. If you are skilled on your hero, you know the limits and just how far you can go in, especially in this early game, and not get caught out by something like an Impalant or a Giffian Wall combo, which really could spell the end. Even forcing a Baron in the early game or any bot lane to go back to their base in the early game can definitely slow them down. Getting your item spikes online and put them really behind.
Definitely. We finally seem to have a game. At least we have the screen saying that we are about to have the game.
We do. We see the Sand Fang did actually get picked though. We were seeing that.
Oh, yeah, it was the last pick. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Koshka was picked, and obviously the Sand Fang to reply. So definitely looking forward to some Sand Fang combos with the perhaps Oblivion or the destination from the Reza landing onto the whole team could definitely be a deadly combination. But as we head into our first game of the Merciless Battles, who do you think could win based on the draft right now?
Ooh, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell. It really depends on how early game works out. If Grumpjaw and Koshka manage to snowball early game, as they usually should, this should go for the side of elite power order. But if this goes late game, I think Reza will scale too hard, and Gwen will scale too hard, and Samuel will scale too hard, and that will probably be the victory for Pawa. So let's wait and see. Early game, we don't seem to have much activity yet. Just we see a nice matchup between Gwen and Grumpjaw in the bot. That's not a very good counter. You are good opposition that you want for Gwen. Grumpjaw can really make a lot of trouble for you there.
Definitely, and we see two heroes. We see the Celeste and the Samuel. Celeste is going to have a very hard time against this Samuel, especially reaching level 2. Samuel's such an early game monster, really zoning out his opponents. And Celeste, as we all know, is very vulnerable until about level 8 when she does get that extended range on her heliogenesis. So Celeste's going to have to be careful about her positioning, making sure as well with this Lance in the lane doesn't get impaled. She will get impaled as I say that though, and you see that damage from the Lance in the early game.
That happened right there. That's exactly what you're not supposed to do, Grimwrath.
Doing so much damage. Grimwrath almost going down there to Reza, having to pop the flask. But he'll be okay. He'll be A-okay. Just making sure that he's going to be careful now with an invade back up through the mid lane.
Yeah, just need to be careful not to overextend, and that should be fine. But he has been getting a lot of hits there, even with the Vanguards from Arden to keep him safe. So we'll see how that one evolves. Meanwhile, on the top, we have a clash between Sanfeng and Kinetic. Kinetic does have the range to deal with Sanfeng, so that should be a positive matchup. As I say that, he's just getting her ass kicked. So needs to be careful there. Just one level behind already as well.
And definitely going to have to be careful with Kinetic. Obviously, we do know Sanfeng is very strong hero right now. Husiesk going straight into Grim's Wrath and will get first blood, and this might just be 2 kills going on a board, as we will see. Unfortunately, we also see the Elite Order maybe not so godlike after all, as they will fall.
Nice engage there. Now we have a Reza versus a Koshka.
Koshka looking to try get revenge for her team.
She has level advantage. She has that weapon buff, so she has control over jungle.
Definitely, and that's going to push Reza back out and take his own jungle. So we're just going to go back to, I believe, rotations, but that was very nice. We would now see 3 kills actually on the board, 40 size of power, and we also see a very small gold lead opening up. In fact, 2k in about before 4 minutes is not what you want to see if you're the enemy team. Definitely going to feel that gold advantage going against them in terms of sides of gods.
Yeah, definitely. But still early in the game, so a lot of things still to happen. Impale missing out there. But a nice Malice and Verdict from a Lance doing that poke damage.
And as we see Akoshka come down into the mid lane, not going to find anything. Cat, there'll be no one there for you to pounce onto. And as we do see actually another kill going down on the board in the bot lane, we see actually Reza and Gwen taking down the Grumpjewel under his turret, and that's going to be 4 kills now going on the board. And we do see a rotation coming down into the bot lane, though, 3 members. But Huskesk already backing off, will be safe under his turret, and they're not going to find anything from that rotation. Looking at the mid lane, just looking, I think, at rotations, but we do see again that gold leaders I've already talked about with almost going up about 2.5k now. Definitely the elite order gonna have to pull out some stops to get this gold lead, which is opening up for the side of power under control, especially with something like a Celeste, which is a hyper carry and relies so much on her late game item spikes. She's gonna have to get some more gold into her pockets so that she can start buying some more crystal bits and move into some tier 3 items such as a Spellfire.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a look at builds real quick, you see that Celeste is still a bit behind. She hasn't gone shopping yet. She only has 2 crystal bits. And Grumpjewel starting with that Storm Banner as well, which is, I guess it's okay, especially if you're in the bot.
Definitely Storm God Banner, very good for clearing minions, especially when you're in a top lane. Doing that extra pure damage every so often is going to help him clear his minion waves against the Gwen and deny Gwen from getting any real damage under his turret. However, is not going to help you if you die, though. We did see that Grumpjewel fall earlier, already gone 1 death against the Gwen and the Reza. So, how do you think that really Elite Order are going to be able to claw this game back under their control? PS.
Well, I think Koshka is doing a good job so far. She's been farming very well in the jungle, so that definitely will give them advantage. But the time to take advantage of that snowballing Koshka is right now, as they just suffered another loss of Celeste in the mid. So they really need to capitalize on the fact that Koshka is stronger than Reza right now. Koshka needs to rotate down, do some ganks, maybe on the Samuel right here. He's trying, but he uses the wrong one. Oh, someone used the teleport boots.
Fun, but it's going to be on the wrong member. Lesson stun up 2 people, and now Koshka's on the wrong side of the fight. Could look bad for you, Miss Kitty Cat, as Reza will flatten you down into the ground. And now Arden on his own to try to defend this turret. Celeste will be there to rotate up, but 3 members definitely going to put a lot of pressure on this first tier turret in the mid lane.
Nice response there from the side of Paua. They saw that Koshka was going to rotate there. They rotated all their men into the mid lane, and they managed to get a nice return kill. 8-0 in terms of kills, 19 gold to 15k gold. So definitely advantage for the side of Paua early game.
And I have never seen this before. A teleport boots first item from the Sanfeng, as we do see Celeste go down in the lane again. Celeste having a horrible game right now. We see also, again Huskesk on this Reza also take down the Koshka. Yeah, if I saw a snowbally game, PS, I think this would be what it is. Because I see a lot of snowball happening right now. We see the first tier turret also getting harassed by 3 members of Power.
The teleport boots is definitely unconventional, so I have to give them that. That's not what I would first pick. But it seems to be working for them pretty well. Samfang has been having a very good time on the top lane. He's been oppressing Kinetic a lot, which is strange for me. I would say that Kinetic would have the upper hand there, but Samfang has been holding his own very well. Mid might have a gank here, but not quite.
We are going to escape the clutches of this Koshka and Celeste. You see in the top lane, no, this Sandfang actually going into the kinetic, going very low, could just go down here, but maybe it's the Sandfang who might regret this. Master's Lesson going to miss. And now Sekdet gonna regret that one, as that will be on cooldown for another 70 seconds.
Nice team fight there. No kills in the end, but good trade between Sub2, PewDiePie, and Sekdet on the Sandfang.
And as we see now, again, the crystal trians on either side will likely be picked up. We see the side of powers. Crystal trian is going to be secured there by Jungle Lane Roman Empro. Definitely doing very nice rotations on the side of Huskiesco as he will just come in and delete the Celeste. Surely Core Collapse might save a life, and the Solar Storm not going to be enough. The Gauntlet will come out, but it won't matter if you're dead, Arden. And that's going to be 2 more kills going down on the board for Power.
Nice effort there on the Celeste and the Arden. The Vanguard trying to keep him alive, but it's just not enough. This Reza is already so fed. And now here comes Koshka trying to contend
That feels bad, man, when your bouncy fun is denied by a Giffian Wall.
Giffian Wall says no.
Goodness me, that is definitely just a salt in the wounds. And Koshka will have to go back to her base to get some more items on the belt and a bit more health to make sure that she will be safe going into her jungle. And as we see in bot lane, actually, Killing Joke has done a very good job in defending, and similarly on the side of Sanfeng, although I may speak too soon, as he does get collapsed on by the lance, but not going to be killed.
Okay.
This
tanky
Gruncho.
I'm fine. I'm good. No one has taken some dragons yet, though. They seem to be taking their sweet time to get them lined up. I would expect that in one of these team fights, they would take the opportunity to do the rotation to Ghostwing and finish her up, but we haven't seen that yet.
As we see...
As
we see Grumjaw fall, but perhaps it will be Samuel who falls to this Koshka, going in very deep under the turret, will manage to shut down the Samuel. That'll be a 5-kill shutdown and a very nice bit of bouncy going towards the side of Koshka. And it will also be a turret destroyed, however, in the top lane, unfortunately, as I was saying last night, at what cost do you get a kill? At what cost do you get a turret? And with that kill on Koshka, they did lose out on that top lane turret. And it will be Koshka going down as well. And realistically, this team really needs to start sticking together more and avoid getting caught out by this Reza and this Samuel and whatnot with this Celeste. Definitely going to have to get some better positioning, PS.
Yeah, Reza Sanfang taking the opportunity here to steal some farm away from the enemy jungle. And I guess the only thing that the Elite Order can do right now is wait for the late game, which is sad because they totally lost on the advantage of having the Koshka, which is mostly just good for the early game, not so good at the late game. So they might be struggling.
Perhaps Lance almost bit off more than he could chew. That Koshka does still have a wee bit of damage, and yet she will attack that Lance under attack, but Lance tanky will just back off to base, and we see it defending his bot lane turret. But again, as I say, what cost this mid lane has been pressured so much, and Celeste really suffering for not having her captain with her. We see Samuel really punching into the mid lane against this Celeste, who can't really deal with the poke from Samuel.
Yeah, she needs to build up those items, though. I think we're having a team fight. All members will taking down to the mid.
We will, as we see us go down low, but the detonation will come down and slam dunk the enemies into the ground, as we see Koshka and now Grumjaw falling. That's going to be a double kill. 1 for 2 trade and a turret for the side of Power. Oh no, Arden.
Use the boots, Arden, use the boots!
Has to get out of there, and it will turn to this objective play. And this is what I like to see out of teams. When you get these 1-2 kills on the board and you're starting to get a snowball lead, take the objectives and push that lead further and make your enemies suffer.
Yeah,
as we see.
definitely. Or at least force a team fight that goes in your favor in terms of numbers. They got the Ghost Wing, and Arden. Where the hell is Arden going?
Arden, I'm not sure what you're doing, mate, but you just got deleted.
He was
out of the
sightseeing.
summons,
He's
right?
like, oh, let's just see what's up there in the jungle.
That's a nice dragon. Oh no, wait, not very nice enemies.
I have nothing better to do. Let's go around the dragon pit, see what's happening. Maybe I'll find someone there, or a lost minion candy or something.
San Feng definitely teaching him a lesson, in one that he will regret, as he will fall down and have to wait another couple seconds. We will see, unfortunately, another team fight coming out though, and Grumchaw, Ace's tie will go wide, but Grumchaw not gonna last. It doesn't matter because he will fall down in the ground, and we see that damage coming out.
This is just a slaughter now.
Into the Celeste, over half her health, chunked out from underneath her health bar, and that is not what you want to see as a squishy hero. This Reza very, very far ahead, very, very fed, and definitely can feel the pain of this snowball.
I don't know why they're not doing the other dragon though. They all 5 members are there. 2 members of the enemy were down. They should have just rotated to the Black Claw and finished the game.
Playing with their food, PS.
I saw an oink emote right now, so they're definitely playing with their food.
This Grumjaw for dinners. Grumjaw for days, and I tell you what else is for dinner. Perhaps a Black Claw is starting to rotate towards it. Maybe looking for.
I love my Black Claw, especially in the late afternoon, like roasted.
In the late afternoon, black roasted claw. I like Black Claw and toast. Black Claw and toast is my favorite.
Some people like avocado. I like Black Claw on toast.
I don't know if I've got a slice of toast big enough though, like to fit him on.
Celeste can get something.
No, core collapse will not land in Celeste, not with her team, as we say, going in by one, not going to be good. Iron, what are you doing, my friend?
It was a nice gauntlet. I mean, it was a nice gauntlet. Too bad the rest of the team wasn't there, but it was well placed.
It was well placed, but no one there to follow up in Arden, I'm afraid. You're not long for this world, as you will fall down. 26-3 on the scoreboard, and over a 6k gold lead at 50 minutes in. There's no other word to describe it other than annihilation, PS. It's go into her base. There's getting stuffed and cancelled out in Master's Lesson. Not gonna be great for the side of the gods, but maybe gods are not immortal after all. PS. Maybe they will.
Gods are mortal. Here comes Koshka trying to get a kill. Nope, she gets Githian wall denied.
Koshka, they're really running about chickens right now. They need to stick together, PS. They need to start taking team fights together. They're going in one by one and dying, trying to be a hero, and that's not going to work when you're behind. You need to try and find a pick onto one team, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be a bit too late, as we do see the first game surely going to end, and it will be looking like Power will take the power into the second game.
I'm not quite sure if this game is over
yet.
The
second game, well, do seem to be making a comeback, perhaps. Perhaps Power have bitten off more than they can chew. Maybe they thought it was Black Claw.
There, a little bit of a throw. They had the game, they decided to overcommit, try to finish it. Yeah, let's finish this. It's already 17 minutes in, let's just finish this. And they managed to give up some kills, which gives some bonus bounty that will help some of the members from Gods to finish up their builds, or at least, well, maybe not finish, but increase them a little bit, reach tier 2 maybe. And Ghostwing is back up. So both teams should probably rotate there.
Definitely Ghostwing, objective that teams are going to want to take. We did see actually a turret fall in the top lane against the side of Power, as that fight did go on a little bit too extended, but Arden as I say again, caught out one by one. Now the
Just
kinetic
overextended.
And look at that damage from the Reza. Pouncy fun on your own again, Koshka. You will not be long for this world. Oh, surely she will manage to escape, though. Maybe not this Grumjaw. Trying to do some damage. Stuff will get blocked off, and that's going to be an excellent Crucible. Going to save the lives of power, but not going to save the life of this Grumjaw, who will just have to jump back over this wall. Maybe Sandfang will just jump in and delete him and say thank you very much for that kill. Is now Koshka trying to do some work, trying to be the hero, but we'll get Giffy and Ward back onto a Vein Crystal. And Hussies trying to get some damage now. Koshka, you really need to get back to your base. And unfortunately, Ace Tai will go miss Solar Storm. Now coming down, and Master's Lesson will stand up onto two members. Cancel the gauntlet from the Arden. And now it looks like it could be a disaster for the side of gods, as the Vein Crystal will finally fall, and power will be going on to the second game.
Finally, they managed to wrap up this game. I feel mostly sad for the Grumpjaw there. He was playing so well on the bot lane, keeping it oppressive the whole time, but his teammates just didn't pull through. Especially Celeste in the mid was getting overwhelmed, and Kinetic on the top was definitely feeling the pressure from that Sandfang. And we were talking about the teleport boots, and they came to play a few times. So that's a nice pro tip right there. Teleport boots on Sandfang. If he's slow, just teleport there.
I mean, you are a thick Sandfang, then just teleport over there. Who needs to be fat when you can have teleportation powers? And Sandfang using his master abilities to get across the map quicker. But I want to talk about the MVP of that match, which was we saw his damage and throughout the game constantly invading in his final KDA of 22 and 7 PS enough. I don't think it's enough kills to go.
I think it's enough. I think that does the job.
I think that's what you call annihilation from the Reza, in definitely showing why other teams should maybe perhaps ban out this Reza against Hasiesk.
Yeah, if you let a Reza snowball, they're pretty much screwed. I mean, we've seen that a lot of time in a lot of games on solo queue, and the only weakness Reza has is very early game. So if you don't put that pressure early on Reza, he will just snowball. He gets a couple of ganks, and it's very similar to Koshka. He just snowballs the hell out of the game. So, and it lasts all the way through to the last game. He needs some help from the teammates. He can't do it solo, but he's very strong. You need to be careful. Reza is one of the heroes that has been having the highest ban rate on the recent updates as well. Not the top ones, but he's in the top 10, I believe. So definitely need to be careful with Reza there.
Definitely. If you are just joining in onto the stream, this is the second day of Merciless Battles, folks. We got 7 exciting games still to go for you guys, including 6 more best of ones and the best of 3 grand finals today at roughly, I believe, 9:45 p.m. GMT. That will be happening, and we'll see today, right now, who will be going to join Imperative in the grand final. If you are enjoying it, make sure to share with your friends all about this Merciless Battles, and get your friends watching it as well. And give me a PogChamp in the Twitch chat if you're enjoying it.
PogChamps are important.
I want to see some PogChamps in the chat.
We will also have some ice to give away at some point.
We will, and keep tuned for that. That will be happening throughout the stream, where you guys watching the stream will have the opportunity to get a little bit of ice in your pockets for just entering in a giveaway and having fun and watching.
Ice, baby.
Ice, baby, definitely. I want some ice.
Let's talk about the next team that's coming up. It's Vain Union, or Union X as they're called. Their captain is Broski. We have player Lolly Lunia, NNV2, Rikudu, I'm Kyo. I guess it's called I'm Kyo. Jokes on you, MB or M8. Oh, jokes on you, mate. I see what you did there. that was cunning. Then we have Dragon, and as subs we have Cretinus and Big Borm. Well, I've seen a lot of Lolly Lunia, NNV2, and Rikudu. I don't really know the other guys, but if they're at the same level as NNV2 and Rikudu, it should be a very close matchup.
Definitely all very definitely, I imagine, going to be a tougher matchup for the side of Power to deal with here. I hope they're ready for a fight on their hands. And again, on the side of Power, we will be seeing Empro 2000, Sekdef, Twooz, Hussiesk, and Jungle Lane Roam on their side. And if you're just winning, congratulations to Power for winning their first match against the gods, perhaps mortal after all. And now we are
Would have known that gods are mortal.
They
Like,
are
we're
mortal.
not expecting that. We thought gods
The
last forever.
gods. I think the gods got annihilated. they got slam dunked by the
The elite order is not so elite anymore.
Not so elite anymore, definitely.
We need to rename to the noob order.
No, maybe not, maybe not that far. Maybe not.
I'm sorry, that was a bad burn. I'm sorry, I apologize. That was
bad. Poor guys. But I'm sure with a bit more time in their hands, they can do just as good as anyone else if they just focus on getting that team synergy together. Definitely could be a force to be reckoned with. We will see a swap again on the side, so it will be actually Power on the B side, and it will be Union X on side A.
Okay. We have all players in, so we should be going to draft rather soon.
Definitely looking forward to. Who do you think is going to win?
It's hard to call. That's hard to call. I think these guys from Paua played well. They played together. I didn't like their synergy in terms of dragons. They didn't go for those objectives very well. But in terms of individual skill, they played very well. I really liked Sekdef playing on that Sanfeng. He really showed that he was a skilled player on that specific hero. So I will definitely, if I was on the side of Vayne Union, I would definitely be careful of letting Sanfeng pass once.
Yeah, definitely do not want to let this Sanfeng through. It may be banned away, maybe let through this match, but we're just going to have to wait and see. We are about to head into the draft, guys, for the second match of the Merciless Battles Day 2. And I'm excited for this one. I don't know about you, but yes.
I'm a little bit excited. I'm mildly excited.
You're containing your excitement.
I don't want to be over the top, you know. I don't want to be overexcited over a game. Let's wait until we have like a real premium battle of the deaths, you know. Then I'll be extremely excited. For now, I'm mildly excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what
mild. You're a bit of a mild spice right now. We're gonna get fiery later.
We are on to the draft. As we said before, Union X is on the A side right now, on the blue side. So let's see what they decide to pick. Or ban.
Definitely banning first. And as we see Loliunia and the rest of her UNX team on the side of A side, Magnus. Now Baron going to be first ban. Now I think, honestly, you could possibly leave the Baron and the Magnus onto the B side to ban, because if you've got the first pick, you can force some of these bans out of the B side. As we do see this Magnus being forced away, and definitely trying to do this with their second ban could be a strategy that they should perhaps take into account. Yates hovered over and Grumpjaw as well on the side of Union X. Is this perhaps maybe something we just don't want to deal with?
Yeah, I mean, Grumpjaw is so strong on the Blade 4.0, and Yates also got banned, which has that very annoying teleport ability, especially in the mid game. It can be so frustrating to deal with. And they decide to go for the first pick of Reza, which is a smart first pick. It's very strong. Needs to force your opponent team to play very defensively, which they did. They went for Lance and Sanfeng, and Sekdef will have his Sanfeng once again. So keep your eyes open for that one. Let's see how Union X will reply.
You see that Sanfeng get picked up in answer to the Reza. Definitely not one you want to see as a Reza. Sanfeng and Lance both very good at crowd controlling. Sanfeng, if you attack Sanfeng, obviously, with an ability like Tiger's Bridge, it only makes his ability stronger. So you definitely want to be careful as a team when you're attacking someone like Sanfeng. We will see the Churn Walker and the Samuel picked up. Lolionia, very good mid laner. as far as I'm aware, and Samuel will be going over to her, and Churnwalker and Samuel are very good synergy. We always talk about when we see a Churnwalker, what goes well with that sort of shared damage from the hooks and that cleave from the
And Reza
Samuel.
as well. I mean, Reza and Churnwalker work very well, especially if you have a decent synergy. So you can pull the chain and then you hit the ultimate of Reza on like 3 people at the same time. It just helps Reza clean up house and share that damage across the entire enemy team. That awful burst damage that Reza has. So definitely a good pick. They're going to round up the draft with a Kestrel. Kestrel is very oppressive on the lane. When I play Lance, if I'm up against the Kestrel, I always struggle like hell. So I'm hoping for Union X that they will put that Kestrel up against the Lance to deny him some of that oppressiveness that he usually has on the lane.
Definitely
and they
Kestrel.
Jules to finish up, with Jules still very OP. So definitely looking forward to see them playing Jules.
Yeah, but I would love to see a Lorelei picked here in answer to the Reza and the Churnwalker. It will be picked up. Definitely looking like both teams having a very strong sort of synergy with each other. We see this Lance, this Lorelei, Sanfeng, so much crowd controllability on the side of power, but we see this cleave damage from the Samuel and the Churnwalker and this Reza, as well as the Kestrel will share that damage as well with her splash damage from her glimmer shots. Definitely going to be something that we're going to have to consider when fighting against Union X.
And just the tankiness of power here is so strong. Lorelei with those waterfalls, Lance with the Giffian wall, and just the overall tankiness, and the vanguards from Arden. It's gonna be really hard. And Sunfang as well, as you know, is also a tanky hero. So it feels like a bit of a hyper carry thing around Gwen. Let's see how that works out for them.
Yeah, I do imagine it will probably either be it would be as hard in going into the support role in is we see Harsius on his Lance this time, not on his Reza, has been stolen away by NMB2. Very, very strong on this Reza, and definitely someone to watch out for. Now, this Kestrel pick is not usually something is picked in 4.0. What's your opinions on it?
Well, I think he's strong, so he can do a lot of damage. It's definitely, it needs to be played properly, so you need to have proper skill to be able to use it. But I mean, at this level, I think most of these players are tier 10, so they should know what they're picking. Mm-hmm. So I think it might work. It might work well.
Definitely.
Meanwhile, Churnwalker dangerously low on that trade on the mid, was almost first blood for the side of Power there. But they're good. They're fine. No problem.
Yeah, has to be careful. Don't want to overtank too much, as we do see that was almost trying to be a bait, but unfortunately that may not have paid off now. His jokes on you can't really frontline, as he is very low. We see one fish food could actually spell disaster for him. So he's going to have to be careful about his positioning.
Chain getting hooked up onto that Lorelei there, not enough. But as you said on the previous game, Samuel is so strong, oppressive early game. And against the Lorelei, I think he should be able to dominate, unless she can have some like godlike fish food connecting every single time. He should be all right, especially once he gets his spell fire for those mortal wounds.
We do see a lot of pressure going up in terms of the top lane, I was going to say, but it also seems like the bot lane is seeing some action, as Kyo will be the first blood in the game, and we see that first blood bonus going towards the side of power. And SecDef on this Sanfeng once again, showing why he's so good on it.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks like he could be caught out here, though, as NMB2 is trying to kill him off here. SecDef too slow, my friend. Will almost get away.
How did he get away from that? That was so lucky.
A close one. Hasiesk, nice and pale onto the Churnwalker, who looks in a dangerous position now. Gonna chain him up, pull him back in. Will does manage to escape with his life, and nothing really going on in terms of any more deaths. We do see one more kill going towards the side of Union X, of course, but people just blinking health bars and not really quite dying.
Playing safe, that's what you want early game. Here comes a wild Reza trying to finish off this Gwen. 2 hits and goes away. He just realized, oh, I haven't got Aftershock yet, so probably I shouldn't overcommit.
I don't one-shot yet. Once I've got my Aftershock, bro, I'll be back, Gwen. I'll be back.
I'll be back for you. I'll be back to finish you off. You just wait.
Just stay there a minute. We do see Ankyo in the spot lane poking against Tech Death. Glimmer shots will be able to provide some range against Tech Death. However, stunned up and that damage. So much damage from Tech Death on his Sand Fang. Tiger's Bridge do not want to attack him when he's got that ability up. Only increases his damage and stuns you up. Almost going down.
Be careful there, mate.
Gap closing ability from Sand Fang, so strong. Fishfood coming in.
We have another skirmish in the mid.
Onto one person here is Churnwalker. Looking to be in some danger, but Impro chained up, and now enemy 2's going back in under turret. Will he manage to get killed? But at what cost? Surely he might die. Oh, he's going to get away with a sliver of health, but he might be killed as he gets chased down here. Both Lance and Lorelei just going to
leave him. Look at Reza.
Going under the base.
I'm just sightseeing, checking how your defenses are like.
I think the defenses are optimal. I think they're doing their job. Oh goodness me, NMV2. That's definitely a bit
of entertaining. So thank you, NMV2.
As we will see just more come back in as Lance almost manages to find the Impale in those Malice and Verdicts, as you said. I'm just going to chunk into this Lorelei early game who's really going to struggle. And not even level 6 yet, doesn't have a water wall. Impale though into surely a given wall, stun onto 2 members. And now Lolly's going to be the one that's going low, but Turret almost going to take out Jungle Roam. And now it's going to be one falling for the side of power, but Impale will miss again. Hussier's going to have to be careful not to get too overextended. It's those hooks still are on both members. NMV2 jumping in, they're saying, I'll clean you all up. And that will be a getting war votes to deny him. Turret damage going in at 2 kills for 1 trade. NMV2 definitely rotating well.
It was worth it. 2 kills for death. It's okay.
Definitely gonna allow this mid lane and Lolly to really push down this mid lane even further and then rotate round and help the other sides.
He'll need to be careful down here on the bot. He's already recalling, so he should be fine. I wanted to mention on this team fight, you really saw the oppressiveness that Lance did. He showed up and he put everyone like on a sliver of health immediately. So, but fortunately for Union X, they managed to have a nice counter with both, dodging the Impales to start with and the Fish Foods. And the Churnwalker doing his share of damage with the help of Samuel, of course.
Unfortunately, couldn't quite see anyone up in that starting team fight. And unfortunately, again, the NMV2 rotating back up always seems to be wherever he needs to be on this map, which is really what you want to see from your jungler. And in terms of Lance's, it's also been rotating around and making sure that the mid lane it doesn't go over too easily for the side of Union X. If there is some threat going on here, as we see in the top lane, Lance going on to Ace's High will root up on Drogon. Gonna have to use his boots just to escape there back under his turret.
It was very lucky to escape that one. He was almost dead.
If Ace's High had connected, maybe it might have been just enough. So definitely have to make sure that ability lands. Definitely going to be a core ability. Joke's on you. Going to have to use his Trespass just to escape. But now NMV2 jumping in on Huskies. Now the Flacid's going to come out. Water Wall on top of that. So much health and barriers, but not going to be enough. Is NMV2 just drops him Oblivion. Also going to come out, put 1 to sleep. But he's going to be under his turrets. So will not be killed just quite yet.
I was going to say, here comes a wild Reza once again. He always seems to arrive in the middle of the team fight, wanting to clean everyone off, and then suddenly he's 1 versus 3 because his teammates all backed up.
It needs to be, who cares about what? Yeah, you can slam dunk them all with those double buffs, and also the amount of his gold he's got in his pocket, getting all of these kills.
Ooh, big red button onto Gwen there, not quite be able to finish it off, and then V2
Diving in,
Will pays with his life.
Will get Giffield back under the turret as feels bad manners. He will pay for his life. Mid lane also feeling some pressure. Jungle roam. Oh dear, Gauntlet will come out and maybe an engage, but not going to really find much. Bit of a
that Lorelai's too low
disjointed attack.
to really be able to engage there, but a nice defensive Gauntlet, I guess.
Definitely, maybe feeling a bit scared, perhaps. Definitely, a wee bit disjointed. Would have preferred to see that Gauntlet used in a team fight. It will be down for another 100 seconds.
They're going to take this opportunity to steal some of the enemy farm here. Union X. I definitely feel that Union X has the control of this game, so they seem to be putting good, but it's still a lot. I'm curious on how the Sandfang will play later in the game, as he just spotted Lolilunia there in the bush. Tries to counter her, not quite reaching. We have a team fight now going on here. Pulling everyone in.
Come on over here. Yeah, we'll have to run away and escape, but it's Lorelei now looking for more. It will go down half health, almost getting chunked down to one shot, one kill. Rez is jumping in, going to say thank you very much. That's going to be a kill for me. And looking for 2 on Tarsius gets a trespass. Comes in at the right time and really comboing her abilities. Union X just outplaying Power right now.
Yeah, very well turnaround on that team fight. A lot of good synergy between the teammates and an excellent ultimate from Kestrel, landing there on the right time. I think Kestrel has been struggling a little bit against Sandfang here in the bot lane, but she has been contributing to the team fights as we just saw, and that's what really matters in the end.
Definitely that one shot, one kill, gonna chunk those damage out, and you saw definitely helped that Reza get up that kill really quickly onto that Lorelei. Gonna have to be careful though of this Reza, I think, in future. They were sticking together, but unfortunately that Master's lesson just didn't quite do enough in the team fight as perhaps something wanted it to. And unfortunately they just couldn't quite find anyone to kill straight away, and unfortunately that left time for people like Enemy 2 on this Reza to join back up with his team and really put the pain into Power.
Yep, we might have another engage here in the mid. Blue team just finished up a Ghostwing, and now is trying to put down some pressure here, trying to get one of these mid turrets. Fish food connecting there. Samuel needs to be careful, getting a bit low. The chains are in. Not enough. We're good. We're fine. Here comes the wild Reza, but he's just gonna take care of Crystal Treant. You're taking a look at the bot. They were having a little bit of a trade there, weren't they?
They were. It was on his death. Almost for Drogon survives with a sliver of health and an emote to go with.
Shiny blue. Have a shiny
blue attack. It's super effective against the Lance. Can't get back up from that one. Is Gwen gonna think maybe?
Might be overextending here though. Here comes Gwen to punishing him.
Gwen. Oh my goodness. Definitely some action going on all around the map. And though
meanwhile, in the bot lane.
Oh, what's going on in the bot lane?
A wild Reza wants to kill everyone off. That's what's happening in the bot lane.
Wild Reza again, wild Reza everywhere it seems to be. But can I say we're at almost 12 minutes in and no turrets have been taken from any team so far, which is really unusual. Definitely a different game to our last one, where we really saw the snowball happen, a lot more Power kind of holding on a bit. But again, as we see the gold lead opening up here, they are about 5k gold behind and 7 kills.
Definitely. But I still think that Union X has the control of the game so far. It hasn't translated into much objectives in terms of towers, but they did get a dragon out of it already. And if they win another team fight, they might very well do a rotation and get Black Claw as well.
And as we do see the first turret of the game fall in action happening, kind of in all fronts of the map, we see in the bot lane, here's Sandfang getting some pressure from the Churnwalker and Kyo. But now in mid lane as well, we see Lolly jumping up with also Churnwalker in the mid lane. But nothing's really going to happen in full back. But in the top lane, actually, Reza manages to find another kill onto this square, and then also under this last double kill going across for the side of Union X onto this Reza. Definitely some fat gold into his pockets, PS.
And then V2 with this Reza is already 9 kills ahead, so he's definitely got the money. Ooh, Samuel Solo got a little bit of minion shots there.
Reza
one more kill. Reza just shows up, cleans up the house, and then leaves. Okay, I'm done here. My job is done. I got my gank.
And I think now as we see this gold lead become more impactful for Union X, we see both the top and the bottom lane turret fall, and really power starting to crumble at the seams here in this second game. How do you think they can win it back?
Well, wait for a late game to scale up more heroes. Especially Lorelei needs to finish up her build on the mid so she can put some actual plays against Samuel, because right now she's just been a potato. She hasn't really been doing much. I mean, if she can land the fish food, she can oppress the teammates, the opponent team, but she hasn't really been able to land those fish foods very well. So I think if she gets those on point, they will be able to at least have a chance.
Definitely managing to get those abilities on point is so crucial for your team. And as we now see a Black Claw pushing down against Sun of Power, it's going to take one turret, and Rez is jumping in for more. That's going to be Master's Lesson trying to pull in the entire team Gauntlet, and Oblivion as well, putting both teams under stuns and sleeps. And unfortunately, everyone's actually going to get away with their life. And then Pro going to block that one-shot, one kill for his team. How did no one die?
I have no clue. Well, the dragon died, so I guess that counts.
The dragon has been consumed on toast.
And Drogon on top might die now.
Drogon being collapsed on. Gonna miss the Impale, crucial, but a Giffy Wall won't miss. And Drogon already used his Rocket Leap, and that's gonna be stunned out of his big red button. The poo to his death.
Now he definitely died. I was thinking he had that talent where you keep jumping with the A, but apparently no. Apparently they don't let you play with talents on 5 versus 5.
It's no monster jewel, too thick to jump twice. And we will see the Guro Swing also get captured up. Another objective being taken off the board on the side of Union X. Jokes on you, mate. Very aggressive positioning on this Churnwalker, but might just regret this as he gets collapsed on. Oblivion and Trespass gonna manage to get him away back to safety, but 2 ultimates definitely that you do not want to have to use in these situations. So that's gonna be down for about another minute.
Yeah, they've definitely been overextending a little bit with that Churnwalker, but it's been working out. It's been paying out for them. So if it works, don't try to fix it.
Definitely, I think it's many teams really, as we get into this late game, they feel like they can be almost too aggressive. They think that their lead can almost go further than what they actually can. And as you saw that as you saw that Churnwalker go a bit too far and have to use his ultimate just to get back to safety.
Yep. No dragons on the Sovereign's Rise, so we'll just have 1 minute of silence to consider our lives. What we've been doing. 1 minute silence. No, I'm joking. Let's get a team fight going, shall we?
Team fight going. Come on, guys.
Top jungle.
You heard it here first. PS Enough wants a team fight.
Jokes on you also wants a team fight. He's 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 right now. He decides maybe I should back off.
Yeah. Churnwalker, when you got all of the chains, who cares? You lifesteal so much. What do you mean die? As we see the Giffy Wall, the Impale will land. Giffy Wall won't follow the Churnwalker. Now in a big red button, and Master's Lesson going to start with 2 members of Union X, but the Oblivion going to be blocked out for the side of Power, and the Gauntlet going to now come out, but not going to find anyone. Is Union X just outside of that? I'm here, just going to walk straight into the Gauntlet. Okay, questionable decision.
Overextending a little bit there, but it worked fine. He just went in his ultimate and get away. No stuns.
And his Reza as well. 10, 3, and 2. Reza really the talk of today so far, PS.
Yeah, this will probably be a team fight to close out the game. I mean, only one member of the red team died, but they do have control of this black claw. Should be spawning now, and this will be a hard push to defend.
Where you have the bot lane pushing against them, but realistically, what does that matter when you got a black claw pushing down onto your tier 3 turret? Trespass used a little bit early, in my opinion, from Jokes on You. And Big Red Button won't quite find anyone yet. Water will come out for the Lorelei. And as we see this Black Claw pound down on the turrets, and this will be the final stance for power. Have you got the power to defend against the mighty Black Claw on Toast? And
I think the red team is doing well so far, though. They still have those health bars up. The dragons only have well, so they might be able to defend this.
I think they might, yeah, they might just be able to defend it as long as there's no throw.
Nope.
Blocks will come out though, Crucible. And I've maybe not.
Got a kill there onto Lorelei, and that might be it.
Guns up onto 3 members, but now it's going to be back and forth kills. One goes either way. Unfortunately, the lands Impale not going to save you, my friends. He will go down, and surely this Gwen dodging abilities might just survive, but unfortunately will not be able to save her team. And that will be the game for Union X Game 2, going over to the side of Vin Union PS. What a game!
Yeah, it was pretty good. Very close matchup. I think Union X mostly dominated the game, but it was closer than the previous match that we had between Power and Elite Order. So that's a plus. Congratulations to Vayne Union X. Let's take a look at builds real quick. Kestrel there with a Sorrowblade and Tension Bow. Reza with a full Shatter Glass Spellfire. And
we don't talk about Reza's just OP. Does this maybe consider a Reza ban for the games to come? I mean, both games, Reza has been the MVP.
At least you need to be able to counter him properly, and for that you need either a proper lance, and this lance was alright, but it was mostly a jungle lance, so it didn't have like that sustain in the team fights to be able to really capitalize on it, to apply those Githian walls repeatedly and that kind of stuff. He was putting down a lot of earth. It was one of the main damage dealers from the side of Power, but it was just not enough to stop this Reza from going in. And those trespasses, we talked a lot that Churnwalker was overextending, but it clearly worked out.
It clearly worked out. I think that is going to be something I have to work on though for the next game to come. Definitely, they had a good objective game, which you talk about, but also they're going to have to work on their positioning in their team fights. Churnwalker definitely a little bit too far overextended, as we saw at the very start of the game as well. We saw Jokes on Hugo almost dying in about 2 minutes in.
Is this time for a giveaway?
It is time for a giveaway. It is, as we see our first giveaway of 250 ice to one lucky winner. We will set this up very shortly.
I think you need to type Merciless on the channel to be entitled to receive the giveaway, I believe.
Yep. Is this an exclamation mark Merciless, I believe it is?
I think you just have to type Merciless. Yeah.
Merciless with a capital M, guys. Make sure to type that in if you want to be a part of the giveaway. We will be announcing the winner of our first 250 ice giveaway very shortly. If you are just joining us, welcome to the second day of Merciless Battles. This is going into the final stages of the tournament, as we are now on Game 3, and we'll be seeing who can join Imperative in the finals later tonight, and the best of 3 grand final. And right now, we've got the next team up, which is obviously Union X, the winners of the previous match against Spain versus VG. What a name.
Yep, captained by Sugar Girl, and with player 1 Cinderella Man, player 2 I Love Elo, player 3 Thyran, or Thayran, they ran so far away. That's a song, like from anyways. Player 4 Iku, player 5 I Am Bokata, Player 6, the sub Rasta Sapa. Player 7, Viva Willy Rex, and Player 8, Alriates. So actually, the players who are playing today will be Iku, Cinderella Main, Dayran, Viva Willy Rex, and Love Elo. So let's see what Spain versus VG can do against our King of the Hill so far, Vain Union. Why do they keep calling them Vain Union?
I've also received word that you guys also need to make sure you follow us on Twitch. Make sure you follow us and also put in the word Merciless with a capital M to be in with a chance of the giveaway. We'll be closing the giveaway very shortly for 250 ice to one lucky winner. So you've got a couple minutes, guys, still to sign up for his giveaway. Again, follow on Twitch and also put in the word Merciless with a capital M on the giveaway chat, and you can be in with a chance of getting 250 ice in your pockets.
You'll be a nice millionaire. The whole 250 ice. Imagine all the chests of 2% chance that you can open with 250 ice. Like
all the chests. And I mean, if you win multiple giveaways, if you enter them all,
if you win them all, you can probably buy the skin directly.
Directly.
Did you have the Catherine Dragon or Dragon skin?
No, I don't. That is very exciting skin. I would love to actually get the Enchantress Lyra skin. Is it? It's coming out.
The one that looks like Lorelei.
That looks.
Water Enchantress, I think it's called.
It does. It looks very.
That looked pretty good.
So cool.
That looked very good. I really liked it. But I mean, you already confuse Lyra with Lorelei sometimes, or at least I do. And I think with this skin, you're going to confuse it a lot more because it's like everything water element. But
definitely.
We'll see.
Also, speaking of Lorelei, Dark Lorelei coming out as well.
Oh yeah, join the dark side.
Right.
She has cookies. I don't know how she has cookies underwater, but apparently they have it.
Cookies? Would it be a bit soggy? Soggy cookies?
I don't know, but they should be good. Maybe they're made like of crabs or something. I don't know. I'm making stuff up.
Maybe. Make sure, guys, we are hosting a giveaway right now for one lucky winner of 250 ice. If you want to enter the giveaway, you have to follow Merciless Battles on Twitch, as well as type in the word Merciless with a capital M in the chat to be in with a chance of getting
the
250
Mongol
ice.
Sponge already won. So the Mongol Sponge,
we have a winner.
Yep. DM Merciless Battles, your in-game name, the Mongol Sponge. If you don't, then we will have to re-roll, most probably.
Unfortunately, yes, you will lose your win.
What about the game? Can we start the game? I think we have all members in.
I think we will be ready. And again, if you are a winner of ice, you will get it from SAMC within a couple of weeks. It could take 2 to 3 weeks, depending on how busy they are, to get that attached to your account. So just be very patient, and that will get given to you as soon as possible. I believe we are all ready.
Yep.
Let's type
I'm
in
ready.
this in chat.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
I'm more mildly excited than on the previous match, I must say. Like, we finally got some more competitive matches. So now I'm slightly excited.
The spiciness is heating up.
I guess slightly is higher than mildly, right? I don't know. English is not my main language.
We are between. We're a bit more spicy than mild spiced.
We're spicily excited. How's
we
that?
are spicily excited. Yes, definitely. We're looking in for the third match again against Union X versus Tesp, or Spain versus VG. On the side of Union X, we're looking at Lolionia, Jokes on You, Mate, NMV2, I'm Kyo, and Drogon. And on the side of Tesp, we're looking at IKU, Cinderella Man, Love Elo, Viva Willy Rex, and Feyran.
I think it's Feyran. I don't know. This is weird. And they're Spanish, so we need to speak with a Spanish accent now.
We need to speak with a
Otherwise,
Spanish
otherwise
accent.
otherwise the Spanish people won't understand us. We need to make an
Oh.
effort. for them to-
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Dónde está la zapatería?
Oh,
El verano se
español.
come menos.
Yo hablo español.
El queso está viejo y putrido. That means the cheese is old and moldy, which is very important. Yeah, it's the most important sentence you need to know in Spanish.
I don't want moldy cheese with
Yeah, it would be horrible. Patatas bravas, Cinderella Main is telling us.
I love the French phrase "Il y a un autobus à la piscine," which means there's a bus in the swimming pool. I swear it'll become useful one day when I'm in France. There'll be a
You
bus.
never know. You might be going around minding your own business on the French Riviera, and suddenly you see a bus on the swimming pool.
À la piscine.
And you will need to say that to someone, so you might as well know the sentence.
It will be useful. It will definitely. Learning languages, PSNF and high school.
Yep, you heard it here first.
As we are
the game starting
into the third game of tonight. We got 7 games in total, but make sure to stick around after a short break. After 7th game, we will be going in to the grand final of Merciless Battles.
Oscuri on the chat is saying that we are high. Yeah, I am high. I'm 193. So yeah, I'm quite high.
You're very. I'm not as high. I think I'm only 170 something.
Yeah, so he's clearly sober, and I'm clearly high. Yeah. Anyways, we have the draft underway. Finally, after all this idling time, learning languages with the casters. Let's see what we have bans for the side of the Spanish team. Did you like my Spanish accent there? The Spanish team.
I can't.
Will pick there el bandajul. And we'll followed up by a ban from Magnus, which is a pretty standard ban right now. Let's see, we have a Reza ban at some point. Seems like they're going for the Yates instead.
Yates is. I'm surprised we've not been seeing any Reza bans. Oh, and maybe he's speak too soon.
Reza, let's ban el Reza. Oh, Reza es banido. No hay more Reza para ninguén. Vale, tío. Si a ti te gusta, a mí me encanta. And the Baron also got banned, so pretty standard ban so far. What's missing? We're missing
the Yates.
Yeah. You have a wild Yates.
The ban, and I think we're gonna have to put ESP for Spanish in this Twitch chat soon.
How the hell do you say Yates in Spanish? Yatesy? A mí me gusta el Yatesy. Vamos a pegar el Yatesy. Senfeng got picked up by Loli Lunia. We have seen a lot of Senfeng. Did you guys get a lot of Senfeng on the previous on last day of matches?
I think we did towards the end. Definitely, Sanfeng was always really banned or picked. Sanfeng was never sort of left out of draft. I think he's kind of in a position where he's not as ban worthy as say some of the other heroes such as Magnus, Baron, Yates, Reza, but he is pick worthy, and I think he always is picked up quite early in the drafts.
Okay. We've definitely been seeing a lot of him, and he's been doing quite some damage on those team fights. And I especially liked learning that special trick of getting the teleport boots early on. So, wondering if they're going to do that as well.
I would be very surprised if teleport boots did come out. I think it was possibly a troll. We didn't see a second game from him. We do see, however, Yates, Grumpjaw, and a Gwen on the side of Español.
Les Españols, tiro. Los Españolitos. We have Yates, Grumpjaw, and Gwen against Celeste, Finn, Inara, and Sanfeng.
Inara is you could read Spanish accent with Inara.
Inara. Muy mala en la jungla. I really don't know who has advantage here. Very close call. I really like both of the teams, and this Castrol would definitely be annoying towards Lance if they get if Lance does go to the top lane, which I would assume. Well, I guess Grunchok can also do top lane. So
However, I must say that, in my opinion, I think that Tesp actually have the advantage in this game. I do see a lot more favorable picks in this meta right now on their side, and I'm not really sure how all of their picks on the side of Union X are going to come together. Because I mean, you got this Finn, but you got also Celeste in a Kestrel. You don't want a Finn pulling your enemies into a Kestrel.
if
and
he
a
can
Celeste.
stun them and like prevent the dive onto Celeste, then he has done his job. But I don't see any divers from the side of the Spanish team. So I don't know if Finn will really come into play. He's good countering Yates at least, so at least that's going on their favor.
Definitely going to be a good counter. Has to keep this Celeste alive. Definitely, if we see some really nice picks, could definitely shove this Celeste behind very quickly. And we do see some forward vision coming out on
Cinderella Man trying a random impale on that top bush, but no one was there. No, bad guess. Bad prediction.
Not this time, I'm afraid, Cinderella.
Oh, now he landed the root. Well played. Cinderella Main can land the roots.
He can land a root. And unfortunately, I'm Kyo. Maybe on a bit of a tougher matchup here. Manages to find that root in this mid lane and putting the hurt onto I'm Kyo, already half health. And as we see in the mid lane as well, so a bit of skirmish going on.
Well, in my book, Kestrel has advantage over Lance, but he needs to avoid the impales, which Kyo hasn't been doing very well. Might be because he doesn't have boots right now. And maybe when he reaches level 2, level 3, and manages to do the first round of shopping, then he will start to be a lot more deadly on that bottom lane for the red team.
We see this Grumch or rotate. Maybe trying to find something, but I'm Kyo very far back. Maybe an impale might come out from... but we'll miss. It won't find I'm Kyo just yet. We will see some action in the mid lane. Cool Class gonna find a stun onto this Yetis. But joke's on you, mate. Going very low.
Joke's on you! Burning! No, I'm fine. I'm a river troll. I can take the fire.
He can take the fire. He's got a what is that on his back? A pigeon? Is that a pigeon or a dove?
It's a bird of some sort. Probably a river bird of some sort, I guess, I would assume.
A river bird. Lots of bubbles coming out. I don't know what he's got in his pipe, but there's a lot of bubbles coming out of it.
Because he's smoking, obviously, but that would be a bad message for the kids.
Smoking soap?
If he would be smoking a pipe, it would be...
the pool!
Nice. Missing. Here comes the wild Inara. He dives onto Scarf. We haven't asked Scarf. No, we don't, because he popped the flask. He stays alive.
And will go down.
Is the one that dies. The wild Inara succumbs to the turret.
That was a wee bit messy, if you ask me, SP. I think.
He overcommitted. He should have backed off. The second he noticed the flask, he should have backed off.
Got a bit too excited. I think it's our casting, SP. I think we're making him too excited. We need to.
Yeah, he's still high on his Reza play. And
he
meanwhile,
is.
Cinderella Main on top is missing every single farm. Now he got one. Okay. Cinderella's story needs to farm to be true.
The Cinderella story? Maybe they'll all come out at the end, right?
He missed another farm. Come on, hit the farm. Yeah, okay. Now you did well. I'm particularly curious about the top fight because when I'm playing Lance on the top, I always struggle like against Kestrel. So I'm actually curious if this Kestrel will be overpowered and how he does that. So that's why I'm paying slightly more attention to the top. But by all means, let's talk about the other lanes as well.
Yes, there are other vainglory, believe it or not.
Some things happen elsewhere as well.
I would never believe such a thing.
Gwen is slow pushing a little bit, which is smart against Sanfeng.
Definitely, these matchups against Sanfeng good at clearing the ways in this top lane. Lance equally is good though, and I don't see these top lanes falling anytime soon. We do see a very small gold lead, about 400 opening up on the sides.
Be careful here. And then V2 is fully buffed, but he uses his boots to get away. He's fine.
We do see a very small gold lead opening up, but I tell you what we do see is this Grumtroll coming out to rotate up to the top lane, impale onto I'm Keo, and the Grumtroll's going to jump in, but Inara is there as well to protect him. Flask will come out from Feyran, and we'll just back off, just run away back to his turrets, and nothing really going to come out of that. We do see low health bars blinking in the mid lane as well. Fights happening on both ends of the map. Who will go down first? It will be the Grumshaw on the top lane. And
Nara with those buffs really making a difference there. Why did they force the team fight? I mean, they were lower in energy. Nara has the buffs. There's no reason to force that team fight. They were just
Impale. Impale feels a bit bad, man. Jumped right through each other. And missed that Impale, but will lose his life as well. That's going to be 2 kills going over to the side of UNX.
And now they forced Yates to do the rotation here to not waste any farm, leaving Scarf alone in the mid. So he needs to be very careful. It's a bit low as well, so it definitely needs to be careful.
As we do see 40 CS for the side of Tesp on this Scarf and 39 CS on Lolly. So they are equal. We also see 30 CS from I'm Kieran, 34 from Love Elo, so under respective bot lanes. So really kind of not really a CS lead even opening up. They're still quite even, and despite this, so I think the kills have managed to swing a slight gold lead in favor of UNX, about maybe 500-600 gold.
Yeah, this game a lot closer than the previous ones we have casted, and that's a very good thing.
I'm ready for a long 25-minute game. 25-minute. What's your bet?
45-minute game.
45
this will last forever.
Never-ending game.
Lollilunia in a bad position there, but Cinderella Man misses the impale, so Lollilunia will be able to get away.
Oh, the stuffed will miss. Not quite got the range there, Feyran.
And it's Finn that dies in the mid.
Can't quite find the stuffed onto the Lollilunia, but Finn again, little bit behind, very slow, gonna get caught. But now it's gonna be Inara, the overwhelm. Will manage to stun her up though, but will it be enough? As really Lollilunia on the back foot now dies to his Grumjaw from Feyran, and now Inara kicks back and saves her team. The one-shot, one kill. Not going to land onto this Scarf.
Dragon ultimate, not quite connecting there.
Just a bit late, I think.
Oh, and this castle just getting deleted. Missed position and punished real hard.
A lot of fights going very quickly throughout the map. And that's something we noticed today. Solar Storm does manage.
Not enough.
Just tickle her a bit.
It's a little Solar Storm. Solar Stormy. Polite Company, not quite connecting there. So Scarf is still alive. Fight another day.
Spitfire not going to do too much against this tanky Finn. Realistically, not going to die.
But it's good because he's body blocking those Spitfires from reaching Celeste, which is his main job right now, to make sure that Celeste keeps full health so she can do her damage. And they will get a good enough advantage to try to get this Crystal Treant. But Grumpjaw and Yates are both there to contest it. They decide to back off. Smart.
Definitely smart of them. Do not want to be facing a stuffed into a overwhelm from the pool from a Yates. Not a good time for Lollilunia to be having if that does happen. Gonna miss the Spitfire there. We do see Keo gonna have to be careful.
No, it was all a bait. It was all a very elaborate scheme. Trying to get him to come into the active camo trap.
It was a big
saw through
giant bait. He did see through it. And he will just back off to his base. A very even game right now. Is we do see actually the gold lead has swung back over into favor of Tesp, as they do manage to get those couple kills on the board from the last team fight. About 1,000 gold lead ahead.
Very close matchup. The Spitfires keep missing. Come on, Viva Willy Rex, you need to hit the not on Finn. Polite Company pushes him. Now he might he gets away. Boots work well. How does a dragon have boots on?
I don't know. You keep him on his toesies, on his toes. Like,
Do
does
they,
he
like, they have
toes?
extra holes for the claws? How the hell does he get the boots on?
Maybe
This
you
doesn't
put it
make
on
any
his
sense.
horn.
This game is
like-
not realistic.
You could put it on his hat. You could put it on his horns. Like, decoration is the key.
Maybe that's why they
in
invented hats, so
war.
you can put stuff on his horns instead of his boots.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
definitely. As we do see rotations coming out from both teams. And what do you think about the builds here? We're looking at 2 items on this scarf, but 2 items on Celestis are so even.
Yeah, that's the usual build right now for the middle mage. Rush the Halcyon boots, have the Spellfire to do those mortal wounds, and then you usually try to do some different itemization depending on how the matchup is going. But pretty standard build so far for the mages, I would say.
As we do see 2 Stormguard banners as well on the side of Tesp. How useful would you say Stormguard banner is? Because obviously it is very useful clearing out the jungle, but we see it on.
Well, on the update that they did, they punished the Storm Banner, so you should definitely either get rid of it when you reach mid-late game, or you should upgrade it to Storm Crown and not keep the Storm Banner itself. Ooh!
That's a bit dodgy.
They ran. They managed to avoid it.
Stuffed eating up air, because air is very tasty. But
Hey,
the
Jogon in the bad trouble here in the butt. Uses
Master's lesson will stun that one.
He's gonna go down though. He's gonna go down. He's tanky. He's not that tanky.
Yeah.
Overextended.
Unfortunately, Sanfeng will lose his life, and Scarf will too.
No, it's Scarf in the mid. That's
the Flask. Flask will come out. We did see a turret fall on the side of Tesp, as we did see Aikia pushing down that top lane as that happened though. Unfortunately for Union X, so we will see a trade as 3 members will take down the bot lane turret for Union X, or top lane turret for Union. Sorry.
You know what I would have loved to see was Kestrel doing 1 shot, 1 kill on that Scarf when he was low. But
oh, that would be nice.
They didn't consider it. Why do you want a skill that covers the whole map if you don't use it? You need to use it, man. Every single opportunity.
It's about those moments when you're looking at a map and that communication as well to say that Scarf's low, 1-shot him.
Yeah, definitally.
We see a 1-shot come out there. Almost.
Yeah. He heard me. He's stream sniping.
He's stream sniping. That's how they're so good. That's how they're winning.
Here comes the Wild Inara. Kills one off. Gets Githian walled away. Polite Company pulls them back in. Yates boots to safety. Solar Storm not quite connecting there. And Loli Lunia very low. He tries to get away from this Lance. Does manage to survive. Nice counter engage from Union X there. They get the upper hand on this team fight.
They do, and Wolfsmore got a bit wide. That was a bit dodgy.
They're gonna do a rotation onto Blacklaw here, a little bit greedy, but seems Keo is also going there, help them out. So they might get it.
Looks like Union TS Spaniel do not have any vision on this Blacklaw, and I don't think they've even noticed it's going on.
Te falta la visión, tío. Sin visión vas a perder el Blacklaw. That was another Spanish teaching moment there. Need vision, moment. Otherwise you're gonna lose Blacklaw. And now you're gonna lose 1 turret. It's gone. And then V2 wants to do some fancy counterattacking there and hits one. Yates wants to pull him in, but somehow fails. The Dragon keeps pushing in. Lavilo is there, already rotated down. So all 5 members of the team are here from the side of the Spanish team. Meanwhile, the red team is split pushing.
Definitely, and I love see this from the red team as well. I'm Keo on the Union side, pushing at top lane turret as well as getting more damage onto this second tier turret. Really, but it's still alive. It's almost really
Where's
like
Finn? Where's Finn going? Yeah, you better use your boots.
Finn blocks out the impale, even though he won't be.
Yeah, that's important. You never know. Nice first look right there. Ooh, Great Solar Storm. Here comes the ultimate from Scarf. Barbecue Fin. We have a dead River Troll. Here comes I'm Keel trying to get the revenge kills. He does get Love Elo. One shot, one kill. Connecting. And we have that Dragons. Nope. Dragon is alive.
Dragon will make it out of his... But Will
Nope.
gets sniped out by Kyo. Core collapse. Scrumshaw, what are you doing, my friend? She will just get deleted.
Very well played from I'm Kyo there. He arrived late to the team fight, but really cleaned up house. Very well played.
Yes, definitely. And I love it. Split pushing. You see 2 turrets already gone down on the side.
And now gets impaled.
Spaniel.
And he's gonna die to the lions. No. Oh, come on. One more kill. That's it. They do the trade. That's good for Lance, considering Kyo already had a little bit of a bounty on his head.
But it's going to be some nice gold going into the side of Espanol. And como se dice, a good bounty.
Una buena bounty. I don't know. Spanish people in the chat, help us out. How do you say bounty in Spanish?
Como se dice bounty?
Recompensa? Maybe it's recompensa.
Recompensa.
It sounds similar to the Portuguese, so it might be that. La recompensa, por favor.
What is it? What is it in Portuguese? Portuguese.
Recompensa. So yeah.
Recompensa. Oh,
it's like a reward.
Not only
it's more like a reward.
Do our viewers get to watch exciting gameplay, but also learn about
learn other languages, other cultures, other ways of life. It's important. It's not all about vainglory all the time, You need to expand your horizons as well, and we're here to provide that for you.
And with phrases like loaded and buses in the swimming pool. So useful.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have Sunfang doing the dragon alone, and the Spanish team doesn't really seem to care, even though they have vision. They might be rotating there now, but the red team is hot on their heels. So let's see how this turns out. Sunfang pops the boots, runs away. Here comes the rest of the red team, trying to engage on this. Cinderella Man is 1 versus 5. He can do it. He slams one against the wall. He dies. Ace is high, connecting. Sunfang is dead, but so is Grumpjaw. And this gives polite company and very dead Yates.
That forced the core says, "Get back here!" Yates says he pulls him back. One shot, one kill. Gonna go a bit wide.
And total domination from UNNX right now. Very good rotation. Actually, Sunfang was doing a bait. He wasn't doing the dragon. He was doing a bait. That's how you learn how to That's how you kill people.
Get baited. Espanol, as that was a bit of an OMG moment. Feels bad, man, but no regrets. Just gonna have to come back out and deal with the consequences as Vayne Union do pick up a Ghostwing buff and look towards positioning about this Blacklaw.
Yeah, they should just be able to get their own buffs on their jungle and try to force this Blacklaw or force a team fight out of it. Seems only Drogon and Jokes on You wants to force this team fight.
A little bit split on this. Inara's come back and join the team fight. They do steal away that CP buff, and Loliana will grab that up for herself.
Come on, Spanish team, don't overextend. You don't have the buff. Why are you overextending? That's it. Use the boots to run away. That's smart. You don't have a turret there, though. Yeah, you might want to run away some more. Nice Ace High there, countering that team fight.
Block will come out to block the Ace High. Stuffed as well. Going to get blocked off. Very good for me.
Solar Storm!
Force the cords. Not going to find anyone yet. It's still survive.
We're fine. Well played by the Spanish team. They knew that they didn't have the buff, so they retreated in time. Now I Love Elo might be overextending a little bit there. While the rest of the team rotates through the down. Castro wants to put down some damage. The dragon's almost done, and it is indeed unleashed for the side of the red team. And we have a team fight. This might be the end of the game right here if the Spanish team doesn't manage to retreat, or at least kill someone off.
Definitely positioning back defensively. One shot, one kill won't land on anyone.
But it's hurting so much, those one shot, one kill. 800 damage.
I know. Really putting in the work this game with the split pushing and getting that poke in sort of zoning the enemy team. As you saw in that Black Claw, they really couldn't get a hero in edgeways with this
Definitely.
Kestrel in front.
She was struggling against Lance on the top, but she's really been pulling her weight on the team fights.
Kestrel gonna have to be a bit careful, a bit low though, low health bars. They could just turn on Union X
One
if they're
shot, one
not
kill.
careful.
Hitting the turret.
Solar
Cinderella Man
Storm.
overextending a little bit, and this dragon should be finished. They should do a disengage here if they're smart, but Celeste wants to overextend. And Lance wants to punish her for that. Here comes the rush, trying to get someone. An impale doesn't work on Finn. I don't know how to break this to you. It doesn't work on him.
Finn is just too big for the impale.
He's unimpalable.
Unimpalable. See.
Or how the Spanish people saying he's paella.
Oh, goodness me. That will be the army, unfortunately, going down now, is that Black Claw dies, and that will unfortunately mean that the minions will be pushing against them until the army respawns with the minion buff on the opposite side for Union X. Definitely going
is back, so definitely both teams should be rotating here right now, or right about now, before Dayran starts the dragon, which he just did. We might have a team fight here. Inara overextending, gets Giffen walled. She survives? No, she dies. Okay. How the hell was she surviving 1 versus 3?
That was a good bait from Espanol. Is it to Espanol? I don't know. They got the
It
T.
was more of an overextend by Inara than a bait, actually. So, and NV2, this one was on you. This Ghost Wing is all your fault, and NV2.
Ooh, harsh word.
Harsh. Another team fight going on. Sanfang in a bad position, very low, and he's just dead. Don't fight when the opponent team has the Ghost Wing buff. I thought this was basic. Like, even POAs know this, guys. Come on.
Oh. SP, brutal today. But we will see. It's obviously true. Do not fight when the Ghost Wing buff is up, Sanfang. Really, we haven't seen Finn Union in a behind position, and it looks like now they're struggling.
Someone needs to rotate to that top lane, though. It's pushing against the Spanish team, so someone will have to rotate there and pretty much make this buff go to waste, or not really capitalize much more on it than they already did. So only a couple of kills, leveling up the gold, but still, I think, advantage on the side of Union X.
Definitely. And we just see both teams positioning together and taking up the gold to try to finish off some item spikes. We do see, it looks like only two Crucibles on the side of Espanol, and also two Crucibles and an Aegis on the side of Union. So both teams opting for about 2 Crucibles here for CC. Oh, this is high with Lando. And that's going to be I'm Kyo just getting deleted. What happened is now we're in the middle of a team fight, and Solar Storm will rip through the team, but Tespanol looking healthy. A block off onto the Dragon's Breath, but now Sanfang might just fall for his life, and that's going to be another kill going down. Then Union in trouble as 3 members fall, and only Gwen falling on the side of Tespanol. And Lola Unia too far forward as she gets dropped. And now NNV2 surely will fall as well. It's going to be an ace.
That was a bit of a throw from Lolilunia. I mean, they lost the team fight. Why were you... You were full health, I get that. But why would you go back when you are 2 versus 5?
Just when you get into that 2v5 position, definitely just back off in counter losses. Because
Union
now...
X with the pro throws. That's what's happening.
Pro throws to pro throws.
Yep.
And I think perhaps... Is this just...
The lanes are all pushing, though.
If they are, but unfortunately Black Claw is going to be...
Backdoor! Do a backdoor!
The backdoor?
Do a backdoor! Do a backdoor, everyone! Everyone get boots! Backdoor!
It could work.
They're not stream sniping, so at least they're not cheating. They're not doing the stream sniping thing.
That would be deadly. Backdoor, all collapse on the Gwen.
Yeah,
the Gwen.
they could really finish the game, but they decide to go for the dragon. Safer, that's true. It's not as entertaining for us, but it's safer. So apparently they still want to keep playing because it's a King of the Hill tournament.
Could you imagine? Keep on playing.
More kills. Yeah, do more kills. Stop playing properly.
Stop playing good. Come on.
Where's Finn going? Don't go there.
Finn, I just have to be careful. We need to start trying to pick up sort of this team positioning again. It's sort of in the last couple of team fights. Espanol have unfortunately been picking teams.
Boots used up against Inara. She manages to get away. So nice escape there from Inara.
NMV2 will have to boot away on that one. I just talk about positioning. We see NMV2 get picked off and forced to use his boots. They have to be more careful, SP.
And they will give up the Ghost Wing right now, it seems. One shot, one kill. Hits Love Elo. Solar Storm a little bit too late, and now they're doing engage. Bite be a little bit too late for that. Yates misses. Sanfeng is dead. Here comes the Burning Nation from Scarf. Manages to kill off the troll. Lonely Lunia escapes that impale. She's very lucky. I'm Kyo. A sliver of health. Another kill, and he's dead. So definitely advantage for the Spanish team right now. Union X needs to stop throwing.
And definitely we also on the top lane, on the mid lane, pushing those
Solar Storm!
Solar Storm. Is that
I love Elo is hitting basic attacks of 1000 damage.
I don't know what to say to that. I think just
don't be in his range. That's pretty much what you need.
That is the summary. Just don't go near the Gwen.
Just wait for her to spontaneously die.
No one, I don't think has anything to do with 1,000 damage.
I think Union X can still win this, though. I mean, they lost the last 3-4 team fights, but if they wait for this Ghostwing buff to end, they have a proper team fight. I think they can still win it.
Definitely. And I think we're not out of it yet. I think we'd still have a chance, SP, but I think they're going to have to position more together. They're going to have to take control of these minion ways a lot better. As we do see that army has respawned, they will no longer be getting buff minions in the mid lane. They're going to have to start also team fighting better. Realistically, as it's come into this late game, Espanol have been the ones leading the charge.
Yep. And they're split up again now. I'm Kyo on the wrong side of the jungle there. He decides to recall, get some shopping. Finish gets another buff. That will be nice for them. They need to stick together, get the lanes pushing, position for the Black Claw, and just win the team fight. That's usually the best way to win the match, if you win the team fight.
Definitely, as we do see positioning around Black Claws could be a game-ending fight for both teams. No turrets in their mid lanes for both sides. Whoever takes this next team fight could just end the game. They're going to start.
She was forced to do so. And this is going to start the Black Claw here. Half team divided between hiding in the bush and doing this Black Claw. Here comes a lands the impale onto Loli and Lunia, distracting everyone from the dragon, which was unleashed by the blue team. Solar Storm ripping out, not really connecting anyone. Double man impale, gifting them all into the side. Ace side not quite connecting. A whole bloody mess of a team fight this one is. Who's going to come out alive? Grump just died, so it seems that it's the red team, Union X, that has the lead, even though the dragon is breathing down their necks on their base. But they can probably finish the game if they get one more kill here. One shot, one kill.
Is this a base
Not
race?
Connecting.
No, unfortunately. 3 members.
Solar Storm, not enough. And the Scarf. What the hell did that Scarf do? He just lost the game. That's what he did.
It's like a base race. P.S. It looks like it's a versus to Black Claw.
Union X should be able to win.
They're gonna do it. P.S. Is they gonna take
GG.
another game? GG Union X for coming back on that one.
Yeah, but the Spanish team,
like...
they really recovered very well. So good game, Spanish team. You played well. Congratulations to Union X. They managed to do like a miracle turnover on that last team fight there after losing like 4 team fights in a row. So well played. And I hope you guys learned from something and start throwing the game, play properly.
It definitely was a lot closer of a match. And I'm Keo definitely proving to be a contender in this tournament. 12-4 and 6. Gonna be my MVP for the game. Definitely brought some split pushing prowess as well as team fight prowess into the match. Definitely doing well in carrying that team as well. Going in, as you saw in that last team fight, Kestrel leading the charge, not being afraid to take down the Scarf.
Yeah, definitely, and they were really struggling for a long time there. Especially Kestrel on the top was struggling against the Lance, but on team fights they really did a lot of damage. So yeah, it seems like they're asking for a break, so they need to eat. I don't know what's happening with the stream, how long the break will be.
It will be. So we're going to have a 10-minute break, everyone. But meanwhile, we have another giveaway for 250 ice for one lucky winner. So if you want to join the giveaway, what you have to do is follow Merciless Battles on Twitch, as well as type in the stream chats Merciless with a capital M. Is follow on Twitch and type in Merciless with a capital M, and we'll have one lucky winner winning 250 ice. Good luck to everyone who enters.
Let's see if we have the giveaway actually starting soon. It's not been announced on the chat just yet, but
it hasn't been announced. We will get it set up as soon as possible. Make sure you're already followed, and all you have to do then is just type in Merciless with a capital M into the chat, and you will be automatically entered. So right now we're looking at a 10-minute break for Union X. They have been playing the last 2 matches, so they're going to take their one break that they've got and continue. But now we have some opponents on our hands. SP, we have Merciless Grind coming up in their second roster. Unfortunately, last night, not too much success on their main roster. They did lose to THC, who we'll be seeing again later this evening.
They're playing. They played yesterday and they're playing today again.
There are 2. So some guilds, for everyone's explanation.
Oh, it's another team. Okay,
set up
same
2
guild.
teams.
But,
yeah.
Okay.
2 teams. So in this team we've got Miguel, Wymat, we got It's Jozalu, Praz, It's Untamed, Zarzar, Vices, Arizo, and Nighthawk. And on the side of Vain Union, who did just win their second match, we have got Lolly and Jokes on You, Mate, NMB2, and Keo, and Drogon.
So yeah, a lot of famous names on this team. So it's really going to be interesting to see how they hold up against Union X. So waiting for see. I'm a bit distracted because I think the giveaway wasn't actually opened. So I'm trying to get Flubber Show to do it, but I don't think it's actually working right now.
Is it not
I
working?
hope it is.
We'll set up. We got 10 minutes. We will set up the giveaway.
Oh no, they're saying that it's very open. Okay, so it's open. My bad.
All
my
right,
bad.
so
I apologize.
If you want to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is follow us on Twitch and also type in the word Merciless in chat with a capital M. That's capital MERCILESS.
All right. So yeah, so let's talk about Merciless Grind. That's the team that's playing next, or is it Balkan? I'm confused.
It is Grind, who are playing next. Falcon are a little bit later.
So, Miguel Y map, it's Joselo, Praz, it's Untamed, Sarsa, Vices, Orezu, and Nighthawk. So, a lot of famous names. At least I played against them a few times before. A lot of tier 10 silvers on this team. So, definitely gonna give a very strong run for their money to this Union X team that just won 3 games in a row, or 2 games in a row.
Definitely, and Union X perhaps showing signs of fatigue, is they did struggle to win that last match against Spain versus Fiji, who almost took the win.
They thought the game was won. They're like, oh, we already snowballed. We already broke the base. It's fine. Let's just go home. Let's do some shopping. We can 1 versus 3. We can do all these kind of things. And it just started biting them in the ass. And they lost 4 team fights in a row. And they were lucky to win the game in the end. So they really need to be careful not let the game get out of their hand once they have the advantage, because the turnaround is real. It can happen.
It definitely is, PS, and I think that is going to be important going into the next game, not to become too complacent, because you've already won 2. You still need to make it through to the end to be able to be in a chance with the finals. So they've still got a long way to go.
So next we will have Union X versus Merciless Grind, and Merciless Grind won't give you opportunity to rest and be complacent. So if you start dilly-dallying, you're going to get your ass kicked. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. We're waiting a few more couple of minutes for people to have a little bathroom break. I should probably take one myself, all things considered. Need to get myself a glass of water as well. It's going to take a few more minutes.
I can cover for you if you want to take a bathroom break.
That will be quite appreciated. Thank you very much, High Wolf. Am I supposed to call you High Wolf completely, or just High?
Just call me Wolf. Just call me Wolf. It's okay.
Wolf. Okay.
Just refer to me.
Okay, so cover me while I hit the bathroom. Wolf.
I will cover you. We will cover. Play
Thank you very much.
Music. All right. So if you are just joining, welcome guys to the Merciless Battles tournament. This is the first tournament hosted by MLG, and it is a whopper of a tournament for you guys. We still have plenty of exciting matches, including MLG, Eva's, Falcon THC family, and Ferris Girl Blacker to come later tonight, as well as the grand finals against Imperative. We will be seeing the winner of the second stage, the second sort of COF group stage, go against Imperative later tonight. So be sure to stick around for that, as well as more giveaways to come. If you guys want to get a bit more ice in your pocket, we still have plenty more giveaways for you guys to win. If you don't win one, just keep trying, keep watching, and I'm sure you'll be in with a chance to win more ice. And definitely get that in your pocket. Buy some new skins for the Wednesday coming up with 4.1 update. I know myself, I'm looking forward to getting some exciting skins unlocked. Definitely eyeing up the Water Enchantress Lyra is my favorite. If you got a favorite skin, let us know down in the Twitch chat below. Let us know what your favorite skin you're looking forward to in the next update is, and we will hopefully be reading your comments, and you can let us know all about what you're looking forward to in the 4.1 update.
Island, could you maybe rejoin the party so that we could start the match?
We will be joining the party. We're currently waiting on...
No, we're not in the party, Highland.
No, we're currently waiting on SP just came back, and then we will be all good to go. I am online.
Gotcha.
It may be him coming back. Oh, goodness. So on the side of Union X, we will be looking at Loliunia Jokes on you, mate. NMV2, Drogon, and I'm Kyo for the third match. And on the side of MLG, we will be looking at Miguel, Wymat, Oreso, Praz, Nighthawk, and it's Joselu. Definitely some more familiar names that we'll be looking at, and definitely going to be a tough match for Union next. It'll be interesting to see if they can hand it to MLG and get their third win.
Okay, I'm back. Thanks for covering me, Wolf.
Welcome back.
Highland Wolf. The Highlander. Do they call you the Highlander?
Highlander? Ooh,
Highlander Wolf? Are you like
delightful.
an immortal version of a wolf?
Maybe I am. Secretly.
That's why you knew so much about gods not being immortal. Now everything makes sense.
No, I've given away my secret.
Your dirty secrets finally got unleashed.
Oh, my secrets have been unleashed. Oh, I can't believe this.
So I don't know how much longer are we waiting? Does anyone have like a timer or something?
I believe we are just getting back into the match. Have we got a winner to the giveaway?
Woo! Winner!
Have we got a winner to the giveaway?
It's Moo, apparently. Or Moo
Congratulations.
WV. So please DM Merciless Battles your IGN. Oh, we have a draft. Hold on.
Yes.
A wild draft suddenly appears on Sovereign's Rise.
A wild draft has sounded. Make sure the DM follow through or in Twitch chat say your IGN, and we will be able to give the ice to you. It will take maybe 1, 2, 3 weeks if SAMC are quite busy, of course, with WESG right now. So be patient, but we will get that ice to you as soon as possible. So we're going into the fourth game right now. Fourth game, is it?
Sanfang ban.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're in the game. I can count to 4.
The Highlander has the capacity of counting to 4. Anyways, we have bans for Sunfang and Magnus, and also a Churnwalker ban now, apparently, leaving the Baron open. Let's see if Merciless Grind will fall for that trick, of that good old trick. I mean, you can leave Baron open and then pick up Lance or something that will oppress Baron. Like Lance and Reza would be a good combo to oppress Baron early on and not let him scale up. So that's also a tactic on the table. They do ban Jewel, so they might indeed be going for that sneak counter. Next deciding Baron or Reza. That's the hard call. They go for Baron.
Has been left open the first time. We're going to see Baron today.
And now I'm definitely excited because a Baron is always fun to watch play. You just jump jets, do double shots with 700 damage each, and suddenly your opponent carries are like 2 hit points away from just being dead.
What do you mean opponent carries? They just disappear off the map.
Yeah.
Where did they go?
They become disappearing carries. They're like magic. It's a magic trick. Now I'm here, now Baron appears, and I'm no longer here. I'm somewhere else for a whole 20 seconds or 40 seconds.
Oh, goodness me.
Anyways, Merciless Grind is going to go with Grumpjaw and Lorelei. That's a very curious pick against the Baron.
Definitely. And Reza, also open, gonna be a very important. We pick it up. Reza is good at deleting the Baron, as we all know. And also, Yace is open, another power pick. A lot of power picks left open this game.
Yeah. I'm curious what Merciless Grind is trying to make with this draft. Because, I mean, both Lorelei and Grump are good, but they're not counters to Baron. And they will sort of struggle with Reza. I mean, it depends, I guess, how you play them. They picked up the Lance here to round up things. As a very good protective hero. Also, nice to use on the top lane or on the bot lane even. We've seen a lot of people playing Lance on the bot lane as well. Merciless Grind is going to pick up Celeste for the mid. Very strong mage.
Celeste interesting, because Celeste, in my opinion, if you can't land your core collapse onto his Reza when he jumps onto you, Celeste is very squishy and very vulnerable, as well as to his Baron. And we see Yates also being highlighted. And unless they pick up a Finn, Celeste is really going to struggle I think in this mid lane.
Miguel Map ends up with the Inara. That was the pick selected by Nighthawk.
Miguel, very well known for Inara, very good Inara player from what I've seen, and definitely.
No, he's not Leon, but
he's not Leon, but.
Anyways, last pick for the side of Union X is going to be Arden. That's decent. I mean, that's good protection for that Baron. Both the Arden and the Lance should be able to keep someone at bay and also lock someone in for Reza to finish them off. So I think on draft, I think Union X wins. That's my humble opinion right there.
I think I have to agree with you, but then again, MLG do also have a good draft. I think I'm gonna have to go with my team. I'm gonna have to go with MLG. So a bit of a split down the casters.
I mean, if in terms of skill, I believe that MLG players might overpower a little bit Union X. I know a lot of them are tier 10 silver, so they might be able to make some plays 1 versus 1. But I think unless they snowball this game, I think they were going to have a very hard time once that Baron comes fully online and that Reza is fully online.
Definitely going to be relying on I'm Kia again and also this Reza from NMV2. We saw earlier how impactful NMV2's Reza is. If he can run away with it, it can be really hard to stop. So we saw him be the MVP of the match against Power earlier.
Okay, so some people on the chat are just talking silly. They're saying that Leon is not the best player alive. Come on,
Leon is not the best player.
Leon is clearly the best player alive ever.
You guys let us know down in chat who do you think the best player is in Vainglory in Europe. And
right now,
right now. And then I'll have my Pog face charm ready. for all those names.
Get those Pog champ emotes ready to type. Anyways, let's take a look at the lane counters that we have. I'm Kia with Baron is going to be facing up against Orezo. Grubjaw is a good counter against Baron early on. If he keeps hitting to keep that defense, which Orezo is not really doing very well right now, just to prove the exception to my point. On the mid, we have Scarf and Arden versus Lorelei and Celeste. It's going to be a very interesting matchup, especially if Celeste keeps hitting those stuns. I'm curious who will get the upper hand on that one. And on the top, we have Lance versus Gwen. I would definitely favor Lance dominating that one, but it's Joselu on the Gwen. So you need to be careful. Let's see how Dragon holds on. He's been playing pretty well, Dragon, on the previous games. So I'm going to root for Dragon as the underdog, or my self-proclaimed underdog here, to try and kick Joselo's ass. Let's see how that works out.
You think he can beat?
I think technically speaking, a Lance should be able to overpower a Gwen on a lane. That's how I feel right now.
I think so. I agree with you, but then again, we do have to know.
Might have first blood on the bot here. Orezo overextending. Here comes a wild Reza, and it's the first kill. And Miguelito wants to die as well, so he comes there. I'm here. I want to join my friend. I feel so alone. Let's also die. Yes, okay. 2 kills to 0.
He just wanted to get back to base. Like,
yeah, it's faster if you die instead of recall. Everybody knows that. Even better if you buy those teleport boots early on. You should get that first item.
Definitely. No, definitely.
And put down some vision. Don't forget to put down some vision.
We do not recommend teleport boots.
Meanwhile, the mid lane is getting a lot of pressure down from Merciless Guild. So at least that lane seems to be going in favor of the red team. But on the bot, it's not looking so good.
Yes, definitely. We do see 2 kills going to the side of Union X and a small gold lead coming up. About 400 gold coming up into the 4-minute mark. And could we see this push, kind of like this early game pressure that they could possibly put on, help to get this Baron to late game quicker? And I think if this Baron does get to the late game quicker, if he can get these item spikes on, we already see he's got a kill and an assist. He's going to really become unstoppable.
Yeah, pro strats right here, but guys, don't give Baron kills on the first
Don't feed
minutes
the
of a
Baron.
game. Pro strats.
It's like when you go to the park, it's like don't feed the ducks. Just don't
feed the Baron. Yeah,
Don't feed the Baron. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. He's strong enough already.
Here comes a wild at NV2 trying to kill Miguel Limap. He fails, not quite gets the kill in the end. Both recall, no kills.
Unfortunately, it does look like no, maybe not a no. I thought she might have been a bit AFK. She was in shot there for a while. She will be back onto the Sovereign's
She was
right.
doing
So
some introspectiveness.
she was looking at her options.
What am I doing with my life? Is jungle really my role? Should I rotate to a lane?
What decisions? We do see a bit of action happening in the bot lane.
They want revenge 2 versus 2 on the bot. And then Kyo against the Rezo Miguel map. Same team fight as before. Let's see if this time it goes on the way of Merciless Grind. They want to put that pressure onto Baron to stop him from farming so well. But if they give the kills, that's not really going to help.
It is just going to be them walking away, though. And Miguel can't quite find anything in the enemy jungle. So we'll just head back down into the bot lane. And we do see rotations coming out now into the top lane. It's Joselu now going to be under a bit of pressure. Is Juxon, Yume, and Dragon both rotate up to put some more pressure.
A wild Billy suddenly appears and mutes himself. Thank you.
So it does look like he's...
And I was checking Baron on this bot lane, and he was struggling really hard. He ends up not dying. I don't know how. It was a bit of a miracle. He was being pressured by 2 opponent teammates.
It does.
Not teammates, but opponent. Opponent what? Opponent players? Opponent heroes.
Opponent players. Opponents.
Opponents! Just those annoying guys that keep attacking you when you want to farm.
I know, just get rid of him. Hit me with Spitfire, Lolly.
Yeah, that's the best way. Spitfire to the face gets rid of all your problems.
It does. Burn them all up. That's proven. It's proven to work. We do see an ion cannon coming out here.
Ooh, nice. Well spotted.
Who's gonna get hit? It's Joselu gonna get hit by...
Shogun wanted an impale, but it's Joselu figured, nah, not today. I'm good. I don't need any impales. I'm good.
So looking at about 4-1 on the scoreboard for Uninext. Uninext actually in the lead with both kills and gold lead now. Though no turrets coming to it.
So it's not really manifesting. Oh, I'm Kyo with a jump jet, but Kyo is not doing enough damage just yet. He needs to finish up those first items. He hasn't even finished Sorrow Blade yet.
No, definitely gonna have to get Sorrow Blade online, get some damage on board. Baron is a very slow attack, will rely on getting a heavy damage and some attack speed online, looking to get maybe a Tornado Trigger, maybe 2 Tornado Triggers or Tornado Trigger and a Tyrant's Monocle online. It depends really how he wants to build against this MLG side. Praz making sure to almost level 8 now. Almost going to get back extended Heliogenesis range, but we'll just head back, get some more items under his belt, and as we see now, nothing
really Ace is high onto the scarf!
Ace is high!
Ooh, a flask keeps him alive.
As I say, nothing happening. This Gwent comes out.
Here comes the Solar Storm! That dragon!
Oh, Mr. Dragon.
Need to pay attention to the map, man.
Enemy 2
Wild Reza cleaning up house, 1 kill. Gets fish fooded. Arden trying to do the Vanguard to keep him alive. Nope. We have a return kill. Or 2 kills for the side of MLG. But a lot more competitive game. Ultimate coming down, raining on no one. Bit of a miscalculation. Very interesting matchup, like the most competitive game we had so far.
Definitely gonna be the most got so far, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what MLG and UNX can bring coming into this late game. Definitely going to be a very juicy late game team fights coming up for you guys. And we see Praz as well has hit level 8, NA2 as well. We're looking at Lorraine almost level 8, not quite hit that level 8 power spike yet, but does have some items under a belt, little bit behind Praz. So when it comes to CS, is looking at 63 on this Celeste and only 44 for Lola Junior. So gonna have to get some more CS under her belt because Praz seems to be putting under pressure.
Yeah, Praz is playing well, and Praz is also Portuguese, so I played with him a few times before, and he's playing very well. He's holding the lane pretty well on this mid. So props to him. Miguel Imap is trying to commit suicide. He manages to survive though. He's gonna recall home. That's smart.
Will manage to save it and get away with his life. And Baron coming up.
Here comes a wilder NV2. Iron Cannon trying to finish someone off, but fails. Here comes the Burninating Machine. Scarf the Dragon, not quite doing any damage. What's up? Did Loli Lunia forget the shop? That ultimate did like no damage whatsoever. Like tickled
Definitely.
people.
I think it's the S deficit, but we talk about NMV2 also gonna get caught out here with the Inara kicking the enemies into where they don't want to be. And that's going to be two members falling for the side of Union X, and going to be a swing of gold lead and kills towards the side of MLG, and a ghost swing to boot.
Because Celeste already has 2 offensive items, and Scarf has 0 tier 3 items right now. So it's definitely behind. Ultimate there from Arden, trying to prevent the gank. Miguelito might be overextended there. Here comes the Solar Storm right in the Dragon's face. Fish Food finishing him off, and this Scarf is definitely struggling. It seems to be the weak link right now, and MLG is going to capitalize on it by taking this mid turret right now.
Definitely kind of like stakes right now, standing a little bit too far against this 3v1. She still has to remember she doesn't even have a tier 3 item on yet. In Celeste, it's got 2.
Lunia really needs to have a cold head right now. Not overextend, just play safe, wait for the late game, because it clearly can't do anything on the mid game. So not worth giving extra kills to the opponent team. Just keep farming, wait for the late game, for those team fights where you can actually do some decent damage. Meanwhile, this Baron might get caught off guard. The Gold Swing buff is on the side of Merciless Grind. We didn't even spot them doing that, or I didn't spot them doing that, but apparently they have it. They have that little bubble. Here comes a wild Reza, trying to get onto Praz, dodges Iron Cannon, connects onto 2 members, and they're going to focus on the weapon buff, because that's how we roll. Solar Storm not quite connecting this time.
Yeah, so won't quite land, a bit astray, and Impale not going to land on anyone. Positioning Ace
is high, missing, but that Fish Food connected. 4 versus 4, they should disengage here. That would be the smartest thing to do for the side of Union X. MLG rotating down to their lanes, trying to push those up. Let's take a look at the bottom fight between Namkio and Orezo. Orezo seems to be doing all right.
Definitely looking to just kind of poke each other. And what do you think about the matchup so far? Who do you think really could take this in the late game?
Well, I think that MLG has an advantage right now, mostly because of a Scarf being a potato. But definitely this Reza is doing a lot of damage, and if Kyo keeps playing like he is playing, waiting for the late game, not getting swallowed up by Reza right now on this team fight. Reza trying to force the disengage, but he's slowed down, forces to use his B, tries to avoid a core collapse there. Here comes the ultimate from Arden, extremely late, completely out of place. Very badly played. Solar Storm missing everyone. And there, everyone is under the turret. No one dies. The turret picks one off. The turret will pick two off if Braz is not careful. And they're going to push the lane. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, Gwen is pushing mid, and Lance is pushing top. I'm amazed that Baron lasted so long there. That was like just hiding under the turret.
It definitely shows you just Baron, even mid game with 1.5 tier 3 items, really looking to go tension bow second item, which will give him some nice armor pierce as well as that proc when he goes in with his jump jets. Gonna look to really delete one of these backline carries.
That's another Ghost Link for the side of Merciless Grind, and they will probably push this mid lane. Reza might be caught off guard here. He decides to run for his life. Who will get the gold in the end? I believe it was the red team. Ooh, someone low. Here comes the burninating machine. Will he do some damage now? No, he just dies. So yes, Scarf still not online. Not quite there yet. Iron Cannon. Not doing anything. Not even the weapon buff. That was sad. That's a sad Baron right there. That's the sound of a sad Baron landing basic attacks. Meanwhile, the red team decides to go for the Black Claw, which is a good call. Especially because the ultimate from Baron was already used. So they can't even steal it. They try though. And Keo went there, uses a jump jet to get away, trying desperately not to get caught. Manages to get away. Well played. Inara wants a piece of this lance. Not quite committing to it though. And the blue team should focus on taking down the dragon instead of fighting. Yeah, and then V2 overextended. Nice defensive ultimate there from Ardent. Lance so low, still involved in the team fight, is gonna go down. Vanguard on Arden keeps him safe, and Gwen with the stacks trying to finish someone off. Reza overextending, try to get someone, but fails. Iron Cannon, once again, not quite connecting as well as it should. Lolilunia in the way of the Dragon Fire is forced to back away. Union X is really struggling here. MLG seems to have control of this game. They even steal that little jungle farm there. And top is still pushing.
I am back. Thank you. Retriever 2.
Yeah, you were silent for a second.
What happened? I was talking and I realized that it wasn't going through, and I was like, "Oh, need to restart."
Buttery smooth experience of
Buttery
Discord.
smooth experience. Yeah. No, tell me about it. Well, I'm here now. I have returned.
So, what did you think of that team fight?
I didn't quite catch it. What did you think of it?
Merciless Guild is putting a hell of a pressure into Union X, and they are struggling. They are definitely struggling. So they need to be careful here and have a proper team fight. Lolilunia needs to finally get his act together and get online. He already has one item, that's Spellfire. He needs another one. I don't know what item I would do next, but he definitely needs one more. Just
definitely
if the ultimate does any damage whatsoever, it's already a plus for the rest of the team. But right now, his ultimate is not doing it. Boots just got popped, trying to get someone defensive ultimate from Arden, trying to protect people there. Iron Cannon connects a few, not quite enough. Ooh, Baron doing so much damage, but not quite finishing off anyone. Rez is forced to use his B to get away. Solar Storm, not quite connecting. We're good. We're fine. It's okay. Just another day at the office. Just one kill, and it was Scarf again. Scarf with 6 deaths so far. Lolilunia feels like he's tilting a little bit. He's not pulling his weight. He needs to stop giving these kills.
Scarf not really having the greatest of game, really struggling against this MLG side, and you see it in the CS as well. 30 behind in the KDA. Praz 8-0-4 in Scarf, only 0-6-0. MLG, you had to hand it to them. They've been sticking together this entire game. They're a 5-man squad. They're looking for more turrets. They're really pushing the pressure into this bot lane. Its enemy to almost gets caught out.
Nice defense there. They managed to sustain one push of lane 8. Says connecting onto that lance. Dangerously low. Will he go down? He pops the reflex block, but still goes down in the end. Migeli went in. It was actually Praz that got the kill with that Celeste there. Here comes a wild Goromcho. Iron Canyon finally connecting onto 3 members of the enemy team. Not quite enough to kill them off. Here comes the coordinating machine. Totally not doing anything. Come on, Lolilunia. I want to believe, Lolilunia. You can do it. I know you can do it. You've been struggling, but you can do it. Just get your act together. Finish those items. And I know you can do damage. I believe in you. Come on, guys. Put some emotes to give power to Lolilunia.
PogChamps in the Twitch.
PogChamps, please.
PogChamps.
Your PogChamps will help Scarf start doing some actual damage on these
One
teams.
PogChamp equals 1 support for the Lolilunia scarf. we will get a kill on this scarf. We'll be able to should be able to kill someone. I believe.
Oh, they might be overextending here, but it's 4 versus 2. We might get a kill onto Inara, and if they do, the 2 might be a reversal. No, they get caught up themselves. All 5 members of the red team are here, while the rest of the blue team is still farming. And this is going to be a slaughter. Iron Cannon only connecting on Nighthawk. They should be able to get away. And then V2, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not time to be a wild Reza. It's time to back off and wait for the late game.
Definitely has to be careful. Has to respect the fact that MLG are just ahead. They are 6k gold now in the lead. And as we see infusions on both sides, V2 and I'm Keo also on this Baron with the weapon power buff. And I think we can't forget SP that this is a Baron. If he can get to the late game, we can really see I'm Hero really starting to carry his team. Aces high will go a bit wide and justly looking on his own, but here comes the other team now looking to engage, and that's going to be disaster for UNX as I see low health bars on both sides. Maybe it's MLG that needs to start retreating as Land starts impaling. Crucible will come out, but doesn't need to be used as it won't manage to block off anything. Iron Cannon going to go down and kill someone.
Baron on the wrong side.
Bush. And it will look like
Gwen is alive. She's alive. She's fine.
Slivering health bars. Crucible's coming out, but can't quite finish off the kills. Unfortunately, the Sylvester team not there as it will turn to Black Claw. Now looking to secure this objective, but Celeste and the rest of MLG have an iron. Could this be a steal, Praz? Praz, SP, could this be a steal? They moved. Steal it! The Black Claw stolen. This is disaster for UNX. It's now they fall 2 members on each side, and that's not gonna be great now. Is this
that
Black
feels
Claw
really bad. And Gwen wants to finish Lolilunia off, and she does. That's even worse.
Looks like
that feels so bad. Union X finally got a good team fight in the game, and they went for the dragon. They just got stolen from Migeli map. On that Inara. Bloody Inara. Stealing all our jungle.
Miguel has proved himself on this whole game.
Oh,
and
Suzuzelo's so low!
Almost going down to the Iron Cannon. This Black Claw will not be able to finish the game. They just won't manage it. And while that Black Claw was pushing down, we see the bottom lane turret of MLG full. Or their top lane, sorry.
I was going to say that that's a lack of minion candy, that it's a fault of the laner, but we can't buy minion candy anymore.
You don't have minion candies. I know, it feels so long ago already since we had minion candies.
I want minion candies back. I actually liked using them.
Hashtag nice. Bring minion candies?
Yeah, hashtag bring minion candies back. Please, make it happen, SMC.
Make it happen. Hashtag make it happen. Hashtag bring back minion candies. Oh, goodness me. But that will be the armory destroyed against the side of UNX. That means that the minions will be pushing into their lane. Lolilunia now has some items online, but it's still so far behind everyone else. And really, for the rest, the whole side of UNX are struggling. Only 2 items maybe on some of their carries, and 4 items on these heroes such as Celeste and Gwen. really
This will be a
just
free
going to
ghost
struggle.
pick for Merciless Grind right here.
Will be as well, and they really
And now
can't challenge
Lance is in a bad position.
the
Oh,
gauntlets.
denied ultimate there from Inara. Very well positioned. Lance finally managed to reposition himself. Or Baron wants to do damage, but just gets deleted, completely disappears from the map. Finally comes Lolilunia. He will kill all 5-member teams. No,
Pentakill!
he wants Lolilunia. Lolilunia not doing enough damage. That's all she wrote, unfortunately. But it was a very close matchup, except for the matchup in the mid, where Lolilunia struggled very much. All the other lanes were very competitive, so good game. Congratulations to MLG. They move on to fight. What's the next team? Iris, I believe.
It will
next
be
team online.
Iris.
Do you want to talk about builds, perhaps? Baron didn't even quite finish his build. He only had Sorrowblade, Tension Bow, and Tornado Trigger. Reza doing ton of damage to Shatter Glasses. He was indeed doing damage. The problem was he was just getting bursted down to hell.
Definitely.
Lance with a very typical build of a Serpent's Mask and Tension Bow and some protective itemizations. The Scarf just not doing enough damage. I love the build on that Arden though. I think he needed some extra buffs, but I guess only 3 weapon buffs and 3 crystal buffs will have to survive. So yeah, congratulations MLG. You move on to the next round where you will be facing Iris. And who will be a member of Team Iris, you might be asking? Well, we do have that information available. It will be Captain Rai, and then player Knicker, Vinskir, Rai himself, Bispaniki, Teddy Killers, and as subs we have Sanya88, I don't know how to say this. This is probably Cyrillic. Pub HP, I guess. It's probably Russian, I would assume. So yeah, we'll have to see. We might have another sub. At least I'm seeing a name on the invitation, which is not part of the team, and he just got removed. So that's fine. What about ice? Do you think we should be giving out more ice right now?
Not just now. We will have to wait a little bit longer, guys, for ice. But trust me, we've got 3 more giveaways, guys, to give away 250 ice to everyone. So keep on watching the stream. Hope you're enjoying, and put a hashtag of the team that you want to see win the tournament.
Hashtag Scarf is a potato. Flying potato, a flying burning potato. It sucks because I really love Scarf, but this Scarf was just so extremely oppressed. I feel bad for Lolilunia actually. That must have hurt that game, watching it unfold little by little, unable to contest, to help your teammates that are trying so hard to keep the whole thing from falling apart. So sad, so lonely. I think I might cry.
Oh, don't cry. It's okay. I've got you, PS. I've got you.
Okay, so someone needs to play a proper Scarf now, and change this around.
I will be taking a very, very quick break. If you can cover me, thank you very much, PS.
Okay, I will do so. I will cover for the wolf, the Highlander wolf. So yeah, let's wait and see. People are still joining the match, so we have 1 person missing. Let's see what it happens. Oh, and Dejan is being toxic. Oh, Dejan, you hurt me so much. The first thing I ever saw on the channel. The toxicity of vainglory. It's so toxic, so deadly. Meanwhile, we still have players missing, so we have to idle a little bit longer and wait for people to join. I have 2 people missing on both sides of the teams. Reminder of the teams that are playing right now. On the side of MLG, we will have Migalimap, Praz, Nighthawk, and it's Josello. And we had a fourth person, which was Orezu, I believe. Don't know if he will be returning or if he will be subbed out. He's right now not in the draft, but he probably will come back. And from the side of Eris, we have Kinikar, Vinsekir, Rai, Bispaniki, Teddy Killers, Sanya88, and the Russian name that I can't say. Oh, Oreso got a phone call. Okay, let's go. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. And see how it works out. We might also have a Wild Empyrean joining us on the cast, I believe.
Did somebody just call my name?
Yes, we did. How are you doing, man? You're good?
Baby, I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. You're gonna here to help us with casting some of these matches.
I don't know how to cast. How do you do that?
You don't know?
I don't know.
Some people have been giving some complaints. Have you taken those considerations into as positive criticism and completely remodeled your way of casting?
Yeah, basically, I completely changed up how I cast. So
you
now
suggest battle all the time. Battle to everyone.
Yeah.
Battle on top, battle on mid.
Whoa, like...
Support battle. Support battle is the best battle.
Okay, cool. So who are the two teams that are playing and
we're having Merciless Grind as our standing King of the Healers right now. Migali Map, it's Josello, Praz, Rezu, and Nighthawk are the people who are playing. And as our challengers right now, we have Eris challenging with Rai, Teddy Killers, Bispaniki, Vinskir, and a fifth element who has not joined yet. So mystery element that will join us later on. We are just waiting for.
I'm just reading chat, by the way. Is Dihan a pro caster? Because
I think he is. I mean, the way he complains. He wants him and Oscary cast. I mean, he might be a great caster. You never know.
You never know.
Stranger things that happened in Vainglory. So
apparently kick Imperium. So yeah, feels bad, man. I'm like 30 seconds into the VC. People
you're already getting shit.
Saying, yeah, I know, right?
It feels like you're targeted. It's hard being cast. I mean, until you actually cast it, you don't really realize how hard it is to keep talking when you don't really have any subject.
I know, right?
About.
Yeah. Well,
that's the hardest part.
Yeah,
if you give like 5 seconds silent, everyone is like, boring. I'm gonna leave. And if you keep talking, why are you just talking crap? So you have to find that middle ground where you have to talk crap, but as an entertainment value. And it can be complicated. I mean, I'm not a pro. I'm amateur caster, so I don't care about Asia. I can burn him when he actually plays it.
Nothing personal, but I love PSNO more than I love you. Don't worry, I love PSNO more than I love myself. I'm curious, that's fine. It's fine, dude.
Oscary is biased because I casted some of his matches where he won, so he's very happy on that. I remember casting some of his matches on some 3v3 tournaments.
That's why I wouldn't cast Oscary, because I'd only curse him and he'd lose. Because Oscary is just too good of a VG player for me to cast, and I can't deal with that kind of skill. So I only bring his level and ability down. So yeah, what can I say? If
only you were tier 10 silver, then maybe.
I know, right? I know.
Be at the same level as
Oscar. Never mind tier 10 silver. Let me get to tier 9 silver first. Jesus, baby steps, man.
Take it easy, one step at a time.
What? let's not shoot for the stars too quickly there, Sunshine,
We do seem to have all the teams. No, Arezzo is still
I
missing.
am coming
Arezzo.
back.
Welcome back, Highland Wolf. We have
I
Imperium
don't know what
joining us now.
happened. I think it was convenient I said 2 minutes because right after my internet decided I'm gonna crash. Like,
Why crash? Why stay
I don't
commentating
know.
when you can crash?
for my McDonald's Wi-Fi, this is what it's like living in Scotland.
Yeah, I don't feel your pain because I'm not in Scotland, but I heard it's bad. It must be all the Highlands,
It is.
So,
It is.
are we doing a 3-man cast, or am I needed?
I don't know.
What's
I
the
can
story?
step down if you guys want,
um,
or we can rotate. I don't know. Are you tired?
I'm
Highland?
here all night, maybe.
You're here for the
Are
long
we-
run.
Yeah.
Are we going here for a threesome?
Well, I can just idle around and talk some commentary stuff
Do
when
you want me to just be like,
bed.
oh
You
yeah,
guys-
Highland
you
Wolf,
guys
cast baby. Ooh yeah.
Do some ASMR. You need to touch the microphone. Do some rumbling sounds like this. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ah,
What is this?
good life.
Oh, what a gauntlet. Baby.
That gauntlet was so on point.
Oh goodness me.
Anyways, we seem to have all the members in, so we should.
Oh, what an impale.
So we should be able to start the game relatively soon. We have
Okay, I'll be back in a sec.
Vices replacing Orezzo on the side of MLG, apparently, because Orezzo is still on the phone call. But we should be able to get the game going. Let's see if people are ready. So to recap, we have MLG on the blue side with Megalimap, Vises, Praz, Nighthawk, and it's Giselu. And on the Team B side, we will have Eris with, I don't know if it's Rai, if it's Rai, if it's just Ra. I don't know. It's the guy with a lot of pipes on
Eminent.
his name. Rai. Ra. Okay, on the chat, they're saying that it's just Ra. Okay, it's Ra then.
Oh, is it
It's-
Ra?
You should know this one because you
okay.
know all about gods, and Ra is a god.
Anna, oh, I'm so sorry. I've been
Obviously.
discovered again.
Anyways, the other members that we are playing for Eris is Kiniker, Teddy Killers, Bispaniki, and Vinskir. I played with Teddy Killers a few times. I think I played with Ra a couple times as well. I don't really recall the other guys. Maybe Vinskir. The name sounds vaguely familiar. But I'm going to put my money on Merciless Grind. I think they have a very strong team roster right here. And they're doing proper bans.
I mean,
so,
you can tell that the skill of the games and the teams are definitely going up as we go through each match. And I definitely think Eris will not be taken down lightly. And MLG now are the forerunners. They are in it to try get to the end, but we still have a couple more guilds standing in their way, a couple more teams challenging them for that
Highland
final
Wolf.
spot later tonight.
Highland Wolf.
You see,
Never let Baron through. Never let Baron through. Like,
we talked about that.
we talked about it.
never let Baron through. Never let Baron through.
Although, on the previous game, Union X got Baron and they lost.
Yeah, but that's Union X.
Oh, shots fired!
Ouch, goodness me, Imperium. Spicy casting happening right now.
It's a spicy meatball.
It's a spicy casting with some shots fired. Anyways,
Okay.
let's talk about drafts real quick. We have Inara, Lorelei, and Baron on the side of MLG, and Lance and Reza on the side of Eris. They're gonna round it up.
Oh
with
wait, are we in
maybe
draft? Because I'm still in the queue.
Your black
Yeah, we
screen.
are in draft.
Oh.
Restart
so-
your application.
So basically,
Highland
the way it stands so far is that MLG having an hour, Lorelei, and Baron, and then on the side of I forget the and then Ryzen, I forget the name of the team. Kappa, you have a Samuel, Reza, Lance, and Arden. I do like the Lance pickup that's coming out from the B side, along with the Reza and the Samuel. That Reza is definitely going to be able to engage hard onto the Baron. So definitely, what's going to be really important is that they engage hard early on, especially with the Lance as well. On the side of MLG, their comp, Dianara as a jungler is definitely going to be very effective. Plus, Migueli Map is quite a good player, so he's going to know how to play that jungle position. But mainly their composition is late game based.
Yeah.
Looking to build up, let the Baron wrap up as quickly as possible, get that Celeste late game, use the zonings with the with those with the likes of the core claps and the oh my god.
Definitely, but I think with the oppression from Samuel and that Lance and Reza, they should be able to put some pressure early on. And Kinetic also scales pretty well. She's oppressive right off the bat, right after level 2, level 3. She starts putting a lot of damage, so they should be able to make a dent on this composition by MLG.
And definitely, I love the fact that we've got Baron, Lorelei, Celeste, Anis, and Nara through for MLG, and as well as this Grace is going to be brilliant for wave clearing in the top lane to stop that lanes being pushed down. I really love what MLG have done with their composition, and I think it's going to be really difficult for Eras to find a win this match.
Yep, we'll have to wait and see. By the way, the proper name of Eris is called Eminence Gris. I don't know what the hell the Gris. I don't know what the Gris is supposed to be because it has an E in the end. If it was gris, it would be like a shade of gray. But Gris, and it's not grease because otherwise it would just be like oily grease. It doesn't make any sense.
Oily grease?
I don't know. Maybe they are the Eminent
oily?
Gris.
Are they oily?
It's imminent, you know. Maybe they were like cooking dinner, and we have imminent grease coming.
Can we stop worrying about Greece and get back into this game because we are 25 seconds into this MLG and Eminence Greece. What I do, the Kinetic, I definitely was surprised that it was picked up on the side of Eminence or E-Rise, as I'm going to refer to him now because that's a little bit easier. I definitely would have preferred Gwen over the Kinetic. Part of the reason why is because the burst that comes out from Gwen late game, I feel, can be a bit more effective and look to jump onto the Celeste as opposed to the Kinetic. Gwen is just a bit more meta right now.
Yeah,
definitely. And I love the fact that Gwen is being used here. And although Baron, as we say, the Baron is open for the side of MLG, and it's going to be definitely important that this lands from Teddy Killer is going to be able to shut down Joselu on this Baron side, because if his Baron is allowed to get 2-3 items online quicker than he should be, or even if he does even manage that, come the late game, he's going to be really oppressive, and it's going to be really hard for Eminence Grease to find a way to shut down this Baron without taking massive damage.
Definitely. And Teddy Killers is not really being able to do that oppressiveness just yet. Baron is just stealing his jungle, and there is no jungle rotation to help him out, so this Baron will definitely scale, especially in the hands of his Chuzelo.
Definitely, I have to agree. And we see some farming going up right now, and no kills. It's actually been a sort of passive game. However, I say passive, we do see Miguel Map almost going down, but the flash will get popped out from Vincent Q, and it will be him going down first blood. And
wild Reza suicides on the Sovereign's back.
Kinetic just a little bit too slow to make that rotation down to help the Reza.
Yeah, that was definitely solid stuff coming out from MLG right now. The issue that the Reza played out in that engagement was it simply was a 2v1. It was a great Holy Nova to stun up the Reza, but as strong as Reza is early game, you've got to make sure that you're going to secure that kill. He didn't take the health treat, which meant that was automatically a loss to him. He should have gotten out of there as quickly as possible.
Reza only comes online once he gets his aftershock. So before that, you need to be very careful. At least until you reach level 6.
Sorry, but who builds aftershock on Reza these days?
Everyone. Well, okay, you can also do Shatterglass.
You can do Shatterglass, you can do Spellfire, because you have the Stormguard banner. So personally, I don't feel the Aftershock is as effective as a Shatterglass or a Spellfire. But either way, we are seeing the Reza going in onto the Baron to try and push him away underneath the turret and provide a little bit of safety to Teddy Killers down in that bottom lane. So that's definitely better rotations coming out from Reza. He definitely needs to really push himself between rotating between the bot lane and the top lane. I don't think he needs to go directly into the mid lane because in the early stages, Samuel can hold his own. The only way he would want to really engage hard on that mid lane would be if they, as a team, they are going to focus on that mid lane turret, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Definitely, and I have to agree with this rotations from Reservoirs. It has to be oppressive. He has to be putting the pressure on all of these lanes because we cannot see this Celeste get to the late game. We cannot see this Baron reach 3-4 items, and we definitely don't want to see a point where the Grace and also the Lorelei are going to be able to provide massive barriers and massive healing for our team.
Yeah, definitely indeed. But now as we do see 4.5 minutes into this game, guys, it's looking goal difference is about 2k in the favor of MLG. So when it comes to farming, they've been a little bit ahead. They're also 1 kill ahead, so that first blood bounty does make a difference. They're engaging a little bit harder on the mid lane tree. Miguel map on that Inara looking to be very effective, but the vision does make it a little bit harder for him to engage underneath the turret onto the Samuel. The good thing about the Samuel going up against the Inara is that the kiting ability on Samuel means that he can really get away from, at least in the early game, from an engagement coming out from the Inara. And then talking about that, we do see a bit of an engagement in that bottom lane. Miguel map looking to support his Josla.
Nice impale there. Reza trying to finish off this Inara, hiding under the turret. He's good. He's good. He's fine. Trying to get a kill. Not quite successful, but...
Not quite. It was close between two of those team fights between the Nara and the Rez. It was a nice kind of counter engagement by Vincent Kerr on E-Rise right now. Then we do see Teddy Killers looking to impale. Get that basic attack perk with the counter roll onto its Joseph. But, you know, there's not enough aggression onto the Baron in terms of pushing him away that it's going to really go against him in the late game. The goal difference has definitely improved between the two teams in terms of E-Rise has gotten back into this game. Now as a 5-man team, they're rotating towards Ghostwing. They're looking to take this game into the palm of their hands with the Ghostwing area. However, they got to be careful because Arden is very low on health. They're pushing themselves away. E-Rise is looking to really maintain that zoning. Isn't quite being summed out by the official coming out from Lorelei. We do see MLG have just kind of gone back. That was a nice potential attempt at taking Ghostwing from E-Rise. We see what they are wanting to do, and MLG are going to be under a little bit more kind of awareness of what E-Rise are looking to do. And then
good response from the side of MLG denying that dragon there and being able to get the foot back in the game. They are ahead in terms of gold, but very slightly, not enough to really make much of a difference.
Definitely making sure that the dragon was not able to be finished by E-Rise. We do see a bit of a skirmish going on around the dragon. We see Praz and Nighthawk now coming down into the mid lane, making sure they can keep up with his farm while putting up some pressure. Has to be careful, though, not to get caught out. Definitely when Praz reaches this level 8, he will have that extended Helio range, and that's going to make it a lot harder for Rad to dance around his Heliogenesis and put down his Malice of Celeste.
7.5 minutes into this game. First item coming out from the Grace is a Crucible, looking to make that team-wide effectiveness. Yet to see a fountain come out from either team, but I do like what MLG are doing. We do see a kill down in the bottom lane, as you see Baron is put under pressure. Reza getting the engagement. We did see an hour being taken out. Sorry, I did miss that engagement between the two teams in the bottom lane, but we do see that great push coming out, looking to put more pressure on that Baron. It's exactly what E-Rise need to do, but Nighthawk now on their Lorelei looking to support with the splashdown going down to try and keep them away. They don't lose their life. That's 2 kills to 0 going over in the favor of MLG. 8 minutes in, 21 goal on the side of MLG, 19.6 on the side of E-Rise. This is starting to heat up, guys.
It certainly is, and I definitely am looking forward to seeing what this mid-game and late game can bring. Block out on the Impale, making sure that Nighthawk won't be destroyed instantly, but this Waterwall might not be able to protect him as Vincent Griffin, the Reza, is going in and will manage with the Lance to secure 2 kills. But now they got to run away as Miguel is coming in to try clean up on both this Lance and this Reza. Has to be a bit dicey coming in. Praz going to help finish off Teddy Killers here, and now on the danger of himself, has to get that divine intervention and will manage to find 2 kills going for the way of MLG. Triple kill going away.
Well,
almost 4 kills.
Okay, Rye was acting like a frontliner on that Samuel, going directly toe to toe, looking to kiss that Celeste with his basic attacks, which was good, but he just really overextended. It was overall a really great engagement by E-Rise between the Lance and the Reze. They really got good. They got rid of the turret. They gave themselves a small bit of an objective advantage, but now MLG are going to turn their focus onto that mid lane. If they can take down this mid lane turret before this wave is pushed out, they might be able to just help increase their own map objective into this game. We've yet to see a ghost wing capture between these two teams. Like I said, itemization is turning into the key moments in this game. Praz is on Spellfire, has built into Eve of Harvest, looking to be as sustainable as the Samuel, and then we do see tier 3 boots being picked up by Rye along with that Spellfire. So tier 3 boots coming out from the mid lane on the side of E-Rise just a little bit earlier means he's going to be able to disengage that little bit quicker, move around the map a little bit quicker compared to that Celeste. A great Impale coming out by Lance onto the Celeste, destroying them, trying to get him down, but the water wall is effective. The Gauntlet comes out to try and provide it, but the Impale comes out. The are diving another turn onto Rye, taking up, but he's going to take those turret shots. He's able to survive, but the Celeste with the Solar Storm, boom! Samuel, you are down for the count.
Definitely.
So much work from that Lance, but not able to capitalize from the rest of the team. So sad. Feels bad, man. Hashtag maybe next time.
Hashtag
maybe
maybe
wild
next time.
Reza wants to punish someone. He does get Nighthawk there.
But Nighthawk will go down on this Lorelei, and Reza just making sure that it can even up. That will be a wonderful one trade, and from that sort of a messier skirmish kind of keeps going. But now more kills going the way or the side of MLG as they do manage to find that Kinetic, as she will fall underneath her turret. And they need to be more careful with Kinetic. Gets caught out again with 2 members rotating up to the top lane, and realistically no one there to support her. She needs to make sure that when she's positioning around these 2 members coming up to push down the side of her turret, she's making sure that she's positioning well and she's not overstepping herself against the side of MLG.
Okay, so you see MLG are going in hard on that top lane turret, destroying it once again, increasing their own objective focus. I want to talk real quick about this Kinetic first item build of Spell Sword. I don't quite agree with it. You want to go for that Shatterglass going into the Poison Shiv, or Poison Shiv going into Shatterglass, but I don't agree with the Spell Sword as first item. It just doesn't really make sense in terms of the core damage output that the Kinetic needs to produce, because when you look at the composition on E-Rise, guys, their main pure damage dealer is Kinetic, right? Whereas on the side of MLG, they have a Baron that's going to burst you down to smithereens late game along with the Celeste. Whereas Kinetic isn't really quite there, whereas the Baron has got the Sarblade, he's building into Tension Bow. This is putting MLG on the forefront of this game. In the 13-minute mark, they're 8-3 ahead in kills. They're about 2k gold ahead, not that much. But when you really look at the late game team fights and where the offensive items are playing to the advantage of either team, MLG look far more ahead from that point of view.
Definitely, and I have to agree with you there. With that spell sword just isn't the item that should be built on this kinetic one. The iron cannon will come down and do some damage onto Evers, but now health bars blinking everywhere. Now the gauntlet's going to trap down Miguel, who's now looking to possibly die, will get blocked from the kinetic ultimate, and now looking towards trying to finish this desperately, but the Oblivion will not be able to survive as this Samuel will go down on the side of Erase, and now it's going to be one member down.
What a fish food!
At what cost? At what cost? Imperium was that Ghost Wing. At what cost now with 2 members down, a Black Claw up 13, 14 minutes into the game, they can now start look to position around this Black Claw and really make sure there's vision down there and make sure that they can even bait Evans into a fight.
PSNO, gotta ask, what do you think in terms of the build pass coming out from MLG? They've got triple Crucible, blocks upon blocks upon blocks. They're blocking people quicker than you can block.
They really need it. I mean, all the CC coming from the side of the enemy team, the ultimate from Samuel, the impales from Lance, the ultimate from Arden. So you really need all that crowd control, and especially to keep your Baron mobile and your Celeste mobile. And Celeste is doing pretty good so far on that mid-lane skirmish against Samuel. She's been getting the upper hand, I feel. But what matters is the late game. So we'll see how that scales up. Right now, they're going to take this Black Claw, apparently for free.
Well, there's absolutely nothing Eras can do because the Black Claw has been unleashed on the title of MLG, and they're focusing straight on the engagement. Only the 30 and Ara is being put under pressure, and now Lance joins the rest of his team. Impale misses, is going to be chunked down by the absolute fantastic attacks coming out from Celeste. He follows up with the Solar Storm. Doesn't do that much damage. The Ion Cannon builds in between the two turrets, but it's not going to redo enough. Fantastic core collapse going in. Takes down the kinetic. The Gauntlet doesn't even get a chance to hit the ground of the Sovereign Roy's map before the Baron comes out and chunks the Arden into his death timer. Dragon is full on health in this game. 15.5 minutes in. This is MLG just turning this game from 0 to 100. They're looking to end. They're looking to take down E-Rise in a matter of minutes. Is there anything they can do to activate on the side of Grace? The basic stacks is just gonna push. Oh, Miguel! You absolute beast on this Inara! Taking down the Reddit. This is gonna be the game-ending moment. The Dragon is full health. The Solar Storm rips through on the Vague Crystal. This is MLG taking this game in the cost. E-Rise, you are going back to town, boys.
Well played, very close matchup. Great finishing fight there. I thought Imperium was gonna get like a seizure or something.
And Imperium going super. Oh, and the Sovereign's Rise map. I think way too excited there. Goodness me.
But well played.
So in my life.
The builds really worked in the end for MLG. Very dominant performance there. Double support you see from both Grace and Lorelei pulling through. And even Inara had a Crucible there, which was needed, depending if you consider all the crowd control that Eris had in their stock. But MLG comes across on top of this game, and they're going up against Balkan THC family next. So let's see how that works out.
Definitely. But before we go into the next match, there is another giveaway. So this is the third giveaway for you guys to have a third chance at getting 250 ice in your pockets tonight. And all you have to do is follow us on Twitch, Merciless Battles, and type in the Twitch chat Merciless with a capital M, and you'll be automatically entered to win 250 ice, a little bit of a small pocket to add in when you want to on Wednesday when 4.1 comes out. Definitely, I'm gonna love getting some ice in my pockets to buy some of those awesome looking skins.
Okay, guys, I think I'm going to leave now. There's no need to have 3 casters on. I fully believe that Imperium can rightfully take over this cast, despite all the criticism that he's been getting on the previous months. So wish you guys good luck, and I'll stick around and watch the matches. Without
Wait. What criticism?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. That must be true.
Whoa.
The bot people writing stuff on the internet.
Whoa.
We've got
Whoa.
flames coming.
Oof.
Chat, guys.
Okay, guys. So see you next time. Enjoy
very
the
much.
rest of the matches and see you around on the chat. Take care.
All right, see you, PS.
Thanks,
All
man.
right. If you are just joining the stream, welcome, guys. This is the Merciless Battles, the second day of the tournament, and right now we are facing the next match, MLG versus the Balkan THC family, and definitely looking like a very exciting match. We're definitely heading into the later stages of the competition, but stick around. Even after these first 2 matches, we still have plenty of giveaways to give you guys, as well as the grand finals is coming in after our final match against Fern. And that will be a very exciting best of 3. And we'll have to see who can join Imperative in the finals later this evening. Imperium, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine, baby. I'm feeling fine. So because I'm not full up on in terms of who's playing next against MLG, who is it?
Balkan THC family. So right now, it will be MLG versus Balkan THC family, and the people in Balkan THC family will be Sintel, Inferno, Ivan the Terrible, Stitchner 2002, Binny, Equalizer, Lone Wolf, and Kiss Leaders, and they will be up against the forces of Merciless Grind of Miguel Wymap. It's Joselu, Praz, it's Untamed, Zarzar, Vices, Eraso, and Nighthawk.
What I do like about this Balkan THC family roster is they have the mighty Buff and the mighty Binny. Let's talk about these 2 players. I know they rank together quite a bit, and also Binny, he helps Excoundrel with his videos quite often, so he knows mathematically and kind of the depths of vainglory in terms of itemization, so I expect him to bring him a lot. I expect him, should I say, to bring a lot to the table in this game. He is a fantastic top laner, can protect himself very strong in a hard engagement, so definitely he's going to be a key part. And then we look at Buff. Buff can play all roles. He's like a jack of all trades, master of all. He's able to play multiple roles, but I feel he's strongest as a jungler right now, and the reason why, and maybe he would disagree, but the reason why is because Buff is a very good player, and the jungle role right now is an absolute game-changing role in terms of both early, mid, and even the late game, because if you're able to rotate better than the enemy jungle, steal farm, get those ganks successfully where it needs to be gotten, you turn the tides completely in the favor of your team, and you start to gain that map control right from the start of that game. So if Buff can do that, it's really going to help Balkan THC in this mighty battle against MLG.
Definitely, and today we saw THC win against MLG, so it will be very exciting just to see who will be able to come out on top today. However, we do have a couple more seconds in our giveaway. If you do want to enter our giveaway, we have us on Twitch, Merciless Battles, and also type in the chat Merciless with a capital M, and you'll be automatically entered. And we'll be giving away 1 winner shortly.
Yeah, entering the giveaway is as easy as entering Maxman. What? Did I just say that? Oh my god, but we are in to
PG stream, Imperium.
Hey, I think that was PG. I meant nothing. but we do see the start of the draft has kicked off. We do see Balkan THC on the left-hand side and MLG on the right-hand side. The first ban being a very obvious Magnus. Take him off the table, wipe him out. And I said in the last game that Baron, you want to take him off the table. So I feel that MLG will either go for a first ban Baron or a second ban Baron. They might look to maybe just go for something different to see if they can possibly look to pick it up. They've taken Jewel off the table. They don't like going against this Jewel. It's a wise choice because Jewel, even in weapon power, I definitely think as a weapon power hero, Jewel is actually understated. But in CP, which is kind of the preferred build path, she is very, very dangerous.
Definitely. And I actually have to disagree. I think that the Magnus is better left as the ban for the B-side. I think that if you can force a ban on this Baron for the B-side team, or alternatively pick it up as the first pick, I think you can definitely force one of their bans out with the Magnus. And I think perhaps it would have been better saved later. No strangers to the ban list, as well as Sand Fang, and we'll be moving on to our first pick. Who do you think they should be picking up next?
Baron! Come on, Balkan TSC, you gotta go for the Baron, but it seems like they are hovering over this Churn Walker in the draft phase of this game. I am the kind of person who really think that being on the B side is a slightly better advantage than being on the A side. The reason why, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, when you're on the B side, you get the 2 picks in a row. Yes, you don't get the first pick, but you get that second and third pick. And it means that the synergy you can create with those first 2 picks on your side alone can really help to kind of form a great composition. However, we've gone 3 picks into this draft, and we've yet to see a Baron. Do they even know that the Baron is available? Have they completely missed it? We saw the MLG hovered over, but they're going for the Lorelei Inara, because Inara worked quite well. McGrady Map played it very effectively, and Lone Wolf has gone for that Grace, looking to pick it up, looking to provide the extra CC. You have the Churn Walker with his chains, with that shared damage. You're going to have the Samuel with the Drifting Dart going into a mass inverted. That is essentially AoE damage central. That's going to require a big burst comp coming out from MLG to focus on the one hero at a time. They're going for Celeste to try and get that late game zoning. If they go for a Baron, I really feel that could be the start of not even the start, but the kind of later stages of great draft coming out from MLG, but they're hovering over the Batiste. What the hell? No, they go for the Baron. I was about to say, what the hell, like?
Baron finally picked, but we also see some nice synergy on the side of the Balkan THC family. Obviously, we all know Churn Walker and Samuel are a deadly force put together. They cleave damage with the shared damage from the Churn Walker, and the Samuel, as well as Grace, is defensively in that top lane at the start, and we know that these players will be able to push these heroes to the maximum. And also Anchor has been picked up. I presume this will be going into the jungle with Bath. I cannot get you started how broken Anchor can be if you can get a snowballing lead at the start. Anchor can run away with the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good composition coming out from Balkan THC, but what I fear, what I slightly risk, what I find is a bit risky coming out from Balkan THC is that the Anchor in the front line is really going to be left on her own. Yes, the disengagement kit that comes from Anchor is really effective, so kind of locking her down is hard, but she is also really complemented by a fellow dive hero like a Reza, like an Inara that is able to get on that front line with her. So I do fear that, especially come late game, that buff is going to be drowned out in that front line. It's going to come down to how they engage as a 5-man team. I know that's obvious, but there's still that fear with Anka, but Boff, a competent jungler, early game, like you mentioned, if he kind of gets a nice snowbally run, he will be able to run away with it quite effectively, but let's see what happens in this game.
And definitely, first of all, I do have to shout out that the giveaway will now be closed. Congratulations. If you are the winner of the giveaway, make sure to contact us with your IGN in-game so that we'll be able to give you the ice. Otherwise, we will have to give it to someone else. It will take about 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks if SCMC are busy, so please be patient.
Highland Wolf, can you do me a favor? Can you take your mic away from your mouth a little bit, because outside your kind of breathing is a little bit kind of loud, if that makes sense. Yeah. It just sounds like you're making love to your microphone, which whatever you do in your own time is up to you. Okay, let's buy me dinner first, and then we'll see how it goes.
Shelf that there, okay?
We are into this game. We're 1 minute 20 seconds in. The goal difference is, hey, look, it's 200 in the favor of MLG, but it's early days in this game. We have seen that the Crystal Trees are not quite taken yet. Lone Wolf is looking to chain up the Praz and Nighthawk. It's going to be definitely harder for the Celeste early game. Lorelei has a pretty decent early game with the fish food, with the splashdown, which will look to maybe possibly negate the small push that's going to come out from that mid lane combo of Samuel and Churnwalker. Miguel Map looking to take down the vision on the side of Balkan, so he can just look to then go in and gank in some stages of this game. We are 2 minutes in. Anka going in. Buff with that insane burst damage on the Praz, having the force at the healing flask. There's the rotations that we talk about. Highland Wolf. That is what you need to be in terms of effectiveness. Absolutely fantastic. Is he going to go in again? No, he's just going to play it safe.
That damage from Boff, and this is what I would love. Boff is going around these lanes, putting the pressure down on these heroes, because late game, as you said, he will fall off to these picks such as the Celeste, such as the Inara, such as the Baron, and even the Lorelei with the water.
Great double
going down! Inferno, but the Praz will be first to fall. And Walker going for more, but might just lose his life first. And now, the taste down to Lorelei. That could not have been closer, Imperium.
Can we get an instant replay on that? Because the plays coming out from that Churnwalker on the hooks, on the pulls, was absolutely fantastic. But either way, let's have a look down in the bottom lane, because we do see that MLG Vices is looking to push Sintal. Gruntdraw can get the better of Gwen in the early game, but you have to be aggressive. You have to look to engage onto the Gwen as quickly as possible, as early as possible in the early stages of this game, because the range on Gwen's basic stacks isn't as high as the likes of the Adagio. So it definitely gives Gruntdraw a greater chance to engage hard, but he hasn't quite done so. He's playing a little bit safe, but they're taking them Buff.
Buff, that was a hard. So 4 members collapse on the anchor, and that's a rip. Anchor feels bad, man. Is he will be sent back to his base, and we'll have to rethink that one.
Yeah, so let's have a look at kind of what is coming out in terms of optimization early stages game. It doesn't seem to be anything too crazy. Obviously, we're still in the early stages, so kind of we're not going to have a true clear idea. I would love to see Inferno on this Samuel go for a Frostburn second item, or third item, should I say. I'd say it's going to be Spellfire going into Halcyon Chargers, and then I would really like to see a Frostburn. The reason why is because the change that got made to Frostburn is that it works on basically passives that come from the Drift and Dark. So anybody that's in the Drift and Dark is going to be slowed by the Frostburn. So it's not just on the likes of the Malice and Verdict. So that will really play a strong part in stopping the Gruntdraw from engaging, for example, and stopping the Inara from engaging, especially going into the late game. So that would be a really strong item for Samuel to pick up.
Definitely would love to that Spellfire into the house and charges and into that Frostburn. Definitely, as you say, those changes to Samuel make him really, really oppressive in this update 4.0, and definitely looking forward to seeing the build path of what Inferno goes. But yeah, I definitely think it would be important for him to go definitely Spellfire in that order. We're looking at also Celeste also definitely
Whoa,
looking
Miguel
against
Mac
Spellfire.
trying to get the better of Buff, but Buff got swallowed by the Scrumjaw. Is he going to be able to get Undertone? No! The absolute build, he misses, and he hits the wall. However, Buff is going to be able to take that move grab before it's too late. He has a pull. He is going to be able to take down the burst of the anchor, the turnaround for Buff. He effectively defeats a 2v1, and all because Scrumjaw hit the wall on his stuffed after swallowing Buff and kind of just went into a brick wall.
Imperium regrets about that one. Gonna have to feel bad about that one, as that is just an unfortunate turn, and Anchor turns it around. Brilliant for Anchor on such low health, still managing to grab up those kills. We do see a gold lead starting to open up about 1.5k on the side of Balkan THC, and now it is actually up to MLG to start thinking about, okay, how can we stop this sort of beginning of a snowball that is Anchor starting to pull off? And realistically, I think just trying to hold on to level 8 and trying to get these items on these hyper carries, such as the Baron, such as the Celeste, is going to be very crucial for the side of MLG.
Yeah, but here's the thing, MLG, they don't need to worry about losing an early game, but talk about the early game. Buff once again goes in up to, it's just up in top lane, midway map, joining Binny, joining up in the top lane to try and take down Buff and Binny, but just looking to keep that Baron alive. MLG, what they need to do, Highland Wolves, they just need to play passive. It doesn't matter if they lose a couple of lives. They're not taking down, Balkan THC are not really taking down the Celeste. And okay, sorry, they you know, this.
Who needs to kill them? When you can kill them flats, Imperium, that will be one kill going down from this Samuel. Definitely going to be a nice little bit of gold going over as Samuel did pick up a kill, and also bounties now scale up with farm. So all that farm that he's been getting, also all that gold's gonna go over to the side of MLG.
Yeah, but yeah, so MLG, they only have to keep protection in terms of the mid lane and the top lane, or their respective bot laners. So that's exactly what they're doing. Baron, yes, hasn't got a kill, but hasn't died. So it's kind of just looking to get into this late game. However, it just has got Serpent's Mask first item. Interesting, normally it's a Sarblade going into Tension Bow, but it shows he's a good player. He's going to know what to do, and he's maybe trying something different. So let's see what happens. Binny's being engaged on the Mugway map. It shows he's going to get the basic attacks onto Binny. He's going to be able to jump jets away into safety. And let's see where the weapon tree can go. You see MLG, 5-man up in that top jungle just to secure a weapon tree.
Definitely a lot is being secured to secure that jungle tree. But again, we see this sort of respect coming out from both sides. And apart from Boff obviously going around the map is what an Anchor should be doing. But both teams have been generally respecting each other, not going in too far, and respecting the other side and just the damage that they can put out.
Yeah, well, you know, they've kind of... Balkan THC do have a better early game composition overall. The objectives haven't really kind of shown on the push that Balkan THC have in the early and mid game. But let's see what happens. We are getting engagement up in that top lane. Buff, Binny, and Lone Wolf trying to go in. They do mortal wounds onto the Baron. Baron is trying to get away. The Tresca passes activated. Tatianara down for the count. It's Josie's going to try and have to fight underneath her. He's moving away. Left, right, and center. Shimmy, shimmy. But that is a double kill with the Grace getting the job done. And if they can turn that into a turret, that will be very successful from Balkan THC. But no, they're kind of porting back. They're kind of rotating down. And you need to turn a kill into an objective focus, especially in the 10-minute mark of this game where it is going to turn into the team-wide rotations. So if you have a more of a map control with the turrets, it will effectively give you a greater chance of pushing these team fights. But either way, that was a great rotation, great kill onto the Baron. And MLG, they're going to have to just be a little bit more careful.
Definitely have to agree with you. MLG has to be careful as well, but I would love to see this lead. They're not turning it into objectives, as you said. They should be, when they get a kill, when they get 2 kills, going towards this Ghost Wing. It's up. They should be forcing team fights then around this Ghost Wing, forcing MLG to have to answer or lose the Ghost Wing. And all this lead that they're building up, they've not really got a massive gold lead at 10 minutes in. And despite all these kills that they've been getting, as Anka's been running around and grabbing up, it's not really converted to much.
And exactly, that's what you need to do. You need, especially when you're back in THC, you've got to turn those kills into objectives. And at some stage of the game, maybe they didn't need to do it in the first 4 minutes, but now we're going to go fifth food, going into the core clubs. Anka, Boff, you just be shut down, my friend. And a great rotation coming out from Inferno to take down the Lorelei. That's another kill going over the back of THC. Solar Storm ripping through, but it rips through the shadows of the enemies on Balkan THC. 11.5 minutes into this game, Ghost Wing is up. Black Claw's about to spawn. Buff with another rotation, being supported by Binny. Gets the divine intervention. He's going to go in hard. And McGrady Map is mortal wounded out of here. Is going to be able to survive underneath that turret. Come on, Buff. Get the turret. Focus on the turret. You got to get that job. Don't we do see a turret being taken down in the bottom lane? That's a start from coming out from Balkan THC in this fantastic game against MLG. MLG, who've been on fire in the past couple of games, are being put under a lot more pressure by Balkan THC.
Definitely Balkan THC bringing the pain against MLG. Definitely the most exciting game we've had so far this tournament today. And now Praz and Nighthawk trying to put some pressure onto the mid lane turrets, as now we see the Inferno going down, and that is not what you want on your Samuel. As now it is not. Minions now pushing into the mid lane, and only Lone Wolf to defend it. Now, although we do see more rotations, more people coming down and trying to push down this mid lane, could we be seeing a 4-man rotation to come and take down this mid lane turret?
It wouldn't be a bad idea coming out from MLG. Taking down the mid lane turret is definitely very important when it comes to Ghostwing Blacklaw. So really good job if they do manage to get it done. Benny goes in with the benediction, but it doesn't really do much. However, Grumjaw, along with Milky Map in the bottom lane, takes down Gwen. Sintel, you are dead, my friend, and that makes a 5v4 situation. MLG, they're a little bit kind of caught off guard by that kill. They can't really take advantage of it too much, but either way, that is going to help them in terms of their goal difference against Balkan. THC is definitely still in the favor, but we're seeing engagement between the bot lane and even the mid lane. Binny is being basic attacked by this Joseph, chunked down, and we do see in the mid lane all the while Buff getting into the face of Celeste and taking her down just like that, Highland Wolf.
Definitely, and we see that kill is killed nonetheless, and I'm saying kills, it will be the Anara who falls down to 3 members of THC, and that's going to be Fields. But man, as now that opens up the map, and I would love to see them start to rotate and take some objectives, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing its mid lane pushed down by this Samuel, by this Churnwalker. Churnwalker getting right up in the face of this Lorelei, Nighthawk, and MLG, and making sure that there's nothing he can do. Crucible will come out. Didn't block anything, so that's going to be a Crucible on cooldown for his side of THC. Definitely not what you want if a team fight does break out in the next few moments, but I'm sure that Crucible will come back off of cooldown before a full-scale team fight will come out.
So 14 and a half minutes into this game. Let's have a quick look at itemization. I hate to say it, but I've been on point with my build path coming out from the Samuel, Spellfire, Halcyon Chargers into Frostburn. Absolute usual classic build coming out from Samuel right now in the meta. On the side of the Celeste, you do have a Spellfire, you have Halcyon Chargers, but Eve of Harvest third item? I'm not going to lie, I don't agree with that against the Anka. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm definitely wrong. However, when you're going up against the likes of an Anka, you're kind of going to get outright bursted down. So it's a matter of trying to do as much damage as you can. You could see that the Eve of Harvest will help if, let's say, the Celeste gets waterwalled and survives the engagement. But talk about engagement, the buff, the Anka is swallowed just like that. It's going to be taken out. This is MLG possibly turn around in favor. Milky Map is absolutely pushed out, so it becomes a 4v4 situation. Double core collapse coming out from the Celeste. Great job done. If they can follow that up, Vices on the Grumter, you're full health, man. Engage hard or go home. Yes, they are going to be able to try and take down this Churn Walker. Churn Walker down for the count. Now Milky Map is going back in, trying to push the Balkan CHC family roster away. They're going in hard on their turn. Yes, Grumjaw getting the job done, but the rest of the rest of the MLG roster, should I say, are low. They get another kill. Black Claw is up. 16 minutes in this game. This is MLG turning it around, and all happened because Boff got swallowed and taken out just like that at the start of that engagement, Highland Wolf.
This is MLG's second team, but they're playing like at the top of the hill. And if they're Kings, 3 kills, taking the Black Claw. And now, however, they're going to be pulled off. It is Boff and Benny both rotate up. This Anchor's definitely something you still have to respect. Can definitely take out a hero if they're not positioned well, if they can get onto it. Boff looking to try guard just Baron, but being chunked back down and having to just go back a little bit. Gonna have to think about that one again. Is definitely, I love to see this rotations coming around. This objective game from MLG. When they get these 3 kills, they're pushing aggressive hard into THC, getting a triple kill and going straight for that dragon and making sure that pressure from THC is constant.
Yeah, now we're looking at this game, and Boff has got kind of an interesting build path. When I say interesting, like usual Spellfire, Broken Myth, I would like to have seen Halcyon Chargers before Clockwork. The reason was because Tier 3 Boots is just so effective, and the cooldown on the Halcyon Chargers I feel would be enough at this stage of game instead of Clockwork. But I kind of like the fact that it's gone Clockwork. It provides core CP damage and it has the extra cooldown, and the energy recosts are absolutely fantastic on the item. But it's basically it's less damage. But talk about less damage, we're seeing an engagement. Binny's being put on his own in that game, going on engagement. Solar Storm misses everybody, so definitely not the most effective play. However, Gwen takes down the Inara. All the while, Sintel turning up the heat on this Gwen with those base attacks. Water Walls himself coming out for Nighthawk, but are they going to be able to turn around? It shows they're still alive, but gets aces high by, I think it was the Trespass that got chunked down, and an ace going over the THC, and that is them going to be able to capture Black Claw and possibly be the game-ending push, but I don't think so.
MLG were so split. They both did a brilliant job of taking 2 members of the MLG side to try chase them down. In all the meanwhile, we saw 1 member of MLG being 3v1. And from that point, it was a 4v5, and after that, there was nothing that MLG could really do. They need to stick to a target altogether rather than try all go separately. And that did not work for a team, and now they're going to pay for it. Is this Black Claw? Now Reiji is down onto the turrets, pounding on the second tier turret. That's going to be that one gone, and surely, perhaps, if they can be aggressive enough, 3 turrets, all the turrets in the mid lane should go down. Imperium, if they can get
Balkan THC should be going for Ghostwing. They're not really being too effective. Wait, what the hell, Buff? What the hell? No, Buff is actually in the area. I thought he engaged hard. My apologies. I expected Buff to be in there, but he didn't. Yeah, back in THC, they secure another turret in the top lane and the mid lane. Really good good push coming out from them. But I would like to have seen them backed off a little bit earlier and capture Ghostwing, whereas right now it kind of gives MLG maybe a bit easier of a chance to kind of port back, refresh, reinfuse, reinvigorate, and then go for the Ghostwing, because they should know, if they have any idea of what's going on, that Ghostwing is right now being taken by Balkan THC. But no, MLG kind of go, we need to just play it safe. We need to take it easy. That's what they have done. Balkan secure Ghostwing.
Balkan THC are stepping onto another level, Imperium, in these last team fights. They are on fire today, and MLG are going to need a play of their lives to make sure they can take this win, to keep their streak in the tournament going if they have any hope of making it to the finals to face Imperative. This is their tournament. They need to step up now, and they need to show the European scene just what MLG are made of.
Yeah, we'll talk about Balkan THC. They're looking to push this bottom wave. All the while, the mid wave is being pushed. Iron Cannon goes out, but doesn't really connect onto anybody. Anka goes in onto that turret. Turret is going to be destroyed. Let's see what can happen with the Turn Walker trains going in. If he can get successful trespass, the Crucible gets taken out. So there's no real Crucible. One Crucible down, Oblivion. That's a sleep coming out for the Baron. But what it is it going on? Because there's no real focus coming out from Balkan THC, but they do what they need to do to get that turret, to get that push. The Divine Intervention is down for on cooldown for another 30 seconds, but Crucibles and Fountains are still realistically up on the side of Balkan THC, so they can stay engaged. They can actually stay putting MLG under pressure. MLG still have Crucibles and Fountains on their side, so, you know, once again, we've seen MLG have 3 Crucibles on the board. When they're against a Charmwalker, when they're against a Samuel, that's a pretty wise choice.
Oh my goodness, sorry. Blocks, call it Minecraft Imperium. We got a blocky game happening over here. And we see infusions now being picked up for both teams later in this game, and that's definitely going to be wise. I would love to see infusion on every single player. Definitely what you want to see at 22 minutes. If a team fight does not go the way of MLG, it could be curtains for their hopes of this Merciless Battles tournament. And really, what do you think that they should be doing to make sure they can win this game?
They just got to kill the enemies, right?
Push down the turret.
No, but it's realistically, it's got to be the focus. You got to focus on kind of one hero at a time. I know it's a little bit obvious, but you know, you got to take down the Baron. When you're on the side of Balkan THC, full on. Take down the Baron, you get the job done, because not only is Baron just pretty damage dealing, you know, he's got a breaking point, which I don't agree
He's got
with.
no defense.
He's got a breaking point, which I don't agree with, but either way, those stacks are going to build up eventually. Someone, the Oblivion doesn't miss out. Garanka goes in along with the Grace, and now we do see the Lorelei is getting taken out, followed by an Ara, followed by the Celeste. One by one, they fall brick by boring brick. And once again, Balkan THC are going to focus their attention on the Blacklaw. 23 minutes into this game. Could this be the game-ending Blacklaw? The game-ending push from Balkan THC? The death timers are not that high, but their drive, their passion, their absolute aim to win this game could really pay off.
This will not be an empowered Blacklaw, but I tell you what, it looks like THC are empowered. They are on another level. I'm playing in the game. I don't know what happened from the early game, late game, but they're playing as 10 times better than they already were. And MLG now all up, now defending for the time of their lives, and now it will be Binny trying to get engaged, but Inara's going to kick them back, and now Inara, Miguel trying to engage, Crucible will come out on side of MLG, but is now Fountain going to get popped out from THC now, whilst dropping low, going to have to retreat back. The crowd, Blacklaw still going down full health. It could be the game. Imperium, this will be the game as THC. There is nothing MLG can do. It is curtains for the competition for them as THC move on to the final game.
Yeah, so great job coming out from Balkan THC in that game overall. MLG definitely didn't look weak, but a couple of things that didn't really kind of pay off for them, I feel. When you straight up look, it shows us build. It just kind of the breaking point should have been replaced by a tornado trigger, in my opinion.
Definitely.
Or maybe a bone saw. But either way, just the breaking point wasn't really kind of paying off. When it came to the focus, Praz had Eve of Harvest and Frostburn. That's just not enough damage to deal with an Anka. Like I mentioned, when you're going up against an Anka, which Boff was absolutely fantastic on, very, very aggressive. When you're going up against an Anka, the burst that comes out from Anka on her kit, on her abilities, is just really hard to be sustainable against. There's no healing heroes on the side of MLG. So what's the best way to combat in this situation? An Anka, just counter burst. So you might not survive, but you do as much damage as you can in the time that you are alive. So that's how that would have been best up against Buff. I feel more burst going for the Broken Myth, going for the Shatter Glass. Take away the Eve of Harvest, take away the Frostburn, and just look to build as much damage as you can and rip through this. The Solar Storms would have been a lot more effective. The whole damage coming out from Celeste would have been a lot more effective. But either way, it was a great effort by MLG, and Balkan THC come out on top, and they will go on to the next stages of this tournament. But Highland Wolf, I believe we have another giveaway.
We do have a giveaway for you guys on the Twitch stream. Thank you for whoever's still staying with us. And we are having a brilliant time ourselves. But another giveaway of 250 ice for one lucky winner. And all you have to do is follow on the Twitch channel with give it a big old smack on a follow.
Whoa.
And also type in what?
Sorry, but we've a hate to interrupt you, but we've a special guest in stream chat.
We do have a special guest.
Hey, Sean Ostino. How you doing, baby? It feels so good to say your name. Sean. Anyway, you can continue on with giving the information on the giveaway.
It is, so make sure to hit that follow on our Twitch channel, as well as you have to type in the word Merciless in the stream chat with a
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
a capital MERCILESS, Merciless, with a capital M, and make sure you also follow the Twitch channel as well. Otherwise, you will not be eligible for the giveaway. We will give one lucky winner.
Can you repeat that?
Well, Merciless.
Can you repeat how to spell Merciless? I've forgotten.
Imperium, we need to have a talk.
I'm asking you a genuine question, like.
Oh, is it? Okay, right. Alright, so capital MERCILESS.
What was before the M?
Before the M.
Okay, now I'm just messing with you.
You are just messing with me, okay, Imperium.
Okay, so hey, you gotta have a laugh, guys. Yeah. So the next game we're gonna have is Fern Skuldaka against Balkan THC.
This is for a chance in the grand final, which we'll be having a short break after this match, guys. To get a drink, get something to eat, take the toilet. I don't know if I need to take a piss.
Cringe.
During the break.
I'm sorry, PG stream. Would you mind not mentioning those kind of words?
Excuse you. Take
please.
a wee. Take a wee.
You mean PP in the potty?
A PP in the potty.
That's so cringe.
We need it.
Whoa! Whoa! Why? That's what has a beer.
Oh wow, Max! It's super effective. Hey, Max, man, what you doing?
Just lurking. How about
Are
you?
you
Guys? How's it
lurking?
going?
We have a lucky man in the stream. You have to give him a pole champ
I
for
was like,
joining.
I was seeing the overload of cringe. I was got to stop this.
You got to stop the cringe.
Yeah, got to stop Imperium.
Stop it! Stop Imperium! Stop him in his tracks! Stop! Amazon.
Okay, I'll just mute
stop.
myself then. Okay, cool.
Anyways, if you are joining the stream, guys, welcome to the Merciless Battles Day 2. We are almost at the end of the stream, but don't worry if you have missed a couple matches. You can always check our streams later on. We do have the stream of yesterday on our Twitch channel. Be sure to check that out as well, with me and the wonderful Maxman casting, as well as Binny. It was casting earlier, so definitely go check that one out. But now our match is the final match: Balkan THC family versus Fern Skullblacker, and in Balkan THC. Oh, Maxman.
Yeah.
Are you casting?
No. I'm just coming to check on you guys.
Really? So you just joined VC to be trolling?
Yeah.
He's a replace.
Well, you think I came here to be productive? No, of course not. I don't have enough brain cells for that. I'm here just to troll you guys. God damn it.
Oh, Max, could you?
Well, anyways, I'm gonna leave you two, and also don't forget, Wolf love hookers. He loves them. You love the hookers.
I do love hookers. I love my Trent Walker.
Okay. Good luck with the cast, guys.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, so so just because I'm reading stream chat because I'm toxic like that. Stop Imperium from making big mistakes, dude. I am a mistake, so I am literally a big mistake. So there's the only way you stop me from making a big mistake is by killing me. If you want to find me, you want to kill me, you go ahead and do that, my friend. I have absolutely no problem with that, but there's no way on earth you are doing anything else and expecting me to stop making mistakes. That's it, guys. That is it.
All right, we are looking to get into. Remember, guys, if you are looking to get 250 free ice in the giveaway, make sure you follow us on to Twitch and also type in the word Merciless in chat with a capital M, and you'll be entered into the giveaway for one lucky winner.
Apparently Alpha Shadow has won the
Has
giveaway.
He won? Oh well, too late, guys. Alpha Shadow's won. Gosh,
It's not too late because there's going to be another 4 giveaways later. So don't worry, guys. There's more chances.
There is, and we're not even done with the giveaway. Still, there's going to be another giveaway after this match. So make sure you stick with us and watch this last exciting match. See who will be facing Imperative in the finals in shortly, and the best of 3, as well as we got to make sure that as well, Imperium.
Well, what do you mean, Alan? It's only 250 ice. There's starving kids in Africa that would kill for 250 ice. How about you have a bit of perspective, my friend, man?
Gold ice. It is gold ice, Imperium.
You know, like my lord, have mercy on your soul.
And
I
apologize for the whole of Africa.
So, okay, fair enough. So we are going to see the roster for Skullblacker is Silver Skull 69, Dorn, Ono 1337, Dead Soldier, and Toby. Dorn is the most noticeable hero on the first roster. Player. Hey, he could be the hero. He could be the hero of this game.
He's just so good. He's a hero now.
Basically, I can be your hero, baby. Anyway, so we are into this draft. We're into this game. It is the final game of day 2 of the Merciless Battles event. The winner of this game will go on to face the winner of yesterday's battles, which was Imperative. So we do see the draft phase going over in this game. We do see first ban coming over on the side of first Skullblack of Churnwalker, followed by Magnus. Is it going to be a San Thing ban coming out for first Skullblack? It wouldn't be a bad idea. I say Baron, you pick up Baron, you win the game. That didn't quite happen in the last game, but let's see if we can be proven wrong. It's going to be a Celeste ban over on the side of back in THC. Jules open, Baron's open, Gwen's open, Lance is open, Maximon's legs are open. It's all open wide in this draft so far. You've got Reza as well, and they do go for that Reza first pick.
Oh, goodness me. The memes are... And we've not even started in the finals yet, Imperium. We do see the Reza being picked up in the Lance to counter Lance and the Lorelei. Brilliant counters to this Reza. Lance with the Impale, with the Giffian Wall, gonna be able to stop that Reza in its tracks, as well as the Water Wall and the pools from the Lorelei will help protect anyone who does get caught under this Reza's grasp.
Okay, Varia?
Varia is the first time.
A little bit interesting. Varia isn't bad, but the late game that's required out of Varia is kind of even even later than Baron, if that makes sense. Highland Wolf, Varia's power spike is late game, as in it's so late it's nearly the next game. That's how late it is, to be honest.
It's almost tomorrow.
It's almost tomorrow.
And what I don't like is this anchor. This anchor will be awful for Varia as well. Could you imagine? You've got this very extreme late game hero, and then you just have an anchor be picked up, and you might as well dodge the draft, Imperium, because anchor is all about this early game, putting heroes behind. And my worry is that if this Reza can't help the other heroes get to late game, Fern might just fall flat on their face.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of risk coming out from the first Skullbacker roster. If I am not mistaken, that's going to be a top lane Adagio, bot lane Baron, obviously mid lane Varia, a jungle Reza, and a support Arden. The roster in itself is pretty balanced. Coming out for first Skullbacker, the only doubt I would have is Varia, as we talked about. But over on the side of Balkan THC, they've got a Gwen, they've got Anka, they've got Lorelei, they've got Lance, and they've got Grace. Essentially, 4 out of those 5 heroes are very strong meta heroes. And just on the side note, by the way, guys, we are going to have a reroll for the first giveaway because the Alpha Shadow didn't respond. So once again, as I can see you guys are doing, put in Merciless in chat to be added into the giveaway for 250 ice. That's spicy ice, but either way, we are into this game. First 30 seconds, nothing too crazy right now, just waiting for the rotations to come out between these two teams. And what is interesting is Toby and Silver Skull are taking jungle together, but there's going to be no ambient gold for Toby, so that's going to be interesting. It could be a jungle Adagio and a top lane Reza. I don't quite know what is kind of
I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused about the jungle Adagio just doesn't seem to fit at all. I would much rather see this Adagio in the top lane and this Reza, who can be really impactful in the early game, be in the jungle, be able to go between the lanes and put the pressure onto THC family, because if they don't, they're never going to get to this late game bit the Varia and the Baron requires.
Yeah. So it's definitely going to be risky. We do see Dorn is doing a lot of work on the Varia, but that double impact from Lone Wolf is just chunking that Varia and Arden down, even in the first 1.5 minutes. That's not even any damage coming out from that Lance, and it's already paying the price. And Varia's gonna have to be careful in the early stages of this game. You got a toxic Lorelei with that poke damage. You got a great impaled Lance that's going to be able to do a lot of work, followed by the Githy Wall. So definitely that early game coming out from Balkan THC is just really hard. It's going to require them to be safe. Oh, the Impale misses, and it was great Vanguard coming out from 1337, and we do see the Vari going into that great B kit, look to really provide that AoE damage. You just kind of push Balkan THC away. It's about 300 gold in the favor of Balkan THC in the first 2.5 minutes of this game. Dead Soldiers trying to get on the sit out, but just looking to farm up quite nicely in this game. And it's all looking pretty good for Balkan THC so far.
I must say, though, in the bot lane, this is very interesting. It almost reminds me of a couple patches ago. We see this actual Baron and this Adagio sticking in the bot lane together and actually pushing Binny back. And as he did have to go back to base, it almost feels like they're playing in either 3.8, to be honest with you, Imperium. Sticking together, there's no... Adagio should be going around his jungle, and that's why I think maybe they've just got the positions wrong. Adagio should, in my opinion...
No. Okay. Overall, I would tend to agree, but it's situationally can work, Highland Wolf. And in this situation where the late game on the side of Fern Skull Blacka is really heavily a late game, there's no huge advantage for Reza as a jungler to be rotating, because you're not necessarily, it's a harder job in this situation getting your team to late game by rotating as a jungler, whereas Toby being that protective Adagio kind of jungler for Silver Skull, you're really aiding the Baron in getting to late game because nobody's going to engage on the Baron because it's essentially 2v2 all the time. And now we do see Ono37 joining the fold, joining the Sovereign's Rise in that bottom lane. It's going to be an engagement coming out. Great job coming out for First Skull Blacka. I really like what they're doing in this situation. Their strategy is working, Highland Wolf.
It is definitely, and I do have to agree, it does have its positives, which is paying out here, and definitely with this late game Adagio with his healing will be able to heal Baron in this lane and keep him in the lane to keep getting that gold, which is going to be so impactful to stay ahead of Binny, and they're also pushing down his turret. Holy Nova will land onto that Baron, but it might just be Baron who falls. Baron, it might just be the Lance, who almost falls. The Varia ultimate will go down, and it almost the Anvil's Hammer doing work and taking out the Lance, but it's going to be First Blood, actually, in the other lane as Anchor does go down of all players. Lone Wolf trying to go in nice at giving a wall and impale onto two members, and now it's going to be up to one falling, and now unfortunately Silver Skull cannot do enough, but Dawn coming in to clean up. Dawn, the MVP, gets a double kill. Thank you very much, Binny. Thank you very much, Lone Wolf. Double kill in my pocket, and that will be gold for my late game.
Yeah, that's either way very effective start coming out from Fern Skull Blacka. They're 4 kills to 2. They're about 1.2k gold ahead. The Varia hasn't died at all. The Baron has only died once. It's really looking good for their composition, for their power spikes. And like I said, it kind of comes down to the fact that the Baron has been really well protected, and so has the Varia in this stage of the game. Buff as this jungler on this Anchor hasn't been that effective. Nearly got the kill onto the resin, but wasn't quite successful. If he rotates down to mid and kind of bottom, might be a little bit more effective, especially mid. But either way, we'll see how this goes. 6 minutes 20 into this game, Ghost Swing has spawned up. Alternating Current has been picked up as a first item on Dorn. It should be followed by a Spellfire, I would imagine. A Silver Skull going in frontlining as a Baron is not wise at this stage of the game.
That is not what you want to do. Jumping into the members of CH. Will land, and that's going to be a Feels Bad Man. Is now 3 members of Fern will fall, and that's going to bring the gold lead back up to 1k behind, which honestly Fern were starting to get a lead, but that just feels kind of non-existent now. as realistically now they get that gold from those kills that Silver Skull had acquired and that the Varia had acquired, and get that and spend it all, and now they're back up even with Fern.
Yeah, so we do see, Balkan TFT are kind of looking pretty decent. Lone Wolf on this lands has been really effective. Inferno's got alternating current and tier 3 boots already. That's playing into their advantage, able to rotate around the map a little bit quicker. Tier 2 boots has been picked up by Dorn, followed by 3 crystal boots and the alternating current, like I mentioned already. Shatter Glass being picked up by Reza as first damage item, followed by tier 2 boots, and Dorn has to run away from the impale in the mid lane. Engagement coming out from Balkan THC. With no support coming out from the rest of his team, he's under pressure. He's just going to have to play it safe. But no, he's going in onto Inferno. Really aggressive play. Now is going to be really good stuff. Supported by the Arden. You walk away from your teammate, and you're going to pay the price.
A bit of a dodgy gauntlet there, but who said Varia was late game Imperium? I only see Varia destroying THC right now in this mid lane, and it's also down to this pressure that you were talked about earlier with this Adagio, this Baron, as the fight does break out, and now the sun will get blocked off on Both, but not going to be enough as AC Tide will land and stun into your death, Adagio. You're too slow to run away. Is now 1337 will be the lone survivor in front of his turret to defend. Dawn sitting about 50% health to defend. Reza, what is this Reza doing on the back line? Imperium, explain this, because it's Reza's way out of position. Both says thank you very much, and I will take that kill, and nothing that Fern can do to save him.
And maybe just, thought that Balkan THC were a little bit hungry. Oh, great Gizzy wall! Going into the impale, water wall! And just Vanguard, should I say, trying to keep on alive. That is a great engagement coming out. But now we do see Dorn being aggressive is just so good coming out from Dorn. It's kind of that counter aggression, just not being afraid to dish out that damage from a distance. Silver Skull did jump jets in, but not able to get the 2 basic attacks. They're now going to focus on the midway turret, but Binny's going to go in the Grace, going in on the Impale, holding over, doesn't quite connect. Lone Wolf is under pressure and gets taken out for his troubles, just too much on the front line, not quite there. Boff is going to get divine intervention. The basic attack coming out for Baron, even on just a Sorrow Blade, is so much in this game. And First Skull Blanca gets another kill in the process. Impressive play coming out from Dorn. I've been proven wrong.
I know.
Varia, new meta.
Dream late game Varia. They have something up their sleeve that none of us were expecting. Varia's damage is on another level. And when they had to answer that pressure coming from the 2-man Adagio and the Baron and bot lane, it left Varia open to start farming freely when the picks such as this lands, such as the Loyal had to go down into the bot lane to help Binny defend it, which didn't even work out in their favor anyways. And now we're approaching his 10 minutes in. Although Silver Skull looking like he could be in danger. Lone Wolf looking for the Impale, almost finds it, but Silver Skull going to turn around, double shot him in the face, and that's going to be them walking away.
Yeah, I just want to say I made a itemization mistake. Well, a bit of not a mistake in terms of calling out itemizations. I mentioned Dorn picking up Spellfire. I meant to say Dragon's Eye. I know you might turn around and go, well, he's already built it now, so you're just saying that. But I was really meant to say Dragon's Eye, but I said Spellfire by mistake. Golden now coming out. There's going to be engagement coming out from Fern. Skull Blacker as a 5-man team looking to catch out Binny.
Binny now running for a life. THC looking like scared in this game as Silver Skull chase down Binny. That's going to be 2 kills going to the side of Third, and now we're going for more as lands in trouble. Has to Crucible, but not going to be enough. Ace is high, going to miss, and now they're looking for more, but not enough damage coming out from Sintel on this Gwen, who gets chunked by Dawn. I've never seen a Varia the new meta Imperium.
No, it's just like I mentioned. They got a good early game, the protection that came out from the Dazzler, like I said, and the Arden was just really effective. And yeah, they've just been really surprising with their damage. And full respect to First Skull Blacker positionally, objectively, team fight wise, they've been aggressive where they need to, but they've also been safe where they need to. They've got a 5k gold lead, Highland Wolf. That says a lot about their lead. Tenchibo is being picked up by Silver Skull on this Baron, so that's going to be essentially another itemization power spike. Eve of Harvest has been picked up by Thor, so that's going to be sustain and damage and cooldown. Another third item power spike. You have 2 or 3 boots on the Reza. That's going to make him more mobile. Impale going in on Lone Wolf. This engagement, Divine Intervention is having to be used within 5 seconds of that team fight on the anchor. Otherwise, he's under pressure. Sintel is under pressure. Gets Crucible, but it's not enough because this is Wipeout coming out from First Skull Blacker in a 3v2 situation. Coming back, he's going to be able to survive, but no, the stacks of 15 Dragon's Eye stacks on the Storm was just so effective, and the turret is destroyed up in that top lane. They're not going to be able to secure Black Claw, so this is just going to have to be First Skull Blacker, regenerating themselves, getting up the farm, pushing the wave up in that top lane, and regrouping as a team. It was effective, it was working, but you got to give credit to Falcon THC, because they did take down a good few members of Fern in that team fight.
They're looking to take it, but can I just say this barrier 9-1 and 2, and the itemization especially. We got the alternating current, the Dragon's Eye standard, but also the E of Harvest, which is very important. It's keeping this barrier alive, allowing her to be aggressive in these long extended team fights where she can get these Dragon Eye stacks. What THC need to do is they need to be able to jump onto this barrier immediately and delete her from the Sovereign's Rise. Otherwise, they will just never win the team fight.
Yeah, definitely don't disagree. However, you can't disregard the Baron damage that's going to come out into that game as well, as he just picks up more and more items in this game. And he has 2 damage items. Looking to get that Tornado Trigger as a third item, which will be even more of a power spike. Talking about engagement, Sintel on this Gwen has to be super aggressive. You are dead right. If he can be super aggressive and wipe out the Varia, along with the Anka and even the Lorelei, yeah, that will really pay off. But Blacklaw looking to be engaged to turn into a team fight on the side of First Skull Blacker. They are just grouping as a 5-man team. They are going in. Great play by Dead Soldier to get that burst onto buff. That really chunks him down quite effectively. It means that he can't engage on the team fight until he takes the health treant. And great ultimate coming out of Varia.
Almost gets stolen, but it's... And that's going to be now one falling. Vinny's now down, and THC going to lose 2 members, possibly 3. His buff now running for his life. Imperium is now Dawn looking to catch out Inferno. Waterwall has come out, but that damage on the Baron chunked down. Baron hashtag please nerf. And it jumps in through the Waterwall barrier, 2-shotting a Lorelei.
Yeah, that's to be expected. He picked up that Tornado Trigger just after Black Hole was captured. He doesn't even have an infusion, and he's already doing that damage. 12 Dragon's Eye. Sorry, no, my apologies. Totally miss. Let me just rephrase that. That is a level 12 infusion coming out from Varia. He was the only hero that had an infusion. They're going to push with the Dragon, with the Black Claw, but they're going to turn their attention to Ghostwing. That's really clever play coming out from First Skull Blacker, because what they're doing is they're maintaining the advantage they have on map. They're maintaining the lead they have. They're capturing the Ghostwing, so it means they have that buff coming into the next team fight engagement. They're gaining their gold. They're stealing the jungle on the side of back and THC. They're starving them even more. And their late game comp as it is, and they're even getting to more of a late game in this game. They're about 6k gold ahead, 70 minutes into this game. This is all First Skull Blacker's game to lose in my eyes, Highland Wolf.
Unfortunately, and unfortunately, side of THC, they reached the finals last night as well, only to lose to Imperative, and they're facing a loss again. It must hurt to be THC to lose twice, or well, don't say lose twice just yet, but as you say, it is Ferns to lose, and it is looking to be curtains for THC. I really can't see a way with such a heavy late game composition with this Baron, with this Barrier now coming online with full build almost, just needs to get that Aegis online. There's really nothing that THC, in my opinion, can do unless they can somehow find a way to delete this Baron or to delete this Barrier in a team fight very early on.
Well, you know, in the words of Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. And this is First Go Back and looking to take the first place in this day 2 of Merciless Battles. They're going to go hard, but this is a great getting wall to try and push Silver Skull out of the way. Really great focus, but the Adagio Ultimate is going to be able to stun up a couple of members, and instantly they go straight down, taking down Lance. That's a good double kill by Reza, taking down the Grace. Triple kill onto the Aka. Is it going to be a quadruple kill? Is it going to be a pentakill? But no, they get underneath the armory, underneath the base just in time, and actually Reza pays the price, but is that going to be enough? Armory is taken down by low members on the side of First Go Back. I don't know if they can do the job. Oh, those basic attack damages taken out the Lorelei so effectively, and that's all they need to do, because Dorn is just going to be able to build up those Dragon's Ice tanks. Sit down, but Lobo's not going to be able to join. Are they going to be able to take them down? This is going to be absolute masterclass coming out from Dorn. He's going in hard. He's just being very aggressive. The Dragon's Ice tanks building up. He's getting up to 9 points out this game. No, it's not quite going to be done. It's an ace going over to Balkan THC. They survive for the moment.
I thought that was game Imperium until I saw the respawns coming in. I thought they can defend this in the throw of their lives. You said it's Ferns to lose, and you see that THC have just defended it, living on an inch of their health on its base in tatters. You do see a scout combo in the base of THC. Could we see a cheeky backdoor with teleport routes?
Who doesn't love a cheeky backdoor?
Cheeky backdoor.
Who doesn't love a cheeky backdoor? Yeah, I definitely think First Go Back are going to look to go for the backdoor. However, you got to give credit to Balkan THC, because they're kind of going, hey, look, we're going to try and take Blacklaw. I think they are aware of the vision and the scout cam that First Go Back has, so I don't know if they're going to be looking to take that out. But either way, Ghostwing is going to look to be taken by First Go Back. They're looking to ignore the dragon, go straight for a team fight. Dorn is blocked up on that ultimate, so he's going to really do out that damage. Look to build up those stacks. Water wall, be effective. Fish through going in. It does throw off Dorn, but with the Vanguard on the capacitor plate coming out from the Adagio is just going to be heal up the Varia just like that. Impressive play coming out, and this is going to be Dragon against a 4-man push, or even a 5-man push, and I feel like that 4-man push is just going to be a little bit more effective, taking down the Armory, taking down the Vein Crystal. First Go Back will move on to the grand finals, facing Imperative.
Heartbreak as THC lose both final matches against Imperative and now First Go Blacker, but well played, an amazing gameplay from the side of First Go Blacker. Can I just point out the MVP of this match for me is this Barrier, played exceptionally, made a late game hero of it. You say it needs to be late game, needs to get all her items online, but with 2 items was doing insane amounts of damage to the side of THC. They just couldn't physically answer the team fight presence that Fern had with their composition.
Yeah, no, like, full credit to First Go Blacker. They did kind of prove me wrong. But Dorn, I did mention that he was going to be a game changer for Fern, and he was. But their whole composition was really well balanced in how they played that strategy. Like, they essentially had 2 supports. You know, you had Toby, had Crucible going into capacitor plate, was even building into a second fountain just to be safe. And then you had Ono 1337, had War Threads Crucible and Fountain. There was 0 weapon power defense on the side of Fern, other than like the little bit of weapon power damage that you get from Warmail. The weapon power defense that you get from Warmail. So that kind of shows how ineffective Sintel was in that game in general. Nothing against them, but just in this situation, you know, they didn't have to build weapon power defense against them. And when you're the only core weapon power carry on your team, you've kind of got to make that count. And just unfortunately, it just didn't come together for Balkan THC as a team. But yeah, Fern, GG, well played.
Yes, definitely have to agree. And that will be it confirmed. It will be Imperative versus Fern Skullblacker in the finals later on. And I tell you something, that is a match that you have to be sticking and watching to tonight, because I cannot wait to see the plays that are going to be coming out from both teams. But before that, we have to say another giveaway. Another giveaway, Imperium. And our final giveaway before we enter the 4 giveaways in the final. So if you want the final chance before we enter the best of 3 to get your hands on 250 ice, you have to make sure that you follow us on the Twitch and also put in chat Merciless. The word Merciless with the capital M.
Yeah, capital M, Merciless. We've got 4 giveaways left. We're going to be doing them throughout the grand final. So stick around, watch some great Vainglory action. The final is best of 3. So it is going to be really a battle of it's going to be a battle of the ages, Highland Wolf. But no, like first go back, they proved that they can go toe to toe really effectively with a composition that I did kind of disregard. With all due respect, but over on the side of Imperative, I didn't see the games yesterday, Highland Wolf. How effective were Imperative?
Imperative were on fire yesterday. And I tell you something, if it is anything like the games we saw yesterday, this is going to be probably the most even matchup we've seen yet. Imperium definitely looking forward to seeing all of the different types of outplays and all the skills that are going to come out, and really learning a lot myself about games. Definitely something that you guys can learn, just how to play certain heroes like this Barrier we saw in the last game, and how to really make great use and put to the maximum potential a hero that would arguably late game in 10 minutes in.
Yeah, definitely, 100% Highland Wolf. So yeah, on the side of Imperative, like, hey, look, we know the likes of Oscuri and Perlito. You know, they're really good players. They're like insanely good individual players. Suzuki is also really good. I've seen him play a little bit. Make me Doki Doki. I'm gonna presume that's an IGN change, so I don't quite know who that might have been originally. And then you've Misty Onyx. This is definitely going to be a hard series for Fern to go up against, because, you know, as amazingly as Fern played their composition in the last game, Balkan really didn't look to push the early game like they could have, which gave Fern a slightly better chance to get to that late game. Sorry, we are going to coin flip for the A and B side, so it is just going to be a virtual coin flip to decide who goes on the A side, who goes on the B side. This is going to be really, really interesting. I don't think it really matters who's on the A side. I really kind of believe that being on the B side is a slightly better advantage, because you have the first 2 picks in a row. Not the first pick, but you have first 2 picks in a row. And you also have the last pick as well. And the last pick can be a game changer. You know, so I definitely think being on the B side, yeah, I've said it already. I'm going to say it again. It's a slightly better advantage. Oh, Max!
So I was said I had to take over. What's this?
What? By who?
I no, just take over for 15 minutes because there's a break going on apparently.
Oh, is there?
Oh. Professional caster Imperium doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
What's a break? I don't know what a break is. I don't have breaks. I work too much.
Yeah. We'll say that.
Oh,
Hey, guys.
Hyden needs to charge his device, I believe. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna be joining you just to talk for a bit about stuff. I don't know what, but yeah. How did the games go, anyways?
I don't know. I forget, man. No, like I'm such an asshole. Such an asshole. I know, right? I know. Like, I swear I've been casting them, but like, what do you think about Varia?
What do I think about Vara? She's a really bad early to mid game hero. Once she's got her alternative current Dragon's Eye, if she gets ignored during the fight, she's gonna become a huge threat. So like, she's got a huge late game power spike, but it's still a hero that's really hard to pull off because you must be able to avoid fights and avoid getting picked off.
And we saw Dorn do that in that last game.
Mm-hmm.
He was pulling out plays in the 12-minute mark, 10 to 12-minute mark on Varia. Like, it was really amazing job done. And part of how they did that, and they had Baron on their side as well, Maxman. So, like, it's kind of like, okay, this composition is like super late game, yeah? It's kind of like, okay, you know, they've got to play really passive. They kind of did, but the way they did it more effectively was instead of having a core jungler, they had Adagio essentially support Baron and the Arden support Varia. So what that allowed for them to not necessarily win the early game, but they didn't lose the early game, which meant that the kills that they did get in early game, which they got the first couple of kills, they were like 4-2 ahead in kills. It showed an even greater advantage when it got to the 10-minute mark of the game, and we just saw the plays coming out from Varia were just so good.
Like, did they have 3 utility heroes? Is that what you're telling me? Or
no, they had 2 utilities. So it was essentially 2 captains.
Jungle, Adagio utility.
Yeah, basically second.
That's pretty weird though. Adagio jungle, I would not recommend that, but okay, fair enough.
No.
I think Adagio in the mid lane support and then putting Arden into the jungle would make a lot more sense because Adagio's got a higher early game impact.
I agree.
So to assist the Var in the mid lane, which can have, if she's gonna have a losing matchup, which will happen in a lot of scenarios, but Adagio there would have made more sense in my opinion. But overall, when you hit the late game team fights, having the Adagio for the sustain and Arden for direct protection, that makes sense. The draft is okay. And what other hero did they have?
They had Reza in top lane.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So the way it worked out, and normally I'd agree with you, but the Arden being in mid lane with Varia, what that allowed, and Balkan THC, they had a mid lane combo of Lorelei and Lance. So normally I would agree with Adagio, but in this situation, the reason why I think Arden worked better is because the Vanguard was just a bit more impactful in helping the Varia get away from an impale, to get away from a fish food, and to kind of essentially kite away under turret. So normally I'd agree, but that Vanguard, even though the Adagio healing is very good, just that Vanguard can be way more of a clutch, disengagement tool against the likes of a Lorelei and Lance. So I think it overall paid off. Well, it did pay off because they won, but just the way they executed the composition was different, but it made sense.
As long as it works for them. Yeah, getting that extra move speed from the Vanguard is definitely something that can pull you off sticky situations. Also, like, you're gonna have the next game start up soon. Is this the finals just coming up next? Or not?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because I was watching anime as a huge weep, so I wasn't really paying attention. My bad. And so who's it gonna be up against? Like, we had the winner of yesterday's.
Imperative.
To win off today. So is Imperative versus Balkan?
No, Fern.
Oh, Balkan lost.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
They had Boff too. Oh wait, no. Wait, Boff. On which team is Boff?
Oh my god.
Hey, I don't do. I just arrived. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on. You think I wasn't paying attention? So what? You got to tell me, okay?
Boff is on Balkan THC.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I said. She's on Balkan THC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently you're needed to cast game 1.
I need to cast game 1.
Yeah.
What am I getting? I was watching freaking anime. You got.
By anime, he means hentai. Just saying, guys.
Yeah, we do not talk about those kind of things. But anyways, okay, I guess I'll just jump in for game. I mean, this was, guys. Don't expect best casting right now. Okay, I legit just I didn't even know I was gonna cast, to be honest. Also, I wanted to say to the chat right now, to all the people watching the stream. Myself and Imperium will be at TwitchCon Europe 2019
Yes.
in Berlin at the City Cube of Berlin from the 13th to the 14th. We're going to be there all day, actually all 3 days, because it's going to be also the Twitch partner party. So if you guys like go around, live around Berlin or in Germany, or even actually going to TwitchCon, myself and Imperium, I'm sure will be 100% open to meet you guys and talk with some of you. It's like it'll be fun actually to see a few fellow blokes of the vainglory community. So definitely, if you want to come see us when we are at Berlin, just come around, say hi, and we'll have a pint. Feels good.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and the likes of Bio is going to be there. Hell's definitely. It's going to be really good fun. Like, I absolutely can't wait to I can't wait to meet you in person. In fairness, man, like it's gonna be really cool.
I'm scared, dude. You said my legs were open early on stream. I'm
I thought
scared
that was
now.
pretty cool. By the way,
I hope we're having separate beds.
No, I'm sleeping on top of you. What?
Your voice is low on stream. My voice is low on stream. Goofy, what are you doing? Hello, Goofy. By the way, hello.
Yeah, hi,
before we
Goofy.
start, I'm gonna go get water because I wasn't ready, so I'm gonna 2 seconds.
By getting water, he means he's gonna put his pants on. Just saying, guys. I know Max very well. Well, by the way, the giveaway is closing. I've been told. And I apologize. I'm kind of eating. Yeah, the giveaway is now closed with a total of 26 entries. But you guys already know that. Because of the delay on stream, so yeah.
We here, boy. We here. Okay, well, so what are the teams here? So we have wait, A side is gonna be what team? Because we have Imperative and Fern, right? So
Fern, yeah.
is Silver Skull 69's team on A side.
Yep.
And that means B side is Imperative. Okay. Just trying to put that all in mind. I'm just gonna
I've been told
Yeah.
to inform stream that Rudy is not a mid laner and Dorn had to leave. So we're already seeing the excuses. No, I joke. Yeah, Rudy did genuinely say that. He said that he's not a mid laner and Dorn had to leave. So that's a shame. Because Dorn was on that Varia maximum. So it was like he was kind of the most effective player on the side of Fern. However, Rudy is also a good player. Let's see how he does perform in the mid lane role. But we are into draft, Maxman.
Yeah, we're going to be diving right into the draft. First game of the BO3 of the finals of the Merciless Battles. Vainglory, European competitive action. Definitely cannot wait to jump into this game. I'm just going to be casting one game if I understood. I don't know if I'm going to go for anything more than that. Anyways, first ban will be Churn Walker, then Respect Van for the Magnus on the B side. Bio Boys of Imperative, then they're going to follow up with a something ban on the A side, something I don't really agree with. I think it's a high priority pick, not a priority ban when you're on the A side and you have the priority pickup. Anyways, they do follow up with the Baron pick. That means Reza is open for the taking, and that's going to be the priority pickup for the side of Fern.
Yeah, taking away that Baron is definitely a wise choice, but now what Imperative need to do, in my eyes, is they need to either pick up the Adagio or the Gwen, even both. They've gone for the Charm Walker, or they're hovering over it, so it seems like they're going to lock that in. They could be going for Lorelei. Grumpjaw, Lorelei, really great combo. You have the CC from the Fish Shoot, you have the slow from the Grumpjaw's, I believe Hungry it is. And yeah, that's a really great engagement combo coming out from Imperative. But like I said, there's no Gwen picked up, there's no Dagio picked up. So those core bot lane carries have yet to be picked up on any side. Fern Skullbacker, looking to pick and Celeste. It's a comfortable hero that a lot of people can play decently. So it's a wise choice coming out from First Skull Blacker, because like we've been pointed out, Rudy is not a mid laner and Doran had to leave, so it's a wise choice coming out from there.
Yeah, you said so a lot of people really good on Celeste. Not as good as my Celeste, 5-star. Just had to put it out there and flex on you guys. But yeah, they're going to go for that Celeste pickup nonetheless. I think Lance would be a very interesting pickup on both sides because Lance does extremely well to heroes such as Grumshaw and Rezan. We have one of those 2 picks on both sides. So I think Lance would be a big priority pickup for this team comp, specifically if you're on the side of Imperative, because Lance has one of the best combo and synergy potential with the hero that is Lorelei. They just got so much CC, slowing down targets, making your impales and gifting walls easier to land. I would definitely like to see that hero get picked up on the side of Imperative, but seems like they want to go for the Adagio. They got that range sustain and CC from Lorelei and Adagio combined, but I don't know what they're going to focus their comp toward. It seems a little bit all over the place, in my opinion, Imperium.
Yes and no, because I think that Adagio is going to act as a bot laner. They've yet to pick up a mid laner. They're hovering over between Samuel or Malene. Samuel would be a wise choice, especially for the early game mixed with Lorelei. Then when you do see I don't know if it's top lane or jungle. I don't know what Grumdraw is going to go. We will find out. But we do see First Skull Blacker had picked up that Lance. You saw how you pointed out, should I say, how strong Lance is right now. He is also a good counter against the likes of a Grumdraw. So that's definitely going to take away a bit of the power spike that Grumdraw can have in this game. You follow that with a Yates. Man, stone cold shutdown onto that Grumdraw potentially, Maxon.
Also, one thing that's really good into their comp, except if we take Grumdraw out of the picture on the side of Imperative, you got the Yates and the Lance. Very, very punishing comp for you being out of position. Yes. You have Samuel, Adagio, Lorelei out of position. That's going to be huge plays if you can hit that Wolf's Maw. You can just going to shut them down completely. And what's also really good with their composition is that when you look at the heroes, most of the heroes on the side of Imperative have no escape. Samuel has no escape, Adagio no escape, Lorelei no escape. So if they get CC'd down, they are gone, and they will not be able to peel out unless they use Crucible Wardress and everything to get out of that situation. But they will finish up their draft with the last pick of Fortress, and I definitely do not like the draft. I'm sorry to say it like that, but I do not like the draft on the side of Imperative. Except for the Grumshaw, and I think that the Grumshaw, they should maybe put in a more of a utility kind of pickup here. You got the Fortress, and we dive in, and then you have heroes that are going to be ranged, so they can't really follow up with a dive comp. If you had, for example, a Lance or Reza, like on the opposing team of Fern, that would make a lot of sense. But right here, Fortress sure is going to have an impact. But later on in the team fights, his impact is going to be so reduced. He's going to be not useless, but he's definitely not going to be as impactful as a Fortress could be in a comp that makes a lot of sense and has synergy around that certain pickup.
I totally agree, first of all. I fully agree. But I'm going to play a slight bit of devil's advocate here. And you pointed out how Imperative, their composition, have no real escape in terms of CC-wise. So what is the best way for them to extract the most out of their composition? Go full dive. Samuel, as great as he is at kiting backwards, he's also great at being effective as an aggressive carry. And he's going to have a better early game than the Celeste. So what Imperative need to do is they need to focus on the early game. They need to focus as a 5-man team in essentially the 5 to 6 minute mark of this game. They should actually be looked to rotating in the mid lane as a 4 or 5-man team and shutting the likes of Celeste down, and then rotate down to the bottom lane and shut down the Gwen, take objectives in the process, because Samuel is a great objective taker. Especially when he rotates down to the bottom lane. So that's where Imperative are going to get the most out of their composition maximum. But I still think, agreeing with what you said, it's going to be a slight uphill battle if they don't take that attitude.
After I was just talking about how Fortress, I think could have been picked in a better situation, but still, we saw it play earlier in WSG. If you guys were paying attention.
Yeah, exactly.
We had Tyrus play Fortress to an outstanding level, and he just completely just dabbed on the enemy team, just went in the jungle, stole everything, and just ran away. Because Fortress is really good because they increased the range of his Truth of the Tooth ability, so that means you're going to be able to jump from further away and leap to that target you're targeting with that A. Which, for example, if you're going for jungle steals, it's really good. And that also makes your early game ganks way easier because you're going to have that extra leap range, pop on. So, as you said, definitely his early game is going to be way more interesting, and he's got to try and focus on that. If he doesn't do anything in the early game, or at least doesn't have any noticeable impact is going to be having like notable also further impacts in the future part of the game, he's going to like fall pretty much behind.
Totally
So
agree.
he's got to try and
Totally
like
agree.
gank as fast as possible and get maybe a few kills before the 5-minute mark.
And this is what I like about what Fern Skull Black are doing, as they did in the last game. Even though I don't like it as an entertainment point of view, but the Lance is completely protecting the Gwen because they kind of know that they're gonna potentially be out engaged or out ganked at the early stages of this game. So if the Lance can really protect that Gwen, and already Suzuki is under a lot of pressure having to pop that flask, Maxman.
Yeah, definitely having a bad time. When you have to deal with the Lance in the early laning phase, you're just not going to have the good time, unfortunately. Even if you're Grumshaw and you can basically almost 1v1 anyone, when you are on the turret and you're trying to farm, he knows exactly where you're going to go. You have these last hits you're going to try and secure, and he knows you're going to try and go for it. He knows you're greedy, and he's going to punish you for your sins. So you're just trying and get that minion, going to get impaled instantly, and then you're going to take quite a bit of damage, and then, as you said, you have to force out the flask. So Lance definitely having the advantage, and look at it, he's going to dive it. If he had his impale up at that very second, he would have been able to re-hit the impale. So definitely when you are sieging heroes like Grumshaw, it's really easy to hit those abilities and just apply even more pressure.
Yeah, and it's like the Gwen is on 17 CS and the Grumshaw is on 7. I know you can't really compare the top laner and the bottom laner, so to speak, but either way, that is a sign. When you look at the gold difference, it's still only 100 gold in the favor of Fern Skull Blacker. So Imperative aren't really taking the most out of the early game. They're not really utilizing the fortress as he should be utilized. This is starting to go downhill on the side of Imperative. I know it's only 3.5 minutes in, but I kind of think you'd agree with me. It's really not helping.
Yeah, definitely. Like this early on, you got to try and show up your game as soon as possible. Specifically, once again, because of this fortress, I'm like that is a very
I know.
I'm gonna keep talking about.
Yep.
I think he's gonna have a big impact in the game if he's able to get ahead. But right now, he hasn't been. He's been in bot lane, but didn't once again have a really big impact. So he's got to try and bring something to the table as fast as possible. Man, I'm just not at all in casting mode right now. I was just watching my.
Core collapse.
Let's go, baby. Oh yeah, core collapse there on Doki Doki. Oh, that's another weeb. A fellow weeb, a fellow man of culture.
Fellow man of culture.
Fellow man of culture. I'm loving it.
What?
Yeah.
Like, when anime is a sign of your culture, like, come on, man, don't be that much of a weeb. Yeah, 1337 does miss up that Wolf's Maw, and this is First Skull Blacker kind of pushing Imperative, kind of away from the initial push that they had, although Fish Food is connecting onto Rudy, and that damage on the Fish Food is kind of surprising. It does take you down a little bit more than you expect. And then we haven't talked much about this top lane. Oscuri is really pushing Dead Soldier away quite effectively and starving this Reza quite nicely. The range on an Adagio gives him such a good advantage against the likes of Reza, and the sustain is just really playing part. 35 CS for the Adagio, and the Gwen is on 36. This is why the goal difference is so similar between the two teams. They're actually playing similar strategies. Like we pointed out, that's not a good thing for Imperative.
Flask, you have the flask. What do you do? Dead Soldier, but now I know why it's called Dead Soldier, but like, come on. you had a flask. You could have popped it there and survived it without too much of a hassle. And I also do believe he could have picked that one-on-one against Adagio because he has so much burst. Like his damage when you apply it with the Scorch and then you proc it after you use a Troublemaker, you amplify the damage output on your passive when you apply the 5 starter stack. And he could have done that twice. He could have easily picked up that 1v1 if he forced out the flask coming out on Oscuri. I'm sure he could have picked it, but he just didn't really go for it, and he didn't even use his flask. I didn't know if he even knew he had a flask. So, Ripperino, I'll have to say. That's the only thing that comes to mind.
Ripperoni, pepperoni, indeed, Maxman. Yeah, so we do see 6 minutes into this game, the Ghostwing is spawning. Looking at itemization, Lance has got tier 2 boots already. Wise choice coming out from the Lance, even in the early stages of the game. You have tier 2 boots on Gwen, so kind of the mobility coming out from those two pairing is really helping to stop any advantage that Grumshaw has. We do see that the ultimate coming out from Fortress isn't really going to be that effective. Just get Githian walled into his face. Aces High connects.
Damn, CC chaining for days, baby. And now Sasuke gonna go very low. Core collapse just in case to lock him down. And now Fortress, next focus. Solar Storm, Ripu, Reno once again, Imperium. And he's gonna be absolutely shut down by the members of Fern that are definitely shown up to the party today and making them regret to pick that Fortress, which I said was not a good idea.
No, it was not a good idea. Indeed, but either way, Fern Skull Black, they're about to capture the first turret for their team. However, in the top lane, Oscuri's been doing good work for his Imperative side, securing the first turret for himself. It's still 2-1 kills in the favor of First Skull Black. They're about a 600 gold ahead, about 500 gold. So really, yeah, it's Imperative are playing pretty good in their respective roles, other than the Fortress. Not to be a broken record, but yeah, they're looking pretty good. This became a
roast show. I got the impression.
Isn't it? No. It's not against. It's not against. It's not against Misty.
Oh, Fistrid in the mid lane. Oh no, gonna be taken down almost, but he hits the I was gonna say the forecourt, the forecourt jet. I watched too much WSG today, but he's gonna be able to hit the core collapse, forcing Doki Doki back to his base. Now they're able to zone out. Mystics looking for the engage, but he is pretty fast, so Tob will be missing out the Impale at the end of the day. When we look at Grumshaw, first item going to go for the Serpent Mask. So I do actually like that. You're dealing with a lance, utility. You have also the C8, definitely a lot of stacking, a sustained material that you have to play up against. But once again, I think that here going damage Grumshaw will not really help his cause because you're earning one of your main counters, the Inst Lance. So I don't think late game is going to have that much of an impact. But if you want to go offensive Grumshaw, that's fine. I think that if you wanted to go offensive, maybe Aftershock would have been better for himself because he's dealing with so many tanks. So being able to like naturally rip through their HP would have been definitely way more interesting. But well, he went for it, and that's completely fine if he wants to commit to it. Because Grumshaw, once again, I'm going to repeat myself as what I said yesterday, is completely brain dead. It's just... I have to say it, like, come on, he's super tanky, he has way too much damage, and he has too much escape and engage potential. SCMC, please nerf.
Not as brain dead as Tony. What?
Okay, goodbye.
And
I left and I came back.
You didn't let me finish. Not as brain dead as CP Tony.
Okay, yes, yes, that I do agree. CP Tony is like a big no for me.
Okay, no. Either way, now, no, 1337 being bursted down by both the Samuel and the Fortress, having to push away Rudy with that Solar Storm. Oh, connects onto that Lorelei. Thank you very much. That's another kill going over to Fern Skullbacker in this 9.5 minute mark of this game, Maxman.
European sniper Rudy smashing down his opposition of Imperative, and now they're able to push another wave under turret. So I want to also talk about Misty on this Fortress once again. Went for the Aftershock, so it's going for the more offensive early game. That I understand, and I do actually I do agree with that. That's actually a really good thing. He should go for the offensive build-up. Right now, he's got to make use of it now. He hasn't been really bringing much to his team. He's got to try and start ganking, trying to hit those abilities, trying to proc the Aftershock on Celeste, Gwen, and Reza on their respective lanes. But it really hasn't been doing much. He's been AFK farming for a lot of time, and unfortunately, Fortress is not a hero that has a late-game scaling power spike. And that's a big waste to do. As that Impale hits, I don't know how the hell that just connected. But once again, Buttery Smooth experience. We are used to it, ladies and gentlemen. As Mystic's going to take a little bit of damage for his troubles. Aces High misses out the mark for the Gwen. Now it's just a matter of zoning. Once again, ripping through as Fortress dives on through, and he's going to be absolutely deleted. Stunned on top of the Lorelei. Will be taking an extra poke from those Helios, but that's going to be a 1-for-0 trade-off as this Celeste is just completely smashing down with those Solar Storms.
Did Rudy say he doesn't main mid lane? Because he's making it look as if he kind of main mid lane. Yeah. Giving Dorn a run for his money. But it's funny because I saw that the cooldown of the Solar Storm was up with like 2 seconds ago. And if I had a chance to say it, I would have been like, yeah, the Solar Storm is back up. But he ripped it out as soon as he had it available. And now, Ono going in with that ultimate doesn't actually connect with that Wolf Small, unfortunately.
Very lucky there, Doki, able to just hide behind a very small minion that did take the Wolf Small just in time. But yeah, that was a really good ult from Ono, though. Engaged at the right moment after it was a good response. Wizard Crucible just in time. You can't really say much there. It's just what you were expecting. As another... Oh my god!
Yeah, I know.
He's absolutely popping off! Jesus!
As soon as he has it, it's like he's a loaded gun with that Solar Storm. It's like, as soon as it's available, boom, rips it out. And that kind of makes sense, Max, because the cooldown is quite high. Yes, there's a certain level of kind of being calculated with your Solar Storm, but in the first kind of 10, 12 minutes, when it's less about the team fights, if you can make that Solar Storm count as soon as it's up, you are essentially, giving yourself a greater advantage. And that's at least two individual kills he's gotten from that Solar Storm alone, Max, man. 12 minutes in, Blacklaw has arrived. Another push coming out from Skull back in the mid lane, not quite connecting with the Wolves more. With the Wolves come out from Fortress, if they're going to be able to take advantage of, but not quite. Lorelei being missing out with that impale. And Kobe's going to be pushed out. This is engagement, counter-engagement, disengagement, engagement coming out between these two teams, Max, man.
Skedaddle, not going to be available for the Gwen. Is going to get stuffed up, put back towards his team. They will be losing one person for their trouble, 1-for-1 trade-off. And now Reza is pretty deep, taking a lot of damage off from Oscuri on this weapon of Dajo, picking up 2 kills for his trouble. And now Gwen CC'd up by the Fish Free. Can they zone it out? Rudy is around and has a lot of damage with all of those Helios. Has his ultimate, unfortunately, on cooldown as of right now. That could be easy kill. But Screwy doing a lot of damage with that Verse of Judgment. Huge work. But he will be dropping down near the less. Gwen going down for the side of Fern and also for the side of Imperative. Oh, what a beast. Look at Samuel just rampaging in and picking up 2 kills for himself. Damn, this game is sexy.
Pro Lita with the plays on Samuel, just like that, capturing the weapon and the CP buff from a couple of previous kills, trying to take that CP buff, but he's going to be put under pressure, does have to pop the healer fast, but the burst that's going to come out from Reza is going to get the job done.
You were scaring me a little bit there, but yeah, he's going to be able to survive. Barely was just a slither of HP remaining. And that's still a nice engage from Reza, but unfortunately, you're just not able really to combo his abilities in an effective way. His ultimate was also available. If he used that in time, he would have probably got out with a kill, but that will just not happen today, as we are now 40 minutes into the game, 9-7 going over to the side of Team Fern, and a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Team Imperative. Definitely, like, when you're only 40 minutes in, having a 2,000 gold lead and 2 extra kills is almost something you can overlook. Is not a goal lead that are going to be in the game. This is still no man's land in terms of who's going to take the game.
Well, the reason why is because one player that we haven't really talked about, he hasn't really been like too active in terms of team fights. But I saw the last engagement, he got a couple of kills. Oscuri on the Sudagio. He only had 1 damage item at that stage. He's now got the poison shiv. That is a decent power spike along with the journey boots for the Sudagio, and at range, it's going to be very, very effective.
Damn, looking to re-engage. Yates pulls the trigger, but gets shot right in the face. Cannot really do much against that, unfortunately. Attack over the pack, going to be able to apply a lot of mortal wound stacks and proc that bleeding. So the Storm ripping on through once again on Lorelei, going to put her pretty low, but now Misty diving under turret. What are you doing, my boy? Corkadaps to punish him for his sins, and he's going to go straight to hell. Now looking to re-engage. Gwen does quite a decent amount of damage, but the water wall is going to be a very fast response from the Lorelei. And Sasuke, what is going on with turret dives? Please stop it. You're making my eyes hurt. God damn.
Is this like,
Game of Thrones, Season 8 coming soon.
Like, that was like... I literally don't even know what to say. That was 2 individual turret dives that didn't in no way paid off. Oh no, 37 trying to go for the clutch, but Oscuri be coming to support, blocking the core collapse, getting that basic attack damage, and that is a Yates killed just after he spawned up. Great play coming out from Imperative.
Damn, look at Oscuri coming in hot with this weapon of Dajo. Swordblade, Poison Shift, going back to base. He has 1,200 gold. It seems like he will be going for the Aegis next item. Not sure what he's going to go for next. I would personally go for a breaking point. I think that would make a lot of sense for him. Maybe even finish it with a bone saw.
Yeah, I was thinking bone saw, to be honest, because
he's got a heavy steel, so that means he's not going to go into a bone saw.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I kind of think bone saw because you're kind of looking to Not that you need it now, Maxman, but it's kind of trying to be one step ahead of the enemy, if that makes sense. So when they do eventually get that weapon power defense that they should get, it's kind of like, okay, well, we already have Bone Saw, so we don't need to worry about it. However, picking up that breaking point you mentioned would be very effective for this Adagio. Prolito manages to take that away.
Core collapse paired up with the extra CC of the Yates. They're doing a lot of work, so the Storm ripping on through. Going to be, unfortunately, missing out the mark. They do connect Aces high on top of the fortress. Lance going to try and peel for his team. It goes right through and will be going down now. Focus on the Celeste. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a lot peeling when she did not have that core collapse up and available. So they're going to be losing 3 members on the side of Fern. And now, next focus after they took that team fight, it will be this Ghost Wing. Going to be secured pretty fast. Maybe a buckshot? No, going to be a little bit late from Silver Skull. And also, let's not forget that this is not But now, Seafood forcing out the Skedaddle Skadoodle, who doesn't have his stuffed quite yet, up for still 40-second cooldown. And Sasuke is getting shot right back into the face by Silver Skull, but he cannot overcommit as Doki Doki going to come around the corner and give him assistance. And Blacklaw now is going to be sneakily but surely taken away by the members of Fern. And I don't think any steals can happen because, once again, Solar Storm is not available for the Celeste, so no global ults. Blacklaw he did have it. I didn't see it. I thought it was already on cooldown, but it's because he used it. It wasn't on cooldown. I didn't. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, get the Blacklaw.
Pro casting right there, Kappa. No, he didn't take the Blacklaw. Has been secured by Imperative. Yeah, I know. But see, Scurry. Did you see the focus coming out from the Adagio on?
No, I didn't see because I'm a bad caster, apparently, Imperium. But anyway, we're going to have an engage now into the mid lane, doing a lot of work, actually, for those Marley Sun Verdict up top of the Lance, denying him to try and re-engage, but now they are locked and loaded, ready to end the game here and now. Blacklaw down to mid HP. They can still keep zoning him down. Look at Rezigan absolutely obliterated. Oblivion coming on through, going to be put into sleep. Oh my god, this Sludge is getting after finishing by the Wolf of the Fortress, and also the Mortal Wind going to be doing quick work. So the Storm ripping on through, paired up on top of the Lorelei. Not really a main target you're looking for that ultimate, but still going to be doing a little bit of work and giving them more room to come back. But that was a huge successful push for the side of Team Imperative.
Nobody on the side of Fern Skull Blacka is really focusing down the Adagio. They're completely ignoring them. Ascuri is on a free reign. Yes, the Crucibles have been clutch, and Ages have been clutch on the side of Imperative. But when you really look at it, if you in any way had a chance of looking back on those team fights, Ascuri has just basically gone unhinged. He's gone untouched. He's gone unaffected. He's just gone in with those absolute full-on burst damage, buffing himself. With that, I believe it. I forget if it's Gift of Fire. Correct me if I'm wrong. My humble apologies. But no, not the heal. Sorry,
Agent of Wrath.
The Agent of Wrath. My apologies. He's Agent of Wrathing himself, and he's just really, absolutely chunking down the enemy hero. But he's focusing on the one hero at a time until he essentially gets that kill. And that's kind of what you need to do when you're Imperative. You need to take down one hero at a time. And they're winning these team fights. It's like Fern Skull Blacka don't really know what to do because they're slightly running around like headless chickens in the 19.5-minute mark of this game. And they need to kind of start really reacting as a full 5-man team. It's the kind of only way they're going to get back into this game, I feel.
But the thing is also, with their compositions, they are the one that are supposed to pull the trigger. You have a Lance and a Yates, you should be starting off the fights, but they're just not able to do that. And when they get dived on, they sure have Lance that's able to peel, but then Yates doesn't have that much of a use because his peeling is not all that great. He's more of an initiator than anything else, a little bit like Fortress, but now Ghosting going to be focused down. They do use the attack of the pack just to get information on on the whereabouts of the enemy team. But now, top is going to be the main focus. Stuff's going to be missing out for Sasuke. They use the War Treads, but not going to have much use out of that item, and they're gonna have to let that one go away for now. Dead Soldier maybe gonna be living up to his name as he goes down probably, but now Sasuke and also the Fortress is gonna be going quite deep there. Would not agree with what they're doing, but team is ready to follow up on the engage. Wolfsmore missing up for Ono, and now they're just getting completely shredded down to pieces. Ace is how gonna be misses up. They do get the Crucible to Vidork out the Verse of Judgment. Oblivion put down to sleep. Once again, this large good night, sweet prince. Scurry one-on-one. Where's the Gwen? They do actually 1-for-1 trade-off. That's a actually pretty nice trade-out. Had to shut down this Adagio at some point in Imperium, as you mentioned. Now, only going to be having 3 members on both sides remaining. and not really able to end the game here and now. So they're going to let that one slip away and just going to go for the next best thing, that is the Crystal Trio.
Yeah, Imperative are still overall winning these team fights, but Fern School Blackup did well to survive. And like you mentioned, that 1-for-1 trade-off between the Adagio and the Gwen, you know, it's what both carries kind of need to do. They need to be aggressive on each other, and it's kind of going to be, you know, every man for himself, and the best man wins. At this stage of the game, you know, you're looking at the itemizations. After Shotgun Reza, in this situation, I kind of don't agree with. Maybe I'm wrong, Maxman. The burst proc is kind of there, but when you have an Adagio that's a lot of damage and still a lot of healing, I just don't think it's enough. However, we will be able to talk about it in a sec, because Imperative has stuffed up, I believe it is the Reza, and they're going in hard, but Dead Soldier is going to be able to get away with the kit that he has on his hero. And let's see what happens. It is Samuel taking down this Reza. Unbelievable play coming out from Imperative, and they're going to be able to capture Blacklaw. All the while, split push coming out from Silver Skull, Maxman, down at that bottom lane.
What's going on, Fern? You had to punish Gromshaw. He was legit diving 1v3, and they had CC from the Lance, they had CC from the Core Collapse of the Celeste, and they're just not able to punish that overextend. If you don't do that, the enemy team is going to completely disrespect you. You need to be able to assert yourself and assert dominance as soon as possible when the start fights up. So when a fight starts up, okay. Now they have this Blacklaw for the second time in a row, and this might be the game-ending move. We are now in the end game, ladies and gentlemen, of this first game of this BO3 for the final phase of the Merciless Battles King of the Hill tournament. Once again, A side Fern, B side, it is a side of Imperative, who's going to be taking their first game right now. Impel does go down on top of Adagio, not really able to reconnect and re-engage with the Gifting Wall. That's very unfortunate, but now Armory going to be taken away. Impel, unfortunately, is going pretty deep stuff once again on the Yates, and they're just not punishing him for his sins, and they will be losing Lance in that trade-off. First off, Judgment going to come in on through just to zone out the enemy team, and then they're just going to change their entire focus around onto this Vein Crystal, and this will be game number 1 going over to the side of Team Imperative.
So, like, oh man, just that game overall, fantastic play from Imperative. We kind of shut them down. With that Fortress pick, we did. We said it wasn't going to do anything late game, and not that it was a game changer in the late game, but how Imperative made their composition work was Oscuri was untouched. Prolito had Dragon's Eye late game, along with Spellfire, Broken Myth, and Eve of Harvest. Correct me if I'm wrong, in this situation, it's the perfect comp. I know you could have mentioned Frostburn, but he didn't need it because they're diving comp, so there's no real need to slow down the enemy team.
They don't
so
have
going
much
for
escape,
pure,
yeah.
Exactly. But what Imperative were doing was they were separating Fern. So Fern were like in the team fights. Fern were like scattered around the map. They weren't really around each other. So what that allowed Imperative to do was basically shut down Fern one by one, target by target. And that's exactly what they did. They snowballed it quite effectively when it came to map focus. The goal difference was still only less than 4k at the end. So it's not that Imperative, like, goal difference the hell out of Fern. They just played better as a team, and they took advantage of their composition, which is kind of the most important thing.
Yeah, he's definitely got to try and pay close attention to that. Also, like, I gotta say, like, Misty was his fortress. Gave a rough day over to side of.
Kind of did.
It was a pun in Prim. Rough.
To be honest, I wasn't really listening. It was just one of those automatics. Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Hello.
Whoa, Island Wolf. Jesus, fancy meeting you here. Have you actually have you charged your device?
I have charged my device. I am ready to go. I wasn't sure if I was able to do all 3 games. If I was at a position like I've got enough for 2, but if it goes to third, not. So I was kind of nervous about that. But thank you for covering me, Max. Man, Very much appreciated. Welcome back, guys, to Merciless Battles. We are in the finals of the tournament, and before we go into our next game, we have a giveaway to give to you. So for 250 ice, you can get your hands on for free. Guys watching the stream, all you have to do is follow us on Twitch and type in the word Merciless with a capital M on the stream chat, and you'll be automatically entered into the giveaway. Good luck. All right, so, are we action packed in this? Are we action packed?
Oh yeah, it was pretty fun. I think the draft made a lot, but still, like, it's just I think that the execution of the comp was a little bit better on the side of Team Imperative, as Imperium said just before. But yeah, it was definitely a really nice game. But anyways, I'm gonna go back to my weekend activities. So thank you very much, guys, for having me. For
Thank you very much, Max.
Yeah, it
All
was
right,
really
have
fun.
a good night.
Yeah, good
Thanks,
luck
Max,
with the cast.
man.
See you guys.
Absolutely appreciate it. Take it easy, dude. Have a good night. So yeah, so that was definitely a fun game one. Really exciting play coming out from both teams. Just Imperative, just executing their composition perfectly. Maybe taking a bit of inspiration from the WSG finals, where we saw Fortress being played very effectively, especially by Team Germany, aka Sly. So yeah, just playing really well. Oscuri on that Dagio was carry of the century, but also was untouched in a lot of the team fights. And that's really important. Like when an enemy team recognizes that at a certain point, one of the carries, kind of comes on board, which Adagio did. He it's not that he was kind of dead and then suddenly went to 100, but it's kind of like, there was that noticeable shift where he kind of just was starting to do a lot of damage. Fern should have turned their attention to shutting down the Adagio as a 5-man team, and that would have really have negated a lot of Imperative's push in the team fights, but they didn't really do that. Like I pointed out, Francisco Blanca ended up kind of being scattered around the map in those team fights, and it allowed Imperative to just knock them out one by one, like a row of ducks, and just kind of doing one shot and another shot. Yeah, so it's kind of like you got part of, like, reacting to a game is recognizing when there's one hero that needs to be shut down, and that wouldn't have been thought of before. And Fern just didn't do that in the first game. However, second game, it's all to play for. It's a best of 3 series, and they could easily get back into the game.
Definitely could perform the reverse sweep against Imperative. As often I was saying last night, Team Imperium, getting a little bit confused with yourself.
What?
I would say often would just say Team Imperium. you've hired a
Well, hey, look, any team with IMP in their name is a win in my books. That's all I'm saying. Imp for Imperative for Imp. Just one follows the other. It's the gold standard of vainglory, guys.
Glory. I would beg to differ.
Man.
I would beg to differ. All right, so it's fair enough. And as we entered the second game, but before that, we've got the giveaway announcement to do. Do we know who's won Imperium?
Yeah, Lyrax H has won.
Right,
No, they've already won. The real bro Broski has won.
The real bro, not the fake one. The real one?
Is he in chat though? Cause he has to DM IGM.
Yep. Well, if you are watching the stream, Broski, make sure to put your IGN into the chat so that we can give your ice to you. Congratulations for winning, and it will take about 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 3, depending how busy SEMC are. Obviously, we do have WESG happening right now. So, expect a little bit of delay. But I'm sure you're patient enough. I'm sure you're a patient person.
The real Broski's IGN is Imperium.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's true.
Moving on.
Sure.
I need a real hot invite into this party. I don't know what you're doing. You guys are having a party without me. Until we start the next game. Hey. Alright, we are almost ready. We're almost ready for the second game. Just waiting on one more player just to arrive. And then we'll be ready to go for the best of 2. What are you thinking, Maxman? Period.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
This one's not gonna be ignored.
Did you just call me Maxman?
I don't know what you mean, Imperium. I would
I'm not
never
French.
do such a thing. I would never do such a thing.
And I'm not in love with baguettes, okay?
You're not.
So, wow. Well, anyway, no. We're just waiting. We've got all members into this party. Let's see if we can get this. Highland will stop breathing into your mic.
Oh, it moves forward. I swear, goodness me, I moved it back. I've
Fucking hell, like.
I know I've leashed it. Apologies, stream. I've leashed my microphone.
Like, honestly, my ear feels violated.
Well.
Anyway, we are into this draft of the second game between Imperative and First Skull Blacker. Imperative are on the left-hand side for the second game. They took the first game in this best of 3 series. Let's see if First Skull Blacker can take us to a third game, or if Imperative are going to run away with this Merciless Battles grand final win. It is going to be a barren first ban coming out from Imperative, which is interesting considering they have first pick, but it's not always the most important to have first pick, so taking it away isn't the worst thing in the world.
Definitely. Baron has been banned out. She said the Trent Walker in response has been banned out. Sandfang can be used to combo with other heroes' abilities, such as the Big Red Button, such as the Seraphic Flare from the Magnus, which looks to be hovered over on this side of Imperium. Surely the Magnus will be the one to be banned out. I cannot see Magnus reaching the draft.
Yeah.
As it will be. And now that also leaves the picks such as the Yates Open and the Grumpjaw as well, as we see hovered over, will be open. These powerful picks still open for grabs for both teams. Grumpjaw will be picked up by Prolito on the side of Imperium, and
Imperium? You just called him Imperium.
I know. Sorry.
Wow. Actually, no. I take that as a compliment, to be honest.
Yeah, take it as a compliment, Imperium.
Wow.
It's imperative pick up Grumpjaw, and then actually answered with the Adagio. So that's interesting. Because I'm obviously a lover of hookers, obviously myself. I like my Yates. My Yates would be the first pick, but gonna be ignored.
That's not a bad idea, but I would have gone for Lance instead of Adagio. The reason was because Lance is a bit of a counter to Grumpjaw, but also taking it away from a Grumpjaw pairing with is also really important. However, Imperative have gone for a Gwen. They seem to be looking into locking out that Lorelei. Lorelei is a really good hero right now, really strong captain role. Is even able to play top as well. But the kit that she has with that fish food, with that water wall, with the splashdown, just makes her so effective in these team fights. Now, First Quebec are going to look to lock in the Lance. Could be a wise pickup, but Definitely. They want to follow it up with a hero that's going to be able to complement that. You have the core collapse from the Celeste. You have the impale from the Lance. You have the Versa Judgment from Dagio, mind you. That is very much like a
item that's kind of more effective for a team-wide utilization. You could look at taking in a kinetic. Ringo wouldn't be a bad idea, but they do go for the kinetic.
Kinetic will be picked up there. Definitely a strong hero, cannot be ignored. However, Gwen, in my opinion, is just superior right now at the moment. Kinetic, good as always, but just a little bit of a lower pick in terms of tiers in the Gwen. Arden, interestingly, being hovered over, will be picked up by Sasuke. Oh goodness, see what 20-minute break does to you.
To be honest, I think Fern should have picked up Arden instead of Kinetic and put the Adagio in bot lane. Most likely that would be against a Grumpjaw. And the extra range would have pushed the Grumpjaw away. And the Arden on support would have complemented the Celeste pretty well. Not to say that the Adagio doesn't, but I think that would have definitely have worked quite well because the Vanguard can stop the Celeste from getting CC. They can really kind of provide that level of fortified health to keep that Celeste alive. But either way, they follow up with the last couple of picks is going to be Samuel, Gwen, and then on the side of Francisco Baca, they follow up with Grace. Grace can complement Lance quite well, can complement Celeste quite well. Both these comps are looking pretty good, but kind of right now, I've got to give it to Imperative because they've got Gwen, they've got Grumpjaw, they've got Samuel. Lorelei and Arden, that's 4 out of 5 heroes that are very, very strong in the current meta.
As well, the Grumpjaw, so strong as well of a hero. And as Maxman said, please nerf Grumpjaw. He does provide so much for one hero. He has that extra inbuilt tankiness with his kit. He has that damage that he can build up, as well as that stuffed. Straight up eating someone and taking him out of the fight, or forcing him into a position where we don't want to be, can be really detrimental for the enemy team. And as we start in, this could be the it is a make or break match for the side of Fern. This is the chance to win or chance to go home and lose.
Yeah, pretty much. Their backs are against the wall, so they're gonna essentially pull out all the stops. They do have a decent counter composition to Imperative's comp themselves, and they've got a good group composition as well because, you know, as I said, that chain CC with the core claps, you have the Holding Over, you have the Impale, but they're also CCs that really have to be executed and timed perfectly. So they're not necessarily CCs that can be, in my opinion, super easily chained. But we do see in the first minute that Imperative going for that CP buff straight away. And then on the side of Fern, they're actually giving the minions over to and the CP buff over to Rudy, so that's going to put him a tiny bit ahead on CS for now. Actually, no, we do see Samuel with the wave push has got up to 6 CS. So early game looking pretty good for both teams, pretty standard, no real goal difference. Yeah, let's see just how it plays out, Holland Wolf.
It is certainly the early game. First couple minutes, maybe up to 2 minutes, can be quite quiet. Nothing really going on. We don't see any anchors this game running around and killing people 2 minutes in Imperium. As much as I love an action-packed game, I feel that this one's just going to take a little bit longer to get into. Both teams respecting each other as rightfully should. This is the finals. This is the best 2 teams in the tournament up against each other. We see the stun though. Thunder Grace come out onto Misty Onyx going quite low. Sasuke in the top lane having to defend this Lorelei, who is gone quite low. And I do believe it's used a flask as well. So quite vulnerable.
Yeah, we do see Silvercrow and Toby looking pretty strong. Between Grace and the Kinetic up in that top way, trying to push that through. Suzuki has now popped the healing flask. Misty Onyx does not have the healing flask, so they got to be careful how the fishing is looking to zone out with the splashdown to take away first go back just a little bit. Grace going underneath that turret with that benediction, just to provide a little bit of spiciness. Fish Food does connect onto Silver Skull. The Holy Nova doesn't connect, but it does help push them away. This top lane is looking a little bit spicy between these two compositions. It's essentially 2v2 battle, Highland Wolf.
Definitely, this 2v2 in the top lane looking chilly hot. As a healing treant will save Sasuke from that re-engagement from Toby. He was trying to do a little bit of a cheeky steal, couldn't quite find it though. And they just go back to each to their bases and shop back up. Other than that, quite quiet in terms of the rest of the game. We're even in gold. We do see the bottom lane, actually, Oscuri going down half health to this Lance. Lance doing a good job of making sure that Oscuri's job at trying CSs staggered and made difficult. Impale will miss again. And that could have been deadly if that Impale had hit Giffen Wall into the rocks. Definitely could have been deadly for Oscuri.
Well, yeah, Dead Soldier, this Lance is going to impale Oscuri, and Lance does have a better early game compared to Gwen, is able to harass that Gwen really strongly. The basic attack range is quite high, and then you have that Impale once it connects, can chunk down the enemy hero. But Oscuri, credit where credit is due, his CS is on 26 compared to the CS of the opposing Kinetic, which is 27, so there's not real much difference considering it's been a 1v1 situation, and kind of up in top lane they've been 2v1, so that's looking pretty good for Imperative in the early stages of the game. The gold difference is slightly in the favor of Firm, but only about 400 gold. They're trying to focus on this objective of in that top lane. That's where it seems to be all the battles. Toby taking that turret damage, so is now going to have to be just a little bit more careful.
As we see in the mid lane as well, Samuel chunking down Rudy on this mid lane. We see the Malice and Verdicts really doing work, even before level 6, already doing so much damage to this Celeste, who is so vulnerable until she's at level 8 when she can have that extra range on her healer.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be definitely a bit of a power spike, a turning point for this Celeste in this game. And then you have the range coming out from Adagio. That's going to really allow a lot of poke to go over on the side of Firm, but they've got to get to that point in the game. A lot of crystal bits being picked up by Rudy on 42 CS. Prolito's on 51 CS, but there's no real itemization advantage just yet. However, we are seeing a rotation coming up between the Arden and now possibly the Samuel up in that top lane, looking to possibly take it out. But first blood as Gwen gets taken out by Celeste.
As we do say this, Gwen does have a harder time in the early game, and Celeste, so many crystal bits. There's so much crystal damage already on this Celeste, but she's definitely packing a punch in this early game. Definitely a smart move for Rudy to make sure that his damage is the most impactful it can be at this point, to definitely make sure that he's not falling behind to this Samuel, who has a brilliant early game. We always talk about his level 2 power spike from the Samuel with his Malice and Verdict and Drifting Dark. So definitely keeping up with this opposite enemy mid lane is going to be definitely very important.
Yeah, we're 6 minutes in, looking at kind of build pass. Misty Onyx has got tier 2 boots, so that's looking pretty good, making him a little bit more mobile. And then we do see no tier 2 boots being picked up on any of the First Skull Black aside. I know it's kind of still kind of early days, but it does say a little bit would like to see tier 2 boots being picked up sooner rather than later. But up in that top lane, once again, Silver Skull and Toby looking to do a lot of work as a pairing. Suzuki was stunned up with the Holy Nova, nicely executed. Then the Silver Skull ultimate from Kinetic does chunk down or just a little bit, as we do see Lance has gotten the better of Gwen down in that bottom lane.
Definitely Lance is putting a lot of pressure on this Gwen, and rightfully so. You cannot let Oscuri be as impactful as he was this last game where he was ignored. Definitely learning from their mistakes, and that's really important that Fern have done that, and they've identified where they've sort of gone wrong in game 1 and have fixed that issue already 7 minutes in.
Yeah, exactly. So it's It's looking pretty good for Fern. They've gotten kills where it's mattered. Oscuri has still got Swordblade first item, so that's now Silver Skull is hanging on to 2k gold, looking to take that turret, which he has now done before he goes back to shop to get that itemization. He should really look to secure that. However, the mid lane hasn't really been kept too safe on the side of Imperative. Perlita has kind of been on his own for a couple of these times, and then Mortal Wounds on the side of that. Samuel is just going to look to chunk down that Celeste for now.
And that's
8-minute mark.
And that's been down to the pressure, particularly from the top and the bottom lane. Lance almost getting at Impale, will miss. And as I say, at top and the bottom lane, they've already gone for the side of Imperative. They're definitely going to suffer for that, and that's allowed because the other players from Imperative have had to. So Grumpjo and the Gwen in this top and bot lane, respectively. Samuel's been on his own, and as a result, has struggled himself in this mid lane.
Yeah, he has indeed a little bit. But the goal difference is 4k in the favor of First Go-Backer. You got the kills, you got the objective focus. You've got them working pretty well in their respective roles, but now both teams are coming together in this mid lane. Oscuri with that Swordblade push, looking to really burst down that Lances. Lances now gonna have to just back away a little bit. The Bookshop Bonanza tries to see if there's anybody in the bush, but there's nobody there for now. And Imperative staying as a 5-man team in this mid-wave, trying to kind of maintain or get back a little bit of that map control. They've yet to get a kill on the board. Kinetic possibly going to be pushed out.
Kinetic getting stuffed up, and that's going to be deadly for her, and she surely will go down. Oh, the Divine Intervention though is going to save this Kinetic, and she's still taking damage, and it's actually going to be one that falls from Imperative. They're playing like a time of their life. Imperative as now making me Doki is running under turret. Impale from the lands will miss it. That will allow them to escape, but that was a brilliant Divine Intervention and proves just how impactful Grace can be in a team fight. That Kinetic didn't die, and as a result, they were out of position and lost a member.
Yeah, it was a great turnaround, like you mentioned. Divine Intervention was absolutely clutch coming out from Toby on this first Skull Blacker roster. This could be definitely one of the game-changing moments. Ghostwing has spawned. You see Fur looking to rotate down, push down Oscuri a little bit, maybe look to force a team fight around that Ghostwing. It wouldn't be a bad idea. They've got to recognize the fact that Imperative are down to essentially a 4-man team because that Grumpjaw is up in that top wave. Pull the trigger, Fern. Yes, that is exactly what you need to do because right now Imperative can do absolutely nothing on that Ghostwing capture other than possibly a steal.
This feels like a totally different game. Game one. Fern are in the driving street. Fern are making the decisions. They've now got. Oh, it got stolen! Imperium is stolen it. Imperium is stolen.
Imperium? Have I stolen the Ghostwing? Do I have the Ghostwing buff? What the hell? I feel super powered. This is my super casting going on. As Oscuri gets the aces high, gonna look to focus down on this list. Cecil's gonna be Mortal Wound out of it. Singled out, boom, blown up. Imperative with that Ghostwing capture. Versus Judgment is gonna go up. It does still up, but it does not stop Imperative turning up the heat in the 11.5-minute mark. Those kills go from 0 to 4 in a goddamn heartbeat, Highland Wolf.
Imperative have turned on a switch with that steal, and they've taken the opportunity. However, Water will come. Oh no, Barrier will come out. Sorry, but there will be the Grace now having to back off and Kinetic. Solar Storm fucking down with the Kinetic as well. Won't quite be able to do it. The stuff's not going to be in range, so Grumpjaw's going to think about that one again. And we have returned back into the laning phase, but Imperium, that steal on the side of Imperative, has brought them back into the game vitally. It's such a crucial moment with Blackwall now on the map.
Yeah, it was just absolutely fantastic stuff coming out from Imperative. Just like I said, they could do nothing about that Ghostwing capture except for steal it, and they exactly did that. They stole it, but they turned it into their favor. They caught out Rudy. Rudy got taken out. It essentially became a 5v4 situation. There, one of the core carry from Francisco Blanca was taken out. It was all for Imperative's position to take out Fern, and they did that really effectively. They didn't take a third, but either way, they've gotten back into this really effectively. They're now only a 1k goal behind. They've gotten more confident now in what they can do as a team. And you can see that, however, Gwen is down in bottom lane, Grumjaw is up in top lane, and Fernskull Blacker is a 5-man team, so they've got to turn that in their favor. Block has been used, so it's going to be cooled down for around 75 seconds, Highland Wolf.
That is vitally important for now to turn on the switch and push down his mid lane turret as a 4-man even. It's Gwen and it's Arden still returning from base from Jorvo, trying to look for a flag, but will get blocked out from the stuff. So I think Flair just not going to find anything. The Venture Judgment, sorry, will not find anyone, but the Gauntlet going to trap one member in, and now Imperative Imperative are now down one member. One member, sorry, and now it's going to be curtains really in this team fight for Fernskull Blacker is now with 2 members down under turret, and Impale from the Lance trying to look for some more damage but can't really trade out the damage that this Gwen is doing on OS Curie. Absolute mad stacks with this weapon power buff.
Yeah, it's just Imperative just working so well together. When you look at what they're doing, the Grumpjaw is being effective with swallowing with that stuffed. Yeah, there you go. I'll get there. They turn on their heads. The Gauntlet was really well played by Make Me Doki Doki, and it's just the focus that's coming out from Imperative. Francisco Blanca need to realize that the advantage is not in their favor. Dead Soldier trying to do a little bit of work with that Serpent's Mask, Tension Bow, Bill Path on his side, 14.5 minutes in. This is definitely a much closer game. Imperative look definitely a lot stronger, but Fernskull Blacker have the damage, they have the output, you have the Spellfire, you have Harvest Celeste, you have the sustain, you have 2 or 3 boots, housing charges, but we do see Grumjaw is going to be singled out in a 2v1 situation, but now the rest of the Imperative team joining them. The fish food locks down the kinetic. Oscuri is going to go on and try and single him out, but the Holy Nova does not connect, the stuff does not connect. It's a block. Impale going in quite effectively, but he's going to be burned down to the ground by a Scurry, and now we do see the fish roll going in. That's another kill for Scurry on this Gwen. They're going to be looking to take down Grace. Grace can do nothing but try and boots away, but the core collapse goes down to try and keep Grace alive, and Rudy gets that kill onto Arden. Great play by Imperative, but third, they kept their composure as much as they could. They didn't get ace, but Imperative are looking stronger.
Fern now managing to almost see signs of life back out of them. That was a 3-1 trade, but as we look at the gold trade, it's actually swing back into the favor of Imperative, who are now about 1.5k in the lead, despite the fact they're still down 1 turret.
Yeah, they're just working so well. Oscuri is just a game changer right now. He's got Swordblade, he's got Poison Shiv, he's building towards Tension Bow. That third item, Power Spike and Tension Bow, is going to be absolutely disgusting. But more importantly, what he's doing, he's focusing on the right hero. Against the Celeste, Celeste can do nothing. So if Oscuri can get onto that Celeste, lock her down with the likes of the Gauntlet, with the likes of the Oblivion, that is going to be game-changing plays coming out from Imperative. They're rotating as a 4-man team. They're looking to swallow up Fernskull Blacker. They're looking to take the championship win, but it is blocked up on the side of Imperative with the Holy Nova. Now they're going to engage as a 5-man team on that turret, try and take it down. But the ultimate coming out from Silver Skull is blocked up. Water Wall has been activated. They've got to be a little bit careful. Imperative a little bit low. Oh, it's just high out of nowhere. Unbeatable play coming out. Oscuri now going on to the Gauntlet. They're going to separate the rest of the team. really well. Silver Skull going to turn this round. Dead bodies hitting the floor all over the place. Carlito and the Samuel is the only one alive. Sorry, Grunto is actually still alive, but the only one in that team fight. Imperative. First go back. Is it just a blood for bloodbath?
Celeste has just saved her team with that Solar Storm, ripped and killed 2 members of Imperative in one go, brought another member of Imperative down to about 10% health, and that allowed Disconnect to clean up the entire team fight, who has now been stacking up those Bone Store stacks on these members in those extended team fights.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought he was going to go for Tension Bow's third item, but it's actually Bonesaw. I do actually like that coming out from the Gwen, because even though it might not be considerably needed right now, that armor shredding that's going to come out later on in the game when Fern Skull Black do eventually should get some kind of weapon power defense, it's going to just make it's going to make that kind of armor shredding just kind of not. It means that he's not going to be on the back foot, if that makes sense. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Either way, another death. That's getting caught out. Ghostwing is up. This is perfect opportunity for Imperative to capture Ghostwing. Could it be a steal like it was done to Fern Skull Black earlier on? Or Imperative just going to be a little bit more executionary about their play. They know the fact that Fern Skull Black are pushing the top wave. It's a great response coming out from them, because they know they can't capture Ghostwing, but if they can take a turn, that's a good push. But they're rotating back, and if any idea what is going on, Imperative could possibly look to capture Blacklaw without any hindrance. But no, they realized this. Fern Skull Black all of them did not pour back. And let's see what can happen as Blacklaw's looking to be captured, Highland Wolf.
Blacklaw's almost going to be... Can they steal it? Fern needs to steal it. They cannot steal it, but the Solar Storm will rip through. And now, unfortunately, it's great having to use a Flask. And now, lads trying to run around. They're kind of a little bit messy, Imperium, but they might just be able to save it. Unfortunately, I do see low health bars blinking everywhere. Is now Fern to lose 2 members, almost 3. Samuel's chunking those Malice and Verdicts down. So's this Blacklaw chunking down the Tekken tier turret. Really, Fern need to find a way into this match again. Otherwise, they just really won't be able to stop these.
Prolito with that Samuel, even those Malice and Verdicts from the Drifted Dark, it's just so disgusting. Pushing away the kinetic, chunking him down. You say that kind of Fern Skull Black need to find a way back into this game. They kind of are, because in that last engagement, Celeste was not focused at all.
Definitely.
And, he was able to really kite away quite nicely, build up those Dragon's Eye stacks, and that's kind of what forced Imperative to kind of, I wouldn't say lose the team fight, but not win the team fight, if that makes sense. So, if Fern stick to that, protect the Celeste situation, or strategy, should I say, then, yeah, they're going to potentially turn this fight around, but it's not going to go without, they're not going to win it without a fight from Imperative, because Imperative have a lot of engagement, they have a lot of CC, they have a lot of burst damage with that Gwen, getting the Bonesaw, as it was pointed out. Like I said, I thought it was going to be Tension Bow, but it is Bonesaw. Looking to pick up the Aegis, and let's see what is going to happen. Could it be I thought it was going to be a bit of a gank situation, or a bit of a surprise. Definitely. But no, it's just going to be kind of both teams refreshing themselves, both teams trying to kind of get back into the control of this game, but Imperative pushing the waves in top, mid, and bot lane, forcing Fern Skull Black to kind of have to separate.
Yep, and I definitely have to agree with you. If it's Celeste can avoid all this CC that's going to come out at the start of the team fight from the side of Imperative, such as this gauntlet, such as this stuff, such as...
be careful, Suzuki! Be careful, Suzuki!
Is looking to be caught out, trying to go for the stuff. Will it get blocked off? It will. And now Lance looking to try find a position. Suzuki very low, unfortunately, stun onto the kinetic. They're looking... Oh! God, I mean, the gauntlet will go in, and now it's The Versa Judgment won't do much, but unfortunately, looks like Fernsko Blacker are on their back through Imperium as they lose 4 members in a disastrous turn of events as it is turned from the Ghost Wing and deletes the side of Fernsko Blacker from the Sovereign's Rise.
Yeah, just Oscuri again left untouched. Oscuri does that absolutely insane damage with that poison shit, bones or attack speed, able to do nothing. This is at the stage of the game where really imperative are absolutely being discussing. The double turn dive was ridiculous. And yeah, imperative gonna capture Ghostwing. Black Claw is not up, so they're not gonna be able to push too hard, but they have the waves push, they have the objective focus, they have the overall advantage. And Black Claw is gonna be up in the next 30 seconds or so. It's gonna be Imperative's moment, Imperative's game to lose, because we are 23 minutes into this game. They've only got 3k Goldie, but is an overall team-wide advantage when it comes to the damage output that is really helping Imperative win.
Yeah, they need to be focused. Fury, like last game you said, was not focused down and was the downfall of Fernsko Blacker. If they cannot focus, it's when she's going to stack up those bone saw stacks and she will rip through your team when she starts shredding with that Pierce. And there's nothing you can do if this Gwen is untouched and you're all low health.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Black Claw's up. We've got vision by both teams in the bushes, but looking good. The stun up on the fish suit puts Celeste under a little bit of pressure. The absolute fantastic ultimate coming out from Adagio, but the Oblivion, they're going to separating.
They survive. They survive Imperium. But I live another day, but as all their blocks are being used pretty much to just escape that engage. You saw how aggressive that gauntlet was right on top of the team. Arden was practically in the middle of first go back. Oh no, disaster as they catch out the kinetic, not who you want to be losing on your first member for Fern. Now looks to be disaster as they turn to the Black Claw for the side of Imperative, and this just could be the end of the game for Fern. If they cannot steal this, they won't be able to steal it, and unfortunately, if they don't pull out the defense of their lives, they could be losing this second game and losing the tournament.
Yeah, it is. This is probably going to be game-ending push if they do it right. Yeah. It's just Imperative. Yeah.
Imperative just
Imperative just being Imperative. They're just the team fights. They're just focusing really well. When Fern did kind of back away and cut away, they looked really strong, but they've just been caught out once too much. As stuff comes out, separating once again Fern, leaving the Adagio on his own. He's most likely going to get taken out. The Versa Judgment doesn't really do anything because he gets taken down. It's going to be Black Claw bearing down. Bird are going to be able to take the second game, take the series. They're going to be crowned your first Merciless Battle champions.
Congratulations to Imperative for winning the very first season of the Merciless Battles, and it has been an absolute blast of a tournament. Congratulations to our runners-up, both Fern, for pulling out an excellent tournament and going all the way through the group stages and the cutoff to managing to get to this finals and be able to put up a very good match against Imperative.
Yeah, very good match indeed. And yeah, look, Fern didn't play badly. They deserve a lot of respect overall. They did beat Balkan THC. You know, Dorm wasn't on their side this situation. Rudy did as good as he could. He still ended on a positive KDA. But when you look at what went kind of wrong, just team-wide synergy just wasn't quite on the side of Fern. And Imperative, they focused when they needed to. They got rid of the right hero at the right time, and they won the team fights. The gauntlets that came out from Make Me Doki Doki separated Fernsko Blacker so many times, and it was just really effective.
Definitely. But before we end the stream, guys, there are 3 more giveaways for you guys to win.
Two
more for a chance for. Sorry, 2 more chances for this. for 250 ice giveaways. Make sure to follow us on Twitch, and as well type in the word Merciless with a capital M to be in with a chance of winning 250 ice. And what sort of skin are you looking to get in update 4.1 Imperium?
The Sky skin. Even though
Sky skin.
even though I don't play Sky, I want that Sky skin.
All right, definitely. I like the sky skin, but for me, I think I'm actually looking at this water enchantress Lyra skin. Definitely looking very interesting indeed and very cool. And I love my captains as well. Again, the Dark Siren Lorelei as well. Definitely another skin that I'll hopefully be able to get sometime in the future. Definitely want a skin on Lorelei. She's not had a skin since she's come out.
Yeah, like the Lorelei skin is definitely going to be hype. By the way, I find it hilarious that people are bitching about the Lorelei skin when it's kind of released. They've been waiting ages. I've seen some people kind of bitching about it. And it's kind of like, look, you're getting skin, like chill your boots. But either way, 4.1 patch is going to be exciting. You know, there is some great skins. Hopefully, there's not too many changes to the overall meta of how the game is playing. Just a couple of balances / nerf Baron, obviously nerf Magnus. But I want to see Catherine get a buff because I absolutely love Catherine. And I feel like she's fallen out a little bit of the meta, too far down below. And yeah, it's exciting. You know, I think the game is at the most stable when it comes to how it's played, and you know, it's only up from here. But yeah, GG well played to Imperative, and let's see how it goes in terms of who's going to win the next two giveaways. Just type Merciless in chat with a capital M, and you will be entered.
And follow.
Right. It is, yes, and follow on Twitch and type in the word Merciless capital M in the chat. And also, can we get some, what is it, like confetti, like party popper, little looking emojis for Imperative, like in the chat? Would love to see some of that. And definitely been an amazing tournament to be able to cast. Definitely some epic gameplay.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Didn't get a chance to cast yesterday, but really great fun to cast today and just have a bit of fun, you know, just have a bit of a laugh with people. Thank you very much to everybody that's tuned in. Thank you very much to Merciless Grind Guild and community for putting this on and organizing it. It takes a lot. And at the end of the day, all this is a benefit to the players of Vainglory and to the viewers. So thank you very much to them for putting this on. I don't know when the entry is going to be closed for this first giveaway, but either way, let's see what happens.
Should be closing soon. And I want to touch on a point about Catherine and Imperium. I definitely think that Catherine could use some love. I remember when I first started out in playing Vainglory, I used to love Catherine, but she has fallen out of the meta a wee bit. And I think it's important that some of these captains, such as the what do you call it, Catherine, it does see some more love.
Yeah, like, well, it's not that I think Catherine is weak right now in the meta, because I think she's a little bit underrated, to be honest. What is really hard about Catherine right now is she relies very much on her energy. Her energy costs are really high. So for start, you've won the first draw, by the way. Congratulations, my friend. DM the Merciless Battles Twitch account with your IGN, and you will get the ice to you in between 2 to 3 weeks, depending on how busy SEMC are. But yeah, Catherine right now relies very heavily on her kind of cooldowns and her abilities, and when the energy cost is so high and she gets in some way it's a good thing, but it's also, compared to other captains, she just requires a lot more control of her abilities, and you can't really spam them out so much. And in a meta of CCs and stuns, and kind of using your abilities as quickly as possible, she gets lost in that meta. But like I said, I still think she's a little bit underrated. But yeah.
I think definitely could get some cheeky silences off with your blast tremor in the middle of a team fight. And definitely her ability is impactful. If you can get that silence off, yes, you can block it. But if you
Yeah,
can get it
100%.
off, it's such a long silence as well, and it can definitely change the team fight around. But anyways, we'll be drawing our final giveaway of 250 ice for you guys watching on the stream at home. So if you want to win this final opportunity to get ice, make sure to follow us on the Twitch channel, as well as type in your chat the word Merciless with a capital M, and that will enter you automatically into the giveaway for the chance to win 250 ice for free.
So, Flurry show.
Florry's gone with Florry. Florry's deafened, yeah. With pepperoni to Florry, yeah. Oh well. So.
Oh, you're there.
Oh, is he? He might be. He might be here.
Speak some words, Flurry show.
Does he speak words? Or is
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
All right. Well, my phone's share, so that doesn't work. I'm on my laptop now. Thanks a lot for casting to both of you, and of course to our other two casts that we've had tonight.
Yeah, like
situation, but it all worked out. Thanks for Goofy for streaming that and updating everything so quickly every time.
Yeah, definitely the updates were really quick.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just won my own giveaway, so that does not work either. Guess I'll have to.
Wow, fix.
Rigged.
Yeah, I'll re-roll it just for the sake of it not being rigged. But I was allowed to enter. Please, everyone knows how much of a nice guy I am. Here we go again. Okay. Twisted. Congratulations. Please DM me your in-game name.
Twisted, fixed, reroll.
No, I'm not following. Sorry, Twisted. That's not gonna work. Here we go again. And he's already won. Well, this is nuts. And we go again. Zoni finally is following. Please DM me your in-game now, and we finally got our final winner.
Congratulations to Zoni. This is going to be a very exciting tournament to see again, I hope. Would love to see something like this happen for EU, because this tournament was definitely very exciting.
I can't give any guarantees yet, but I'm sure we're going to try to organize another one of such tournaments.
Yeah.
So,
and I hope to see more people apply as well, people we haven't seen. If you think you've got what it takes to take down a team such as Imperative or Fernsco Blacker, then, apply to the next one.
Okay. As we finally got Zoni DMing me, that's the last giveaway.
All right. Well, I think it's been an absolute pleasure to cast, and I think it's been an absolute pleasure for you guys, hopefully watching on stream as well. Thank you for watching the first ever Merciless Battles tournament, everyone. I have been Highland Wolf, and I've been joined by Imperium.
Along with Maxman and PS Enough at some points, so yeah. It was a pleasure to cast with yourself, Highland Wolf and Maximum, and PS Enough, and it was great to just have a bit of fun. Thank you very much, as you mentioned, to Merciless Grind for putting this on, and hopefully, we'll have another one in the future.
Yep. All right. Do-do-do.
All right.